Welcome to the Careers from Home Building Passive Wealth Show. Today we're going to talk about affiliate marketing, how to set it up, how to choose the right product, and how to go about marketing to your tribe and to your friends and family. So but before we start, let me go ahead and share my screen and we'll talk about the affiliate. So you should see this. Okay, so let's talk about affiliate marketing, what it is. So before I go into that, I just want to tell you who I am and what I do. So that is. So I'm Shanta Money. Like I mentioned, I'm the CEO of a couple of businesses. I have my travel business, which is called Luxury Destinations Concierge. But I also realized that I need to have some passive streams of income where I can earn money without me doing anything month after month. So I joined a few very chosen few affiliate programs that I aligned with. And I partnered with them, and now I'm able to earn passive income through those streams. So let's look at what is an affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing is the process of promoting another business's service or products through you, and you get paid for every sale. So basically what this is you are not setting up a business and having a bunch of products that you need to market. You're not handling the customer service. You're not handling the shipping. You're not handling any of those. All you're doing is you're aligning yourself with a company that you believe in, that you love, the products that you love, the services that you love, and you are going to share it with other people and market it through a special link that the company provides you. And anytime somebody signs up for that service or that products through your link, you will get paid a commission or a set amount that the company has decided and that you will be aware of. Now, it could be just a one-time commission, or it could be a residual commission where you get month after month. I like programs that are where I get residual income month after month for people having either a membership to a product or their services, where they're part of a company's membership plan, or whether they're part of a residual monthly membership that the person has to pay to be part of that company. And then you get a portion of that fee that they pay. For example, there are affiliate programs that I'm a member of where I get 40% commission off a set amount of their membership fee. So anytime people have every month that they're a member of it, I automatically get 40% of that. I don't have to sell them every month. I've sold them once. I've told them what it is. They liked it. It's not really selling. You're sharing it. You're liking it. They like the product. They feel that there's some value in it for them. They sign up and they become a member every month. So that's the way to do it. You want to be able to get residual income every month for their services. So this is a great way to earn passive income. You just have to do it once, setting them up, but it has to be you have to provide them great value for it. They have to see the value in it of using it for their business, and that's the key on choosing the right company. Now, like I mentioned, different companies have the values in the company. They have different products. They have different commission structures. So look around, search around, and towards the end, I'll show you the ones that I am a part of and I love, and because I align with these companies. I'm using those companies. And again, even if you don't use that company for your own purposes right now, if there is a need, you should be using that. Say, for example, you're using a product which is a healthcare product, and there are 10 different healthcare products, and you're an affiliate for one. They all have the 10 different products that you're looking at have all the same benefits. There's the same type of products. They provide the same benefits for you. You should be using the product that you're an affiliate because you truly believe that it's going to do good for somebody else. So those are the type of products that you need to be an affiliate with. So how do you go about becoming an affiliate? Each company has their own set of guidelines and their rules. And usually what they do is they have a link that way you can sign up as an affiliate. Some of them have invitations. You have to be invited to become an affiliate. So you can get a link from somebody who's already part of that program, and you could get their link and become an affiliate that way. But once you sign up with that company to become an affiliate, they will provide you with a unique link that you can share with people to join them. So I like to, you can sometimes the link is a pretty long link that the companies provide. I like to shorten that link, or I get a domain name which is easy to remember. So I have them both. On some of mine, I have a unique link that the company has provided me, which I can use, and some of the ones I can set up as a domain name. And like one of mine says, from emails to cards. So something easy to remember, or I want brownies, something easy to remember. So something like that, if you can get a domain name, getting a domain name is really cheap these days. You can get it for like $10 for a whole year. But the more unique you are in letting people remember that URL rather than just a bit.ly or a tiny URL link, it helps. But I'm not saying you need to have a domain name. You can very well create it through a bit.ly, and I have some of them which are just bit.ly links, and you can go ahead and create those links and start sharing with people whom you know. So let's take a look at, this is what I love about affiliate marketing. You're not creating it from scratch. You're just promoting it. You're getting paid to share it with people. So you're getting paid to share. And one of the products that I'd like to share, I'm an affiliate for, and I like to get people to become affiliates or users of, is appreciation. I like people to get paid when they share it for saying thank you to people, sending gifts, sending cards. So that's one of my favorite affiliate programs that I'll let you know later. So you're really getting paid to share, and you're not starting a whole new business, no inventory, no customer service, and all those kind of things that you have to worry about in a business. So again, I talked about pick a service and a product that you love and you trust, and that you will be proud to share it with. You don't want to pick a company just because they're giving you a super great of commission. If it's not something you like, or you know that the product is not good, morally, you should not be promoting a product that you know for sure is not a great product for your clients or for whoever you're sharing it with. You should be only sharing products that you know that are good, or you've heard about, or you trust a company that offers you that, and you can go ahead and share it. So if you are a mentor or a coach who's used this, whose product it is, and you trust that person, then yeah, by all means, share their products, share their services, and become an affiliate if they do have an affiliate program for it. Okay. And you got to talk about the products. You have to talk about the products frequently. And you may ask me, where do I talk about these products? I'm not going to go ahead and market it. I'm not going to do a Facebook ad. I'm not going to do Google ads. You could do that, but I would highly suggest you don't till you reach a different level of where you need to go. You may not have to do that at all. You can start this with little or very little or no budget at all. I would suggest that you have at least $100 budget, because you may have things like you may have a monthly subscription for some of them, which is a low point. And you also may need like creating a funnel or a landing page. If you choose to, you really don't need to. You can just do it by social media. You can do it by marketing to networking when you're networking in your groups. You can do that by marketing to those folks. If somebody mentions that, hey, I'm looking for an appreciation or a card gifting platform, I know one, I've used it, and I know it works, and I'm be glad to share my link. If somebody asks for a service, maybe it's a web hosting service, and you are an affiliate for a company that has a great web hosting service, and you trust them, and you've signed up for an affiliate, you can definitely say, hey, I'm going to give you my URL, which is I am an affiliate. Disclose that you're an affiliate and that you're going to get paid for it. Say that you are an affiliate for this service, and I'd like to share with you because I know it works and I trust the company. So share it with the products, with people that you know. And it's not good just sharing it once. How many times have you may have missed the first time that person shared, or you may have heard about it, but you didn't really want it at that time. But when you share it over and over again with people, and you don't have to, don't overshare it with every conversation you're having. That's all you're talking about. Wait for instances where people are asking you for help. That's one way to do it. If you are just marketing your affiliates, don't market all of them at the same time. Market them differently. So if you're in a networking group, don't go and talk about the 5 different affiliate programs that you're with. No, that's not the way to do it. Talk about one program. And with that group, just talk about that one program. If somebody mentions a different product that they are, and if you are an affiliate for it, there's no harm in talking about that in that same networking as well. So the other way to do it is that I haven't done this as much as I should, is create videos to the product and drive traffic. It could be a short 1-minute Facebook Live, which could just be a short 1-minute recording that you put, and you can put it out there and say, hey, I know this product, I trust it, and I would love to have you look at it and share it. So that's a great way. Or if somebody's asking you about a product and you already have a video for it, instead of explaining it, you can go ahead and send them their video and tell them all about it. So that's the best way to market. That's a great way to market it for any business, just not for affiliate marketing. So think of creative ways to market. We talked about it, the different ways that you can play, the different people that you can do it. You can also have people help you to share it with other people. And that way you get more, more people talking about it, but they're all getting back to your link. They may not be affiliates under you, but they're all just sharing it for you, and they're giving you your link. Okay, so that's one way. So let's just go quickly about the 3 steps. You pick a product that you love and trust. Make sure that it aligns with you. It's something that you want and that you will sell, you will use yourself. So pick that product. Sign up to become an affiliate. Go, get the link that you need to sign up. Go ahead and sign up to become an affiliate. And read through their terms and conditions, read through everything properly, make sure you're aligned. And the minute you sign up, you will get a URL and a link, and you can start either customizing that link or turning that into a bit.ly link, and then you can start sharing it right away. The next one is start promoting it and sharing the link. So talk about it, talk to everybody that you know, and start promoting that service. And then this is just a recap of everything that we talked about: choose, sign, and promote. And then the last screen I'm going to give you here is, you may want to take a picture of this, or link it to, on my next screen I'll give you my email and my phone number. You can also reach out to me. But these are few of the affiliate program plans that I'm affiliate with, and I love them all. The first one is a card and gifting platform, which has not only helped me in my travel business, but it's helped a number of people that I've shared this with. The second one is a website builder and an email marketing campaign. You can have email marketing, you can have SMS text messaging, you can also get leads through that. So it's a great plan called Now Site Marketing. The third one, I love this one too, because it's a way to get connected with people. It's another form of social media marketing like LinkedIn and Facebook. But the reason I like this company is it's a spam-free. You get connected with people they run an algorithm where you get connected with people just based on your profile. So you don't just have to go and search for people. So if you're looking to connect with CPAs or attorneys, you can actually put that in your profile, and when they run your algorithm, it'll connect you with your specific target audience. Or you can just go ahead and search for people, and you can link with them and connect with them on a one-on-one and do a relationship with them. The next two links are really great links for services that one of my mentors provides. One is for businesses who want to learn about really amping up their marketing, and it's called the ACT program. If you go through that program and you follow his steps, trust me, your business will grow to leaps and bounds. And then the other one is a Kartra link, which many of you may know Kartra. I'm the affiliate for Kartra as well. And that's a great program as well, because it's like a one-stop shop. So those are some of the links that I do, that I'm an affiliate for. And you can take a look at those. If any of those align with you, you can sign up to become an affiliate through that. And then this is my contact information. So thank you for taking the time to spend this time with me. And I hope it helped to learn about how to choose the right affiliate, how to go about signing up. If you have any further questions at all, reach out to me. I will be glad to help you answer more questions. And if you're interested in any of the affiliate programs, I would be glad to talk more about it. So I'm going to stop the share right now, and thank you for joining me. And I look forward to on your next episode, where we'll be going into a little more in-depth of the couple of different affiliate programs that I'm part of. Thank you, and have an awesome day.
Hello and welcome to the Elevate You Show. I'm your host, Tamira Wilson, and I'm so excited you're here with me today. In this show, we talk all about entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, creativepreneurs, serialpreneurs, and we talk about elevating your business, your mindset, your skill set, your spirit, your income, your health, your overall lifestyle. Today, I want to talk to you about 5 things you can do in your spare time to become a successful entrepreneur. Now, what I want to share with you are things that I personally use in my life that has allowed me to stay on top of my game. The first thing is 3 in 1. It has to do with nourishing your mind, body, and spirit. So the first thing is to develop a happy kickstart morning. So you're probably wondering, what in the world is a happy kickstart morning? Well, it's something for me, what I do is when I wake up with a heart of gratitude. I just thank God for allowing me to see another day, allowing me to be in the land of the living, allowing me another opportunity to be better than I was yesterday, allowing me to be more, see more, give more, receive more, love more, forgive more. And I also have a grateful heart for my friends and family who are still with me because, as you know, we talk to people, we scroll down our news feeds on social media and we see people that we know that has lost a loved one. We may have lost someone that we love. So I'm grateful that I still have my friends and family with me. I thank God for my health, my strength. So after I do that, then I roll over on my nightstand. I picked up my water bottle that's on my nightstand that I prepared the night before. It's cool, it keeps my water cool. So the reason I drink water in the morning, because water has many benefits of drinking it first thing in the morning. But I'm only going to talk about 2 real quick. 1, it hydrates your body. It gets you going throughout the day. It also releases toxins out of your body, and which is important. And when you release toxins out your body, your skin, you have beautiful skin. I mean, my skin used to be horrible when I was younger, a lot younger. I mean, just horrible. So I think water has something to do with clearing up. And I don't know, as I aged, my skin just got better. So after I do that, I do something to nourish and feed my spirit. And what do? I have my time in devotion, my devotional time, cultivating and nourishing my relationship with God. And I spend time reading scriptures and studying scriptures. And I mean, I have every translation you can think of. I have the original Hebrew language, which is like reading a foreign language, but I like it because I like the challenge. And I have the King James and NIV. I have my Bible dictionary. I have a concordance. I really take time to study, and I learn something all the time. And what helps me to stay on point is I have a calendar, and it's mapped out for daily reading. So by the time the end of the year comes around, I've read the entire Bible throughout the year. So every year I read this, and I get something out of it every single year, you know. So especially the Hebrew, that's a whole nother topic right there, because back then they didn't even have the letter J in the alphabet. So imagine that reading that and reading our traditional Bible, that's a whole nother level. But so after I feed my spirit, then I try to nourish my body. And how I do that is by exercising. Exercising is very important. I either do yoga or I do cardio or some type of weight training or resistance training. And I may do both. I may do yoga in the morning and maybe some cardio later in the day, afternoon, or evening, depending on how my schedule is. And if you think about it, when you're sleeping, you are in a state of rest. So when you wake up, your body is still kind of stiff. So you got to kind of like wake it up a little bit. And yoga is a perfect exercise for it. And it's funny because God shares things with me through nature, observing nature. And I have 4 dogs, 4 Chihuahuas. And if you ever paid attention to dogs, the first thing that they do, as soon as they wake up, they do a big old stretch. They put their front paws down and lift their little their back up in the air real high, arched up. That's where I believe they got the term in yoga called the downward dog pose from observing dogs. But anyway, after I feed my spirit, then I feed my mind. So what do I do? How do I do that? I read. And I try to read a book, 1 to 3 books a month. And that's essential. I know a lot of people don't like reading, but they have Audible now. If you don't like to read, just listen to it. But a lot of people don't even take the time to listen to a book. You can learn so much by reading. It's just crazy. And if I don't read, then I listen to a podcast. I may do both sometimes. If I'm really hungry, my brain is like really hungry and I have to feed it, then I may listen to both, read or listen to podcasts on different things that I'm involved in. Or I may even invest in, I invest in courses for my personal development to learn a new skill or to master an existing skill that I have. I mean, as a marketing expert, I have to stay on top of all the latest marketing data that's out there on content marketing, video marketing, social media marketing, you name it. I have to learn it. I have to stay on top of it. And so that's number 1. So after I do all that, then number 2 is tapping into your hobby. I think it's critical to have a hobby because a hobby is good for an outlet. It helps you to de-stress and it just gives you a creative outlet. Now for me, I dance. For those of you, some of you don't know me, but for those of you who do know that I dance, I do dance ministry. So it's not technically a hobby. However, naturally, I love to dance. I don't care what kind of music it is. You can put some music on and I can dance and maybe even choreograph an entire routine from listen to classical, jazz, Middle Eastern, hip hop, spiritual, you name it, I'll dance to it. But dancing is my creative outlet. Also, mountain bike riding. I love mountain bike riding. My husband and I, we go on nature trails, and it's so nice being off the road and it's so serene to ride past some water and rivers and things like that. And being surrounded by nature is just so peaceful. And the third thing is to spend time with friends and family. There's nothing like taking time away from all the work, because as entrepreneurs, it's like, whoo, I gotta get away from this work because you're multitasking sometimes and you're doing mostly everything in your business until you start outsourcing. So you have all these responsibilities, and it's nice to just get away from it all and spend time with the people that you truly love and who truly loves you. And I'm not talking about the fake friends and family that pretend they love you and not looking out for your good and not being in your corner and, bring your spirits down. The people I'm talking about. Just people that drain your energy and that maybe only call you when they want something and things of that nature. You just want to surround yourself with positive, uplifting people that you're in their corner as well, and you got their back, they got your back. And, people that not trying to be drama all the time. I try to stay away from drama kings and drama queens. I do. So friends and family are good to spend time with those who truly love you and who truly, you love them as well. The fourth thing is to embrace your time in solitude. Having your me time is so important. It's so important to have time in solitude. So it's okay to say no to your friends and family sometimes when you want your me time. You know when you need your me time. You know. I know I do. It's like I gotta get out the house or go to the park or somewhere out of my element to just have my me time, because having that time alone, that time to just be in a state of stillness, mindfulness, thinking about things. Well, really not thinking about things, but just sitting in a place of stillness, because new thoughts arise, new creative ideas start flowing, and it's just very beneficial. So it's okay to say no without the guilt. Say it, say it. Say no, 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 not today. Not today. I have something very important to do. You got to schedule that time in for your me time, or else you won't get it in. Schedule it on your calendar just like any other important thing that you need to get done. That is on a priority list. And the last thing is, the fifth thing is service. It's important to do some type of service, because as entrepreneurs, we get frustrated a lot of times. I know I do, and sometimes taking our mind off of our own problems and our own issues that we're going through, the only way to do that is to be in a space of serving others. Maybe going out to serve in a community. Now, for me, I dance. I already said I dance. So what I do is I go to local nursing homes and I dance. I do dance ministry, and I just love it. There's just something about seeing the spirits of the elderly, their whole demeanor, the whole energy is just uplifted. I see people in wheelchairs, and it's just a beautiful thing to be able to witness how excited they get, how their spirits just uplifts when I dance, how God uses me through dance. And so things like that. And I don't know what it is that you like to do, but as far as service, whatever your passion is, whatever floats your boat, maybe you love animals, you can volunteer your time and serve in a dog shelter, or maybe you love kids. Maybe you can volunteer as a big brother or a big sister to someone who doesn't have a big brother or a big sister. And whatever it is, or in a hospital, maybe your thing is for patients, I don't know, or the elderly. You can do a lot. So just think about that. And I want to close with saying that everything that I shared with you, that's just a small list of the things that I do. But that's the core of it. And, I do journaling and stuff like that as well. Time of reflection and all that. But you don't have to do necessarily everything that I do. Find your happy kickstart morning, whatever floats your boat. But remember, the key thing is to nourish your mind, body, and spirit. And the purpose of all that is to develop discipline. And I want to leave with a quote by Will Smith. He said, "Self-discipline is the center of all material success." I like that quote. So on that note, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. Come back next week, because we're going to talk about how to make you stick to a habit. And it ties so well with what we're talking about now. Try to develop those habits. Come back next week, okay? So thank you guys for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And until next time, remember to elevate you and celebrate you, because guess what? Sometimes no one else will. So
hello, I am Latrice Cash. Most people know me as Cash Cam. So I'm venturing out, and I'm going to interview Ashe Khan. He's here. You know him as the Gorilla King of the hood movies, king of the hood movies. And we're here in Detroit, Michigan right now on Dexter Avenue. This is what, Midtown? What's our
This is the hood.
This is the hood. We in the hood. Okay, so I have a show, and it's called, somebody knows. I have a show that's starting on the October 12th for Roku, Fire, and a couple other digital platforms in Amazon and Android and Apple. So the name of the show will be Recharge Your Business with Latrice. Recharge your business. Yeah, recharge. So we're going to start the recharge with Ashe Khan. And he's already started a couple businesses years ago, including the Hood movies, as I said. And what was your first movie?
The first movie I dropped was The Come Up. When you're talking about business, we'll go back to Detroit Reality TV. We started building a television network, reality shows, and all that kind of stuff. I got my producer credits from Comcast. Right now, the thing that she was telling me was that it's about what happened during the pandemic, what happened to the businesses, that stuff, what was going on with that. And I was telling her I started a business during the pandemic when I was selling hand sanitizer, because what? Everybody's like, oh, hand sanitizer was so scarce. So I was buying it by the gallon. But what happened? So I got a whole story about that. Yeah. We can go into it, but you know, so I'm here to give you guys whatever I have. Any questions she got to ask, I'm gonna answer those. And I'm gonna try to give you as much value as possible from an entrepreneur that's been doing this over 20 years. Okay.
Right. So Ashe's been doing this for a very long time, 20 years plus. The acting, the business, the selling products, the shoes, the Medusa gym shoes. Some people call them Medusa sneakers, depending on what state you're in. Medusa gym shoes here in Detroit, Michigan. What's your other part? The hand sanitizer.
I want to jump in real quick. So my thing was in college. My partners, some of my friends, they ended up being my frat brothers. They had a store in their room. In their refrigerator, they had like some juices and I think some chips. And then they was doing it for a while, and then they just kind of dropped it. So I was just turning into a business major at the time. I was drifting. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I got into business and just like took to it like a fish to water. I just did it because one of my frat brothers was doing it. I wanted to copy his homework. So some whole other, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, but what happened was once they dropped the store, I picked the store up. I ran the store until I left school. I was walking around with $100 shirts because we were doing business, right? So let's say I don't want to dominate too much, but people would come to me and to buy food and everything, chips, pops, candy. I was always expanding and selling more. But what I started doing is giving people credit. You know what I'm saying? At a young age, I'm in college now. I'm extending credit to people. I got the internet hooked up in my room, and I start sectioning out time to people. Like, you could get this hour to this hour. You could get this hour to this hour. I just always kind of been entrepreneurial.
Now, see, that's how you know how young Ashe is. That's how you know how young Ashe is. So, I did something similar when I was an undergrad at Michigan State University. Pencils, pens, that's when there was no laptops and no internet, okay? Paper, Coke, candy. I did the same thing. People gave me stuff, I turn around and sell it. You gotta flip it. That's how you make your money.
And the thing is, I didn't go under giving people credit either.
You never do.
You gotta have a strategy with credit.
Right. You gotta have a whole strategy.
Don't just start giving people credit. You know what I'm saying? Because that'll go bad. But go ahead. I'm with you.
And so another thing that I did as an undergrad, and so this is a prequel to my show. This is a prequel. We're gonna hook you up. We're gonna give you some good information, some helpful hints right now, and then I'm going to go into detail further with some of my other guests in future interviews. And it's going to be a 7-part series, 7 episodes with different persons, and it'll be 30 minutes. And one of the persons I have is Carla Miles, Sonia Vida, and a few other people. I'm not going to name them right now, and they are scheduled to come on. So back to selling products. When I had a job, same thing, selling purses, cash money, no taxes, right? Another thing, you go buy things wholesale, muffins, different things like that. You put the vending machines out of business. It's a cash business. People always want it. People are always going to buy it. Even if you give them credit, what they do? They're coming back because they want your product.
It's about the relationship with the customer when you're doing business. So let's get back to the pandemic. So in the pandemic, I'm like, oh man, we could have these people run around with this hand sanitizer. So I bought all the bottles from China. I learned from Cartwright up here. Arthur Cartwright, he's my business mentor, multi-million-dollar mentor. He taught us how to buy stuff from China and get it in the stores. So I get the little bottles from China. I order a couple gallons from here. I'm just thinking, I just need to get my hands on the gallons. I'm like, man, if I bust the gallon down into $5 things, it's like you flipping. It's like the game, I got $5 flips. So that's cool, and then you can put them in a box and sell them to the store. But the thing was getting the people to run around during the pandemic to actually sell the stuff, and having people that'll be receptive to people approaching them during the pandemic. That was what I thought was the problem. But really, it was the problem was the labor force has been getting lazy. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, they are.
So now they tightening it back up on this money. All that money that they was letting fly around, it's tightening it back up. Now you can get some people to actually do some things. So this is stuff coming out of the coronavirus thing that's important to know. Let's just take a look at this spot right here, right? So what I was looking at is that a lot of people want to do stock. A lot of people want to do, and stock is really good right now. Stock is good. It's gonna go up until
Bitcoin.
January, and then after January, it's gonna fall right off. That's just what it does every year. So if you want to invest in some stock, it's a good time. From October to January, every year, in early January, it always is just going up, up, up. It's Christmas, right? But then a lot of people doing Bitcoin and all that, and it's a lot of scarcity in the market right now because nobody knows where it's gonna go. So you could be putting your money in a Bitcoin, you could be losing it, it's up, it's down, all that stuff. But what you find, because I'm from a real estate family. So what I find is, you can get something like this with your money. So you can put $20,000 into some Bitcoin and lose it, or you could put $20,000 into a place like this and put a couple more thousand into it and have something worth $150,000. You see what I'm saying? So it's different things you could do now. Like say for example, they got what's called a tax sale, because everybody like, man, I want to get into real estate, but I don't have no money. But it's like right now is a special time. It's a special opportunity. It's called a tax sale, and I just want to explain what a tax sale is really quick, because this is so important for our people in general and for longevity. So the houses have been getting foreclosed on because people haven't paid taxes. Like you can own your house free and clear, like you can own your car free and clear.
Right.
But if on your house, you can own it free and clear, but really you never really own it. They really still own it because you got to pay the taxes. Like you might not pay your city taxes, they ain't gonna take your house. But if you don't pay your county taxes for 2 years, they take your house from you, right?
Now, question: does the person own the land that their house is on?
You could say that, but if they could take it from you, how do you
don't
really own
the
it?
land.
That's a whole nother thing. If you was acting the sovereignty and all that kind of stuff, you want to try to get the allodial title to the land, and that's a whole nother level of something else. But allodial, ALLODIAL, go look it up. You get the allodial title, that's how you trying to own some stuff for real. But so let's say that you lost your house to taxes. Say for 2 years you ain't pay your taxes. Say you got a $100,000 crib. You didn't pay your taxes. Say somebody they inherited the house. They don't know shit about paying no bills. They've been sitting in here squatting in somebody, they parents' house for 2 years. Now they done lost it to taxes. The $100,000 house, they lost it because they didn't pay $10,000 worth of taxes. Because who got $10,000 in their pocket right now to pay taxes with? You feel me what I'm saying?
Not me. So let's go back. Movies, investing in property, and investing in equipment such as your cameras, iPhones, what else?
Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Most of the money goes into paying people.
Paying people.
When they came with the PPP loan and all these loans and grants that they were giving out, those are loans to pay your employees with. That's what that money is for. If you run a business, you paying your employees to get the actual job done. So, like I'm saying, let's just go over here real quick. So, this is the second dumpster that we done just filled up right here. We done filled up 2 dumpsters full of stuff. I couldn't have did that by myself. You got a team that go with that, and that's where the money go for. So we got a budget every day. We paying everybody that come up here. We pay them every day. But what's happening? We getting this whole place cleaned out and it's done. It's getting done. It's adding so much value to this property. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So anyway, just to go back over to the tax sale for 1 second. So somebody lost this because they didn't pay the taxes on it. So now what people do is you just bid on it like eBay. You literally bid on a house like eBay. You know what I'm saying? And if you win, you pay. If you don't win, you don't pay, right? So that's what a tax sale is. People done lost it. The county got thousands of houses. So what happened, it's only happened once a year, and then they got the leftover sale for the stuff that did sell. So the first one, we got this. I got a system where we use a funnel, and we got this property. We went through thousands of places, and we got this one. Now this next tax sale that's going on right now, this is so important that you pay attention to this. It's the leftover tax sale. And the minimum bid starting, I got this, nobody even bid against me, probably because of the funeral home. But this is 3,000 square feet, sitting on 9,500 square feet. You know what I'm saying? But, and then we probably be able to get that land over there.
Yeah, because it's next to, it's vacant.
You see what I'm saying?
Actually, that house is vacant also.
Yeah, so
So
you
you
know,
can probably purchase both of those.
yeah, we ain't gonna put too much of that on here.
We ain't-
You know what I'm saying? But so point being, it's a tax sale going on right now, and the minimum bids are $900. So just imagine that the minimum bid on this place was $900, and I can't because they dropped all the minimum bids because it's the leftover. They didn't sell it the first time. Now only people that's Michigan residents could be in this one. So you could be in this one. You could put $900 up and have a 3,000 square foot crib. Is that mind blowing?
Yes.
You could blow $900 at the casino. You could buy some weed with $900, or you could get a 3,000 square foot house or something. Or even if it ain't you could get a house for $900. You know what you could do with it? How you could rent it out for $700 a month. You could sell it for $5,000. There's so many things you could do. Now these are things. This is business that we talking about. This is not me getting up and going to work every day. This is a business. We're gonna take this crib, and this is already money made right now.
Right now. You're going to make this, well, we're not going to talk about what
You
you're
make
gonna
money
this
at the
into.
purchase. Like the art of war is you win before a single shot is fired. And so Robert Kiyosaki teaches you that you make money when you purchase the real estate, because you get it with already the plan and the equity is already there. You see what I'm saying? But
Say
anyway,
the name again. Robert who?
Robert Kiyosaki. He made Rich Dad Poor Dad, but more importantly, he made the 4 quadrants. So it's 4 quadrants, right? So I'm just breaking down real quick. It's
Super
important.
smart.
It's employee, E, and then it's self-employed, which is S, right on this side. And then up here is B, which is business owner, and it's I, investor. So it's 2 different sides. It's employee, self-employed, it's business owner, investor, and that's how I go. Usually people start off employee, employee. Now employee is boss is the Dutch word that means master. So an employee is under the master. So you start off as an employee, you save your money, boom, you start your own business, you self-employed because you don't have any employees. But once you go to the other side, this is where everybody try to make it to, business owner. See, boom, we on the business owner side. So now you can have the employee, you can have 500 employees working for your business, and you could just manage it. Now, this is what I found. Once you get the business owner, then you could go to investor comfortably, because when you're an investor, what you investing in? Stock, which is somebody else running a business. Are they gonna run it into the ground? Do they know how to run a business? Now you know what to look for as an investor, because you was already a business owner. You've been making money, so you know, oh, he not gonna make no money. I'm not investing in that company. So that's the 4 quadrants by Robert Kiyosaki.
There you go. What else? What else should people invest in or put their money into or start as a business? What is your suggestion?
So this is what I'm personally doing. We had a movie to come up. It was cool. I just got a distribution deal for it. I signed the contract. We're about to go crazy with it. It's about to be back on Amazon in 8 days.
I hope my name is in the cast again.
You see?
I was an extra
She was
in the
in that
come
mug.
up. That's how I met Ashay Khan. That's how I met Ace Solo, RJ Blazer, Spanky Haynes,
people. Good
Nona
people.
Malone. Who else was in it?
Ha Davis.
Ha Davis, Martell Lane, Rest His Soul. Who else?
Okay, look. So
We
look,
gonna keep going on
who
and
else
on,
was
but-
in it was the shoe. It was a shoe with a Medusa head on it.
Medusa head.
And it got really popular. Every time somebody see me, they like, oh, you from my man from the movie with
Yes,
the shoe, right?
yes.
In the movie, we were selling the shoe for $250. So in real life, I was able to sell the shoe because it was a commercial for $250. But what I'm doing now, I got the 2nd edition of the shoe, and I'm selling it for Christmas. Because why? Everybody trying to buy stuff for Christmas. You got a product, you trying to sell it for Christmas, right? So watch what I did. Now I'm gonna let these people in on the strategy. I feel like this is the newest, hottest, flyest thing I have in my arsenal, in my playbook. I got play after play. Pre-orders. Now let me tell you, I'm now a $250 shoe, but if you pre-order now, you could get it for $99 when it show up, right? So now I'm letting you get the shoe for $99, but you don't even have to put no money down to pre-order. So they like, why you letting all these people pre-order for free? Why? Because once you pre-order, you are making a promise to give me money when these shoes come, because you already put your order in. Like a waiter at the restaurant, yeah, give me the steak. I don't bring you the steak, you gonna have to pay for the steak, my bro. You know what I'm saying? So we put ads up on Facebook. In 2 days, we got 50 pre-orders. Now, 50 pre-orders, the shoes selling at $100. We done made $5,000 worth of promissory notes. I got $5,000 worth of promises. It cost me $20. This is cutting edge stuff, man. Y'all
And the
get with me.
advertisement costs $20.
The advertisement,
on social media.
the advertisement that I put up cost me $20
Y'all
to
hear
get 50 people promising to pay me $100 a piece.
And now here's the thing with what they call it, the data and the impressions on social media. You have the right video, you have the right ad, and depending on your target audience, the words, the music, your clothing, whether it's funny or not, that brings in your viewers. You advertise, it may only cost you $20, $30. You might pay $10 based on your social media and your viewership.
Based on your knowledge of how to advertise properly.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah. Basically, what
that gets
that
your
right
cost
there.
down.
That
Instead
right
of
there.
blowing a bunch of money.
That right there. Yeah. Going on newspapers, that's old news. Social media is where you advertise. You can spend $10, $20, $30 and your ad runs for 3 days a week.
And I can
After
instantly
that-
see my results. Like, oh, this is what's happening. Oh, they like me over here. Oh, they not liking this. They liking it. Instead of me putting it in the paper, I don't know what happened. What happened? Did they see it? Are they talking about it?
Right.
No, they shared this. You know what I'm saying? I see what they're doing on this.
And then you set your demographics, or you can just let social media, Facebook, Instagram, determine your demographics. I put out ads and 10,000 people see my ad in a week, see a video within 4
and
days.
Is something else I want to show y'all. I'm going to share with this is another huge thing.
Right.
I call it forced viral. So viral is when a bunch of people seeing your stuff at the same time and they start talking about it.
Yes.
But I could recreate that advertising. Because what's you going viral? People seeing your face on their phone. They seeing your content on their phone and they looking at it. Well, if I put an ad up, I'm putting it on your phone and my ad run right next to the nigga that's viral. And what happened? I could pay for that exposure. I could pay $100 and hit 100,000 people. You know what I'm saying? Right now I'm spending $100 hitting 60,000 people. But point being, $100 you hit 60, 70, 80,000 people. This is something I just cracked in my mind. If you got 1 million followers, your posts are gonna get 100,000 views, around that kind of range.
Roughly, yeah.
So if I'm paying for 100,000 views, I got the same influence or similar influence as somebody with 1 million followers.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? This is all cutting edge to me, and I'll be on the cutting edge, man. So whatever she got for y'all rewind.
You gotta think out of the box. Whatever you like, you recreate it in your own spirit, in your own mind, with your own flair to it. But you create it and it's yours. And it has to be personable and be yourself. So everybody knows me. I am Latrice Cash, and everybody calls me as Cash Kim. And I have to thank the late state representative, Isaac Robinson. He was the one that gave me the name Cash Kim because I'm always everywhere with my camera, doing political stuff, recording, going to meetings, and meeting everybody. And that's how I got that name. And that was not forced. It was given. It was given. And I'm out here now, panning around to all the trees. That's where I am. Always in the street, always in the hood. It don't matter. It's hood, the suburbs, the bougie, the middle class, the ghetto. It don't matter. You have to be willing to go where the people are. You have to be willing to You have to be willing to go where the people are, where the content is. It doesn't matter what time, day or night, what city, what state. It doesn't matter. If you want the content, you go get it. And you have to be willing to compromise, and really you have to be willing to be random. I am a random person. Ashay, you a random person, you just take the opportunities as they flow?
I assess everything. Opportunity cost is really big. It's a new thing I'm thinking about starting called Niggonomics. I'm thinking this in my mind called Niggonomics. But opportunity cost is like, if I got 10,000, if I put it here, I can't put it here. So now I got to see which one of these opportunities is the best to do with my 10,000, or which one of these 4 opportunities. Put some opportunities on the table that's comparable, and then I do my assessment and my due diligence, and then I'll pick the one that makes the most sense, and that's the simplest to get done with my team.
and that's how it is. And so, like, when he's talking his new form of economics, and I have my advice for how to do your social media. And I started very randomly, and I always say the word random because most of the opportunities that have come to me have been very random. So like I was in the movie The Come Up, and Arshay Khan was a producer and director. Still some other movies he does since then. I was at a party. RJ Blazer noticed me. He said, "Oh, I like your energy." Stayed in contact. One day he calls me. He says, "Hey, come to this club." I show up at the club. All these people in there. Arshay is in there. Nobody's doing anything. No music. No dancing. I don't know what's going on. RJ says, "Sit here." Back and forth. He talks to Arshay. They go in the back and forth. Sit there. Okay, fine. Arshay says, "Would you like to be an extra in my movie?" How random is that? And then after that, and during that time, I met so many wonderful people that have taken things to a whole new level.
Oh, this is another thing. Along the line with business, 40 acres and a mule, 40 acres is the land, a mule is your business.
Yeah.
A brother, a smart brother, I didn't know that, but the mule is your business.
Yeah.
He hit me with that, and I already understood it, but just so you guys know, 40 acres represents your land. And the mule represents your business,
Yeah.
working your land, so you gotta have your business.
You
But
got it, yeah.
reparations, it's proposal R. It's for reparations, and that's them. Well, okay, you get out of slavery, they kick you out, but you don't know how to do nothing. You ain't got no land. You
You
just a slave.
can't read,
So
you can't
it's
write.
They supposed to have gave you some land, 40 acres and a mule, so that you could get on your feet and be upstanding man, because you got your own land and you getting money with your business. So now reparations is saying y'all never gave us that shit. It's like we've been wandering in the wilderness like Moses and shit. Are you gonna give us our shit now? You know what I'm saying? Oh, we gonna have to, we in court. This is war. Court is war. So it's like, where's our shit at? So this is now we in politics now. Now it's on the bill. So you gotta vote for it so that we could get our land and our business, our money and shit that's already entitled to us.
Do that again. Vote for what?
Proposal R. Vote for that shit.
Proposal R. Vote for that. And we in Detroit, Michigan. Proposal R.
On Dexter.
Vote.
Dexter Woody.
Dexter Woody. That's right. So look, we have so much going on in the city. So many entrepreneurs. So many people that have started businesses before and especially during the pandemic. And that's what this prequel, this video is about with Arshay Khan, the Gorilla King. And we want to motivate you, inspire you, and yes, my show will do this, just that, and give you hints and encouragement and motivation from other people that are going to be on my series itself. 7-part series, and it will be Recharging Your Business with Latrice. Recharging Your Business with Latrice. Be on Fire, Roku, Android, Apple platforms. All digital. I can't say it.
Can I hijack them for 1 second?
He gonna hijack me. Go
Before
ahead.
we go off, let me show y'all this.
Let's see
We
what
just got
Arshay
this-
working on.
We got this funeral home, man. Let me show y'all this stuff. Y'all see all this
You
stuff?
said 3,000 square feet.
Oh, they done shut it up now. Yeah, but we filled up 2 of these things, man. I catch y'all later, man. Black Power, yay.
How many of us have gotten that phone call from that client going, I need you to solve this problem right now. Oh my gosh, otherwise my world's falling apart. We all have that. We all have that sense of a client calling us and saying they need something solved now. So first, I want you to think about the fact that we all know this happens reoccurringly. It's not unusual, it's not uncommon, and really my straight up suggestion is that you plan on it. Okay, Christina, how the heck does that work? Well, really it's knowing that it happens. That's what's important. So I want you to count this into your existing systems. Now, the effect of this, how much you need to count into your existing systems, what that means, what that sounds like, has a lot to do with what your branding is. What is it that you say that what level of customer service do you say that you're promising your clients? If you're a luxury company that offers a high level of service, then you're going to have to incorporate being able to respond to your client's urgency in your systems, in your time management system and in the systems of your company. Like who answers the urgent call? Is it the account representative that answers it? Is there somebody in your office that is specifically given over to answering urgencies? Or if you're a one-man office like so many of us are, then how do you take care of an urgency? What's your protocols around it? What's your system? But it's also based upon all the other systems I've been talking about all the way along. your systemic systems. Is your business set up to answer these type of urgencies? If it's not, you want to make space for it. Your time management system. Does your time management system, is it set up to answer these kind of emergencies? Okay, so my suggestion is that you plan on it, whether you do it or somebody else does it. So you leave time during your workday to do it, and when you're doing your daily dumps first thing in the morning and you're planning on what you're going to do, plan on having some emergencies. You might even put in there a line that says taking care of emergency 1 and emergency 2. But if you know what they are, just go ahead and label them so they're in your to-dos. They may never make it onto your actual task list on your computer, on your Outlook, on your Google account, wherever your task list is, but they probably will make it on that daily. I said every morning you come in, I want you to dump out on a little piece of paper, whether it's a Post-it note or a half a sheet of paper, whatever it is, what you think your to-dos are going to be that day. And you need to leave time for your to-dos. 50% of your time and your tasks might be given over to some sense of emergencies or things that never make it onto your task list. Now, are you going to go ahead and set this up ahead of time? You can. It's pretty easy. Once you get your systems in place, you count 50% of the time that you would have given over to a particular project. 50% of that time is given over to emergencies or things to be done. If there's no emergencies that day, which is very possible in a smaller office, there may be no particular client in an emergency that day, or nobody's hijacking your time. I call it hijacking your time. Then you have actually double the amount of time to get your projects done once you get to the project part of your day. When that client calls with the emergency, how do you handle it? I mean, I have a very set system. I sit there and tell them, I actively either text them, email them, address when I think I'm going to be able to address it that day. If they need to talk to me, I give them the time slot I've set aside for emergencies. If they need me to action something, I say I will get them the email back later in the afternoon. I have a time set up specifically to be able to be responsive to my clients. It's my job. At least my job as a consultant is to be responsive to the clients. How does that work in your industry? What's your job? When you respond urgently, it's almost like we respond as if we're in trouble. When you respond to something as if you're in trouble, when you're done, do you feel like you've just done something that's really great and fantastic and important, or do you just feel relieved that you're no longer in trouble? You probably don't even necessarily recognize the importance of what you've done. Generally, urgency and that sense of relief aren't really tied to your value system. They're tied to a sense of fear. Value systems are much more intellectual. Fear is much more instinctual. So the question is, do you run your business based upon your
Hello, my name is Michelle Piskel. Thank you for joining today. You're joining Amplify Your Message. Here at Amplify Your Message, we want to talk to people from around the world and share their insight and share their adventures and how they're living their yes life. What are they doing to absolutely wake up in the morning and feel invigorated, excited, and just joyful to be living that day? We're going to be talking to people ranging from a 90-year-old who Zumbas, climbs sand dunes, and goes to listen to live music. We're also going to be talking to artists who are honing their craft in bands and in musical venues just because they love it. We're also going to be talking to business owners who just want to be out there doing what they do, doing what they love, and sharing their stories. Everyone has a message. Everyone has something that makes them smile. Why not listen? Why not be open to the possibilities of learning from them and maybe taking some golden nuggets to incorporate into your life? Is something not quite going right in your life? Is there some little tweak that could be made to make it that much better, to make you feel more excited when you wake up in the morning? By listening to some of our guests, I think you'll find some extra added bonuses that you may want to incorporate into your day to just give you some pep and vigor and some enthusiasm. As the episodes progress, you'll be able to see a variety of people, a variety of guests that come on and share. And I think that you'll enjoy it. So again, this is Michelle Piskel with Amplify Your Message. And be sure to join us for our next episode.
I am your host, Anna Scheller, and it is my mission to equip you with the tools, with the mindset, with the strategies, but most of all, with the encouragement that you need in order to master sales. Mastery is a journey. Mastery is not a one-time and you're done deal. It is a process of trying, of practicing, of not making the mark, getting up and moving again. You can learn more about me by going to my website at annascheller.com. That's Anna with 2 N's, Scheller, SCHELLER.com. There you can read my blogs, you can learn more about me. More importantly, if there's an area of sales that you really want to hone in on, you really feel that you're challenged and you know you can do better, but you're just not sure how, I want you to go ahead, click that link in the top and book a free consult with me. In the consult, we go over what's going well, what you'd like to change, and how I might be able to help you if you're open to moving forward with me. So go ahead, click that free book a consult in the corner. Let me know how I can be of service to you today. Well, today we are looking at the 3rd episode in a time mastery series, sales mastery, time mastery, because it's so important for us to be able to become masters of our time. In the 1st episode, we talked about the hindrances that keep us from mastering time. Mostly it's our own perceptions and our own thoughts about time that keep us from moving forward with the productivity that we're looking for. Now, that being said, productivity is more than just squeezing in as much activity as I possibly can in a day. And so last week, we talked quite extensively about personality types, people who really tend to overdo, to overcommit. And there are some certain personality types that tend to be more prone to it than others. We also talked about the cost of distraction. Distraction can cost up to 23 minutes. Distraction can cost up to 23 minutes of time. And so if you have 10 distractions, that's 230 minutes. Divide that by 6, you've got almost 60, you've got almost 4 hours of time that's unproductive, that could be used elsewhere. Now, the distractions, they can be very legitimate things. They just have to be managed outside of your work time. Then we also talked about a 3-step process to keep in mind so that you can move forward with your work. And what I'm going to ask you to do is join my Facebook group and find out more about those things, because I'll be putting those different hints in my Facebook group, The Way of Sales Mastery. But today, we are going to discuss the necessary task. Distractions are those unnecessary things, those things that keep us from being productive and really are not part of the process we have to take care of our customers and to meet new people. And so this week, we're going to be talking about those necessary tasks, how to manage those better. And also, we're going to talk about how do you leverage your time. Leverage is a powerful, powerful concept and tool. So we're going to dive deep in a couple of ideas that could help you to become better at getting more accomplished in less time. Wouldn't that be amazing? That's why we're on the amazing Women of Power radio station. So let's talk about what some of those necessary tasks are. Some of those necessary tasks include things like paperwork, planning. Yeah, we have to plan. We're going to talk more about planning when we get into leveraging, because planning is a form of leverage, but it still has to have a piece on our calendar. Evaluation, surveying our customers, as well as communication. Now, if you're curious how I came up with this, I'd love to say that I was amazing and came up with this, but actually, I learned them from a book by Todd Duncan, who I'm hoping to get on the show, called Time Traps. And you can get this book on Amazon. And you can check my website, because we'll see if we can't get that up on the website for you. But Time Traps. He talks extensively about some of these ideas. I'm only going to talk about a couple of them, the ones that really tend to affect salespeople and business owners the most. So let's talk a lot about paperwork. paperwork is probably one of the banes of being a salesperson. We like to go out there, we like to make the connections, we love to create the relationships, we love talking to people once we get out there and do it. But when we forget to write down and track our activity, we lose sight of what's happening. So paperwork can be things like writing up the contracts. Okay, that can be very exciting. But then it could be also the things like, sending out the emails. And we'll talk about that here a little later when we talk about communication. That is a necessary task. And sometimes that's not a task that necessarily works directly to create more revenue, but it's still important because we have to communicate with team members and so on. But let's get back to the paperwork. Files need to be created. We have to work in a CRM. Now, if you're not familiar with a CRM is a customer relationship management system. I happen to use HubSpot. HubSpot is one that's free for smaller businesses. It has amazing tools that will help you track emails. If you're consistent about logging your calls, you can put them in there as well, track notes, so that anybody on your team, whether you're doing this by yourself or you have a team of people you're working with, they can go into the file labeled for a particular contact and they can see everything that you've done. But you have to be consistent about it. There can be regular tasks that also are necessary for the movement of your business forward, especially if you're a business owner. You have to do things like pay taxes. You have to do things like pay insurance or make sure that the bills get paid on time. Those are all tasks that have to be scheduled and have to be attended to, or quickly your business will run ahead of you or behind you and you'll be in trouble. Now, I love to talk about time blocking. This is a concept that really can be very beneficial for everybody in sales. Before I jump onto that, if you're listening, that's wonderful. If you're watching the video on YouTube, which there'll be a video of this on YouTube, I keep, this is not the right book. Let's see, where's my book? I keep a daily book. I keep a notebook. See, it says daily book. And in my notebook, I list the day. I list any appointments that I have coming up so that I make sure I plan for those appointments. I also write down everything that's happened in that day so that when it's time for me to do my paperwork, when it's time for me to go into my CRM, then I am prepared. I have notes of everything that's happening so that I know what's going on. And it also forces me to not have to pull out my notebook and try to find where everything is because I'm organizing. And organization is a great form of time leverage. So I would recommend, my recommendation is that you have a daily book where you're tracking all of your appointments and your activity. You write down what's going on, and then when you make that time to do your paperwork, when you make that time to go into your CRM, then you have a central place to go to take your notes and put them in the places to organize. Now, organization is a really critical part of paperwork because if we're not organized, of course, we go to look for something and we can't find it because it's not there. It's not where we remember putting it. So paperwork is also about organization, which is a great form of time leverage. You want to be able to go to the file. You want to be able to go to the CRM. And I personally love the CRM because I know exactly where to go to get information on my customer because I don't depend on myself to remember everything. Even if you have a really good memory, it is so freeing to get that information onto a software. If you're not using a CRM that's computer-based, then I would recommend that you have somewhere where you're tracking every interaction that you have with a customer. Now, I personally believe in CRMs because they take a lot of the memory work out. For example, HubSpot can be can be linked to your email carrier or your email platform. And so every time, as long as make sure you're logged into your HubSpot account, every time you send out an email, it gets registered to that email address. And so you don't have to go back in and make those annotations, because the minute that email goes out, that gets put into the CRM. It's a beautiful, beautiful system. I'm not a HubSpot promoter, but I really do believe in what HubSpot does to help salespeople grow their businesses. Now, we want to consolidate our work to specific times of the day. According to Todd Duncan of Time Traps, Todd says that we should spend about 30 minutes every 2 hours working on paperwork. Now, the key is you have to limit that time. You really have to limit the paperwork time to that time. Otherwise, paperwork can start to eat into your prospecting. Now, the nice thing about it is that when you spend time on paperwork, then you're creating those paper trails, you're creating the files, you're creating the place where you can get information in a simple and easy way to find it. And it also can help take a break from some of the hard work of prospecting. Jeb Blount, who has written, or Jeb Blunt, I think that's how you pronounce his name, Jeb, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Let's hope we can get him. I've tried to get him on Sales Mastery, so I'm working on getting him there. But Jeb, in his book, Fanatical Prospecting, and I thoroughly believe in prospecting. You will find me on the phone every single day because I want to practice what I preach. But Jeb says there is no easy button in sales. Prospecting is hard, emotionally draining work, and it is the price that you pay to earn a high income. So I'm not here to talk so much about prospecting, but what I can tell you is that when you're prospecting, it can be very emotionally draining. And so you can use paperwork, just 30 minutes every couple of hours, to be able to take a break, to consolidate what your work is, so that you have a great idea of how to move forward. So that's paperwork. Now, when it comes to planning, again, I'm going to rely on Jeb to help me with this one again. He says if you don't have a plan, you become part of someone else's plan. Now, you can either control your life or someone else will use it to enhance theirs. It's your choice. Let me say that again. If you don't have a plan, you will become part of someone else's plan. Can you think of a time when that happened, where you ended up being redirected instead of following what you wanted to do because you didn't have a plan, because you didn't have steps in mind or next actions you were going to take? You ended up working on somebody else's project and not moving forward with your own business? I have to confess, I've done that. I've done that. So on the one hand, we need to take time to build a master plan. This is a form of leverage, which we're going to get into here shortly. But Napoleon Hill says to create a definite plan for carrying out desire and to begin at once, whether or not you're ready to put your plan into action. So what we tend to do is we tend to spend a lot of time on planning, and then we're getting ready to get ready to get ready to get ready. And so the effective salesperson, the effective business owner, spends time once a year creating their plan. And then every day they look at the plan and they spend a few minutes looking at how they're going to execute the plan. See, too much planning, I think, is a stall tactic. It really is. It's a form of procrastination. And what happens is when we are not moving forward with a plan, fear begins to grip our hearts. And when fear grips our hearts, we tend to be in inaction, which defeats the whole purpose. So planning has to be part of your day, but limited so that it helps to give you direction so you can step out, just like Napoleon Hill said, that whether you're ready or not, you put your plan into action. But it still needs to be, you still need to look at it, you still need to you still need to make time for it. Now, what I do at the end of the day, and this may work for you or the beginning of the day, but at the end of the day, before I leave my office, I write down the names of people I want to contact. I write down any important steps that have to be taken care of, any emails I need to make sure get sent out the next day. I make notes in my, you got it, my daily book. I do that in my daily book, and then I can go home and I can rest because I know that the things that I know have to be done and are important are going to get done. So I would recommend you spend no more than 15 minutes a day doing that to help you move forward. And part of that is going to be evaluating to make sure that those activities are the things you're doing that are going to move you forward towards your goal. So you take a few minutes to evaluate, prioritize, get those things in place. Now, let's talk quickly about surveys and evaluations. Surveys and evaluations are important. I spoke about evaluating your activity every day. My daughter, Stephanie, she's brilliant. And Stephanie has on her calendar every single day what she calls EOD, end of day. So that's her time to sit down and evaluate, just as I spoke a little earlier. That's her time to evaluate how effective she's being and if she's still staying on track, because we can often get sidetracked during our day. So she uses that time to help refocus her activity and make sure that the things she's doing are going to move her needle the right direction. Surveying. Now, we want to make sure that we are getting feedback from our customers. This shouldn't take too long, so we want to make sure that we're providing the service that the customers are expecting. Now, do we want to do that before we close the sale or after? I'll let you make that decision. For me, I often do it after the sale, but it's not a bad idea to make sure in the sales process that you're continuing to meet your customers' needs. So think about surveying your customers beforehand. It could be a paper survey. It could be just a couple of questions that you ask. But think about finding out what your customers like, because see, this can help you to make sure you're on the right track to meeting your customers' needs. You want to make some time for that when you're working with a customer. Now, to me, that would be something that would be one of the tasks that I would be working on to incorporate in my sales process, right? So think about that. It's just a suggestion, but I'm sure that it could provide you some very valuable information to move you forward with your business. Communication. Oh, there's just so much to talk about in this particular episode. But communication that includes email, it includes phone calls. Now, I'm not going to tell you how you should or shouldn't do things. One tactic that is recommended, and you have to decide based on your industry whether this is a good tactic for you. But there are people who will limit the times that they're going to reach out to their customers. So they leave emails or voicemails that say, "Thank you for calling. I return phone calls between 1 and 3 in the afternoon. Please leave your name and telephone number, and I will get back to you at that time." That is a perfectly legitimate way to let people know that you will get back to them when they can expect you to get back to them, and they know, it helps them to know that you care, but you have to follow through and do that. Other people feel that they have to answer the phone every time somebody calls them. Now, if you're not very busy, you may be able to do that. What you want to do is you want to make sure that your customers are respectful of your time as well as you being respectful of their time. So really consider how you want to do this. And if you want some help with it, I'd recommend that you go ahead and click that button for a free consult. We can talk about what works best for your customers. Now, what I do is when I'm off duty, I let the phone go to voicemail, and then I will listen to the voicemail, usually within 24 hours, usually within an hour, to make sure that I'm not missing something important that needs to be attended to. My business, we also have an emergency line. So when the emergency line goes off, I do answer that phone because that's what it's for. But that may or may not be appropriate for your business. But think about, especially emails too, turn off your email when you're working. And just turn it on at specific times so that you block out those times to answer the emails that are coming in. So those are just a couple of ideas in terms of handling those necessary tasks that are so, so important for your business. Now, I want to talk very, very quickly about leveraging your time. Leveraging your time. So planning, we talked about earlier, planning is really important because it saves you the inconvenience of trying to figure out what you want to do. Planning also helps you, they say that 15 minutes of planning will save you an hour of time because you're focused, because you know what needs to be done next and you're not trying to figure out what's going on. And it's much less likely you're going to get sidetracked by someone or something else, right? Now, it's really important to get those tasks out of your head. Some people say, well, I have a mind like a steel trap. Well, I'm going to tell you, the Daily Book is a great place. It's an absolutely phenomenal place for you to write down everything. Let me see if I have it here. I like to do a mind map to get things out of my head before I even put them in my daily book. So this is a mind map. It looks kind of complicated, right? But this mind map here, what it does is it helps me to break down my two businesses into the activities I want and the things I have to take care of based on groupings. And so that really helps me to see where I want to go and what I want to do. And then I use another color to point me to in the directions that I want to go for my businesses, right? So planning is really important. Getting things out of your head is important. Scheduling tasks is also very important. So when I know I have a lot to do in a week, I will schedule those tasks into my week. And here's what that does for me. One, it helps me not to be constantly concerned that I'm not going to get to something that I should, because that tendency has helps people or causes people to want to put too much into their schedule. We don't want to do that, right? We're trying to get away from that. The other thing too is it can help you guard those important tasks. You know that you're going to be doing this task. Let's say you're going to be working on a customer's file from 10 to 11 tomorrow because you have some time for that. Then when from 10 to 11, you don't let other things interfere because you know you set aside that time just for that task. It's so important that you schedule because this will help you free up your mind and leverage your time. I can't go into outsourcing very much, but as you're going through your day, note those things that are better in somebody else's skill set that could help you. And when you have the resources, then you can hire someone to help you with those things. I'm generally not a person that likes to file stuff, but I have a great helper. I have an office manager. She loves to track things. So that's her forte, that's her strength, and I enjoy letting her do that because that's not something I enjoy doing. And so I packed a lot of information into this episode. There's just so much. What I want to encourage you to do is join the Facebook group, Sales Mastery Facebook group. We're going to be doing some free trainings in there, kind of taking these concepts and going a little deeper. You're really going to want to take a look at how you're spending your time, because if you want to be more productive, if you want to get more done, then the way to do it is you got to schedule your time. You have to manage yourself in your time in order to accomplish the goals that you want. You will be amazed at how one or two of these tools will help you to spend less time at work and make more money in sales. So I want to thank you for joining me today on Sales Mastery. It's been wonderful having you. Thank you so much. Again, why don't you jump over to my Facebook group, facebook.com/groups/Sales Mastery. Take a look at that group. Join me there. We'll be going deeper on some of these concepts in the future, and you're going to love what you see there. Thanks so much. Make it a great day. You can join me every single Thursday.
Hi, this is Lisa Sasevich, known by many as the Queen of Sales Conversion. Welcome to the Invisible Close Mindset Behind the Money Action Series. What I want to share with you today is something that hopefully is going to leave you feeling lighter and more in the flow, more ready to get out there and make your irresistible offer. And here it is. Simply put, you, my friend, have already done the heavy lifting when it comes to the expert that you are, the coach that you are, the author that you are, the service professional that you are, the health provider that you are. Are you starting to hear a theme? You've gotten your degree. You've taken the certification programs. You have so many letters after your name, they can't even fit on your business card. Going to do more work in your area of expertise is not the answer to be able to get out there and help more people. And many people falsely believe if I just go take one more certification, if I get one more class in my area of expertise, if I write another book, then I can help more people. But here's how it actually works. There comes a point where you assume the throne. You own that you are the expert in the area of your expertise because you know what? You know more than the people that you're going to help, right? You may not be the world's top expert in that area, but there's a lot of people that you can help with what you already know. So if you draw a line of demarcation right there, you assume the throne, you say, you know what? I'm the queen of sales conversion, or at least that's what I said. You probably shouldn't say that. If you draw a line right there, then what it allows you to do is shift your focus, and instead of thinking that more training in your area of expertise is going to help you make a difference in the world, you shift your focus and you realize that it's actually now owning what I have, assuming the throne, and getting out there with my work is what's going to make a difference in the world. And to get out there with your work, the biggest service you can offer to the world is to learn to make your irresistible offer. And the thing that will help you is to know that you are the expert, you've done the heavy lifting, and that learning and practicing and doing what you're doing here. This is exactly the area of study you want to be in. So good for you for watching this today and being here in this learning today. That you'll know that extra piece, it's not that big, right? You've done the heavy lifting with becoming the expert that you are. There's this 10% nuance over here called, learning to make my irresistible offer. Maybe you need to learn how to have a one-on-one conversation that can take someone who's interested in your work all the way to invested in your work. We have structures for that. Maybe it's time to learn how to have what we call a one-to-many conversation. You might be on a live stage, or maybe on a webinar or teleseminar where it's you and lots of people listening and learning from you all over the world, right? Those are skills that all exist in what I call that 10% nuance. Learning to create your sales conversion machine so that this 10% can support the 90% that you already own. So I hope this is making sense. It's a tiny little mindset shift that has a huge result. In summary, it's not more letters after your name that are going to have you make the difference you want to make, right? I trust that if you found your way here, you've got enough on this side of the equation to help a lot of people right now. You have something to offer. Time to focus over here, which is why I'm proud of you for being here today. And really to start to become interested, fascinating, and get good at making that irresistible offer in any situation. And I want you to know I'm happy to be the person helping you with that.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us again. We are enjoying our mini series on careers from home and taking people from startups to the more seasoned individuals and how to really get your business up and going. A lot of people have decided to, during COVID, work from home. A lot of people have decided that they're going to get rid of their office buildings altogether. Well, the next guest, and this is really about educating people. So the goal here is to educate you on your home business that you're working. And one of the biggest things, we can have the best ideas. We can want to get out there and we can want to, grow the best company, everything. But guess what? The number one thing we have to do, and we have to know how to do, is sales, because every business will fail. Everything has something around sales, right? Connected with it. So I am bringing on one of the top experts. In fact, this gentleman, I have worked with him. I've seen him speak. I have so much respect for him and his team and what they've done for companies and teaching and educating people on how to get that sale and how to make money. Don't we want to make money? That's why you're watching this, right? So we can grow. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce my friend, Jim Padilla. And Jim, welcome. Thank you so much. Where are you calling in for? Where do you live right now?
This is my new office here in Nashville. So yeah, we've crossed the country.
All right. Well, that is so great. And you and your wife, if I'm not mistaken, she kind of got this business started kind of just from the kitchen table, right? In the beginning, and then you kind of have grown together as a team and really have taken that. At least that's what I understood from a while back. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was actually the opposite. She was in corporate retail. So she was building sales teams and running teams of hundreds and, to generate hundreds of millions for Target and Old Navy and Gap and stuff. I was the lifelong entrepreneur building and crashing businesses, like entrepreneurs do. And then we joined forces in 2013 when she decided she had enough of the corporate life and wanted to get into business with me. And things have just been incredible ever since.
That's great. So both your brains work together now, and I'm sure working together with your, with your spouse and being able to create something together has just been amazing for you guys. What would you say to people that are looking to, as a couple, join and maybe merge together? What's the truth behind all of it?
I'll tell you what, I hear people so many times that like, oh, I could never do that with my spouse. And the thing that we've noticed is that our marriage has gotten better because we actually, when you're running a multi-million-dollar, we got team all around the world, we got clients all around the world. We don't have the luxury of, I'm not going to talk to you today. That stuff just doesn't happen. Right. So if there's an issue that needs to be solved, you got to solve it. And so we've learned how to really both communicate and collaborate to solve problems much more strategically and effectively. And we learned to compartmentalize. If we got something going on, in the marriage life, it can't come into the business because we got too many people who count on us. So it's been an incredible tool for us to really grow together.
I love that. And that's really what we're trying to do here at the McKinsey Network, is make it real, make the stories real for careers from home. So now let's talk about business. Let's talk about making money. Tell us a little bit about, working from home. Just get, you do this all the time. You go out there, give us some pointers and some tips. And if somebody really is not a salesperson and that's just not their thing, they're scared to pick up the phone. What guidelines or what things can you help us grow our business? What tips could we get from you today?
Yeah. Well, the first thing is, as it speaks to working from home, it's having a business is not as hard as we think, but it does take very intentional strategic action. And so you need to be crystal clear on what it is you're actually trying to do for people. And you have to separate your product from people's journey, because the first thing you got to understand, and everybody, don't take this personal, just take it for what it is, because it's fact. Nobody cares about your product. Nobody cares about your business. They're not coming to you because they want your business. They're coming to you because you've demonstrated to them that you understand the problem they have and that you might have a solution. And until they're crystal clear that that problem is something that must be solved, your solution is irrelevant. So don't come with people's solutions, or don't come with your product. Just be really, really concerned about how you show up in a way that helps people understand that they've got a problem that matters to you.
Mm-hmm. So really it's about them and how it's going to benefit them at the end of the day. So
the time.
Your journey and your excitement, they could be happy for you, but at the end of the day, how is this going to benefit me? How is your service going to benefit me and using? So, we have a variety of people on here, from the startups to the seasoned entrepreneurs. And what would you say to, so let's take a few, different levels here. Let's say we'll take the startup for a couple minutes, just getting started, just getting their plans put together. And then the sales piece comes up. What tips do you have for them? Then we'll talk about the seasoned in just a minute.
Sure. Well, first of all, we specialize in working with companies that are forward thinking, right? We work with companies that are scaling. We help put sales teams, strategies, and systems in place so that you can grow beyond where you are today. We exist to create opportunities for the future. You must be thinking constantly about the business that you're building as well as the business that you're in today. Because if you only focus on what you're doing today, then you're never going to grow into what you need to become. And if you're totally focused on next year's goals, then you're never going to eat today. So you have to make sure that you're able to think about both. But here's the thing that I teach people differently than most. Most people think, what's the smallest thing you could sell and how can you ascend? Because it's easier to sell something at 97 than it would be for 10,000, of course, right? Mm-hmm. But think about how many $97 products you got to sell to reach $10,000. And if you're not making any money, then you can't help anybody, right? So we always teach, sell to the high end, sell the solution that will require the greatest amount of effort and focus from you, because that's going to deliver the greatest amount of outcome to them. And so if you have a $10,000 solution that delivers $100,000 outcome, right? A life-changing outcome, you have to communicate that. And then as you start making profit, then you could start working on selling smaller things, because those smaller things take a lot of time, effort, energy, and resources to scale up. And you don't have resources if you don't have revenue. So sell the biggest thing that you can sell for the greatest outcome that you can deliver. And then again, think about this from a simple math perspective. If, maybe 10K, that magical 6-figure mark is what people are always striving for when they start. It's easy to hit that if you only have to sell 10 things at $10,000. It's darn near impossible if you don't know how to build a business to sell enough $97 items to make $100,000, right?
Right.
So go start from the top, because it's not because it's the highest money, because it's the greatest outcome you can provide.
Right. And when you're starting up, especially if you're bootstrapping yourself on something, which is what most startups do, is they're getting going. And I've seen so many people that get started and they almost devalue themselves because they're like, well, get in on the $99 special or the $100 special, right? When it could be like, look, this is the value. This is what you're going to get. This is the amount, of audience you're going, audience that you might be able to come in contact with, or I'm using my example of my program here, but I love that. I love it. You're flipping the script, totally forward thinking on this. So thank you for adding that. I hope those of you in startup mode have got some value from that. Now let's reach to the next level. Let's reach to the CEOs of companies. I deal so much when I'm out networking, and I get hit up constantly as, do you know any good salespeople? I need salespeople. Where are my salespeople? And so those of you that might own a few companies on here and you're having a hard time retaining or getting sales or that type of thing, what is it that you can give those folks to give them some value? Because people are so frustrated. They get salespeople in, they say they're going to do this, they say they're going to do that. And at the end of the day, the sales aren't happening and they just keep going through the cycle, hoping something's going to come and things are going to get better and they're going to reach that right person. So what do you have to say to those CEOs of those companies?
Well, you're speaking right to the heart of the biggest problem for most people. We've generated over $250 million worth of sales results for our clients. And we run about 25,000 sales conversations a year. So we have a little bit of relevance in this discussion. And the thing that's been amazing to me is we have never come across a company, whether they're at 6 figures or 9 figures, that is what we would call sales team ready. Most people think a salesperson equals a magic wand. Like, hey, I've been a sales guy my whole life. There's been plenty of times where I showed up and they said, well, here's my script. There's my leads. Go to town, and expecting magic to be created. And the problem is you can take the best closer salesperson in the world, drop them in a mediocre environment that has no system, strategy, and processes. That great rock star salesperson will quickly become mediocre. And you will burn them out. They won't have results. You won't know why, because you don't have the processes in place, right? You're the magic when you're selling for yourself, because you know where all the bodies are buried. You know everything that's going on in the company. You know all the off menu items. You know everything. Salesperson doesn't know that when you hire them. So they don't know what all of those things. They're relying on their skill set, and they're frustrated because they don't have any systems to lead to a predictable quality of conversation. And the goal is you have to have the right conversation with the right people at the right time about the right things, and then sales happen automatically. So when you're sales team ready, which is what we focus on, because we've literally, every company we work with, we have to go back in after the fact and start putting in the system, strategies, technology, and processes to make it go. So you need to be able, the metric you're looking for is how do you set up an opportunity to deliver a qualified booked appointment for a salesperson. And then, because what happens is most of the time your leads aren't as good as you say they are, and most salespeople aren't as good as they think they are. So you put those two together with an offer that's not really messaged and dialed in for your market. And, you could say hilarity ensues, but unfortunately it's not funny. It's kind of sad, because you lose money, you lose time, you lose frustration, and many times you go out of business. What we want to do is make sure you've got the perfect market fine-tuned. You've got the right system, strategy, and technology that will lead people on an incredible prospect journey, so that you're basically moving to the point where every time you talk to somebody, it is the ideal person, and you're having the right conversation with them about the right thing at the right time, so that your offer, which is well crafted, is the logical conclusion to the journey that they're on. And most people, that's not the case. The offer is just an offer, and you're trying to randomly force feed it to somebody who may or may not fit, because you need the revenue and you're hoping they need some kind of a breakthrough. Mm-hmm. And that's just a tough way to go, because if you don't have the right market, which means you don't typically have the right message, and if your offer isn't dialed in perfectly, then what that necessitates is you have to be the most influential person on the planet. You have to bring rock stars who can just influence their way to selling people. And I have done that. I have been Mr. Influence because my offer was sucked and my market wasn't tuned in and fine-tuned. So I had to just be Mr. Influence, because that was the only way I was going to win them over. And so fortunately I can do that, but I sure as hell don't want to have to. That's not scalable, and it's not replicatable, and it's not sustainable.
Right. Right. And, I think so many people run into, and I see this so much with CEOs that I talk with. It's like, they'll go and they'll say, well, I don't have good leads. So then they'll go spend all this money on marketing and on putting the leads together and the right connections and being able to sort through that. And then it's like, where's the money? Where's this coming from? Because if they would have started, really, I really feel like everyone should. And I really feel like every company really should sit and have a consultation with you and see what you provide. I know, CEO Space, which is a company that I'm affiliated with, is he came in, and I'm working as a salesperson, and I learned so many tips. I mean, just so much. I don't know if you realize that, Jim, but I was paying attention to everything. And really and truly, he sat and really showed us a completely different way to look at things. And so I just want you to know that, what would you tell people that are, they have a certain budget. So let's say that they're past a startup, they're actually producing some good income. When should they bring you in to work with them? When should that happen?
But the real place that we come into play with people is when you're reaching a point where you're having to make decisions about growth and fulfillment. Like if you're saying, okay, look, I'm putting all my resources into growth, and then I'm kind of ignoring fulfillment, or I'm so busy fulfilling that I don't put money and effort and resources into growth, because you have to have both. You always have to have the foot on the gas. You have to consistently be generating, and you have to be able to fulfill. Those aren't choices you should have to make. Those are things that have to come together. So when you're at that place, when you're putting too much time into one or the other, that's the time to start talking about what is my quality sales growth strategy? How do I pull this in so that it fits and wraps perfectly around what I'm trying to accomplish, as opposed to just selling stuff because you need to make money, because that typically leads to transaction basis and it doesn't lead to a sustainable growth scalable strategy in a process. So when you're at that place, when that's the money you're looking at, and also here's the other thing you have to think about is, and you have to be honest. Just requires an honest conversation with the man or the woman in the mirror. Are you looking for the best outcomes, or are you looking for the cheapest result? Because if you're looking for the cheapest result, don't call me, and do me a favor and don't call any salesperson who has self-respect. Just hand it off to some teenager or your customer service person or your secretary and let them figure it out. Because if you want a quality outcome instead of the cheapest result, it's going to require a quality individual who wants to be respected and valued. And they want to be treated like you understand the value they can bring. And you want to put systems and strategies and processes in place that will help them shine. Right. But again, you don't go out and try to hire the best talent and pay them the least. Put the best systems in place and let people come to want to work with you because they see what you can actually help them achieve. And that's when magic happens. And we meet on all of those trends. We help put strategy together if that's what you need. We help put the systems in place. We also help put the sales teams in place. And we are an outsourced sales team for the right clients. And so, but we match you up with the ideal solution for where you are at the stage of your business. But everybody that we work with in our everything we do is purely designed for people who are really legacy minded and who are trying to scale. And that's not everybody. A lot of people are very comfortable where they are, or they don't, excuse me, overestimate their own capabilities. And we like working with people who want to take partners and who are looking for something. And by partners, not like ownership in your company, but like we collaborate to deliver an outcome.
Right. Okay. I love that. And so you were mentioning that you actually bring a sales team, or can bring a sales team to the company that's trained, that knows that you've handpicked, you've obviously trained them, you've put them in that system. And so, yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. So those of you out there, in the audience here, think about this. You've got somebody, if you're struggling with the sales, and let's say you do, maybe you're an investor, you buy and sell companies. If your company is really having a struggle with this, why wouldn't you bring somebody on that has a sales team kind of already put in? And again, he's so professional. I've got to work with, and actually I've gotten to, with the company that I'm associated with, CEO Space, I actually saw him come in and say, okay, Deborah, let's go ahead. Let's look at your strengths, which I think you do that well. You take people's strengths and you say, okay, Deborah's good at this and this and this piece. Now, and it's always an improvement. Always, you can always improve, but maybe she needs to hand it off to the next person. Go out, get that piece, and let the person come in and really know and close that sale. And so you can have a cross team in many ways, correct? That can come in, and the goal is the results. So what training do you have for people with a sales team? What do you guys offer them?
Well, people with a sales team, we will typically have a more customizable solution, but we'll come in and provide we do role plays, we do call audits, we do the things, it's interesting because here's probably the greatest thing you could do for yourself as a sales individual, as an entrepreneur, or as somebody who's leading salespeople. It's always interesting to me when people show up on a training call of some kind, like this. If this training call, you come up, say, hey, Jim, I was really struggling trying to get this person to say yes. They said they couldn't afford it, or here's what I came up with. And you think you're trying to solve for, I can't afford it. And when we listen to your call audit, we find out that wasn't the problem at all. It was that you broke rapport with them 20 minutes earlier because they said something about their mother being in the hospital and you didn't even address it. Or all of a sudden you don't realize you're moving in a conversation and they're not moving with you. And you missed 3 other opportunities that would have opened up a powerful conversation or a really deep dive opportunity to explore the problem that they're experiencing. Right. And because of that, we never got below the surface. So it's not that they couldn't afford it. It's that you never actually materialized the problem that they need to solve and elicited a commitment for them to want to solve it. So it was just there was no reason for them to buy it, which is how they express, I can't afford it, right? And so when you listen to a call audit, it's you hear the truth versus when somebody shows up on a call and tries to tell you what they're doing wrong, because they're only guessing. And we always try to make ourselves feel or look a little bit better. So we're not totally honest, not because we're lying, just because we don't know, right? So you do call audits, listen to people, and ideally listen to your own call audits consistently, right?
Record yourself.
To always record all of the calls that you do and then audit them all continually. And then from that is what you determine what needs to be role played, because maybe 60% of your call is great. And the key pit point is when you transition to the offer, you get weak, or you get fast, or you get crazy, you get nervous, right? Or maybe you're just not setting up the call well. So you can laser role play the part of the call that you're not confident or competent in, right? And you will master those little pieces, will deliver incredible amounts of growth on the backside. And those two things alone is going to be more important than any sales training you're going to get, because you can diagnose that as a human. Even if you're not a sales expert, you can listen to it and go, man, that wasn't right. That just missed. How would I handle that person just as a human being versus as a sales expert? And you'll be well on your way to making marked improvements in your process.
You know, there's so many different, well, there's basically, it's been, you know, kind of pretty much any type of personality quiz that you take, is there's usually 4 different styles. I know with DISC, I was piloting at one time a sales, like how people are with the 4 different styles of sales. And I personally am somebody who is I'll be your friend. We'll have lunch, we'll have fireside chats. We just keep on being friends. We just keep on. I know your kids, I know everybody. And then it's that end spot of, okay, now let's close. Let's talk about the money piece of it. And then you have that other person that comes in, they see it and they 90% close. Here we go. We've got the close. We know what to say. We know, and they might not build that rapport the same way, but it's a little different. And then you have your other style that's very analytical, and they need facts, data, numbers, figures, right? They want, and they'll process it. They might come back a few times. Then you've got the other style that is more of that the nurturer, or the person that wants to have the fun and laugh and have a good time. And so how do you tailor all the different styles? Because I know you know what I'm saying. You know, you've got the 4 main, and then you have the different styles of humans that come in with those. And so how do you flex those styles and teach them this versus just one way of teaching?
Well, that's, it's interesting because we don't have a step-by-step sales process. It's not what we teach. There's millions of those. You can Google them. They're everywhere. And I can refer you to a million of those people. What we do is we focus on getting you to be yourself, because people are going to buy you. The most enrolling thing you'll ever do is be yourself. And too many times, like, you've been selling every day of your life, right? You've been selling everywhere. You've been selling your spouse to marry you, your kids to eat their broccoli. You've been selling, your friends to go out to sushi instead of Mexican or whatever. And you do it every single day, all day. And it's natural. You're great at it. Every one of you is great at it. But then you do it in a business setting. All of a sudden you put on this hat, like, I am now the salesperson and I must do this thing this way. And you become everything except yourself. And then you wonder why people don't buy, because there's nothing connecting them to this process. They're not feeling you. So even if they can't identify it, it comes out in forms like, well, I got to think about it, or I got to talk to my spouse, or I can't afford it, because they don't know what else to say. They're programmed to say those things. Now, you think the problem is they couldn't afford it, when the real problem was they didn't really understand why they should buy this thing, because you were too busy trying to be something you're not, instead of just showing up as yourself, right? So everything we do is about stripping away all the stuff that's not you, and then having you show up as somebody who is the true expert of the problem that they have, the person who knows how to solve it, the person who understands the journey that they're on, and who knows how to articulate it better than they can, and then calling them out for it. Because all these other sales processes, what they do is they make you just like everybody else. We want you to be just like you, because nobody else is.
I love it. That is fantastic. I am glad I asked that question. That is so good. So, question for you. So, one thing I want to do, and what we do at the McKinsey Network, is we offer everybody that comes on some type of special for consulting with you, maybe something that you have. Do you have any offers or anything that you can possibly provide us? You can go to the McKinseyNetwork.com website, and we will have this video recorded. And, is there, I don't know what you possibly can put out of your goodie bag, but we definitely would love it. And I can tell you guys, I have worked with Jim. He is worth the time to at least have a consultation with him, see what he does. And he's on it. He returns his phone calls, his team's on it. His customer service is just impeccable. And that is one thing is sometimes hard to find. So I really like to qualify people before they come on my show to make sure that you're getting the best, and possibly I've even worked with them one-on-one. That's what I look for.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm going to give a couple of different things, because we did talk about a couple of different audiences on here. And if you're in that, I'm just trying to figure this out phase, we actually don't work with a lot of people in that phase. And it's no offense to you. It's just, I've forgotten what A, B, C, D, E is. So I'm not the guy to help you with that. There are some people who are fantastic there. However, I can give you a new way of thinking. And I have a resource. It's called the 10 Moves to Making More Sales Without Getting Better at Selling. So instead of teaching you 10 ways to become a sales rock star, I'm going to teach you 10 ways to really show up as a powerful expert of the problem that you solve. And the goal is to start structuring your world in such a way that people showing up wanting to buy, instead of teaching you how to be a sales expert, when the reality is you're probably never going to be one, because most people aren't. So let's give you a chance to do something really well. So it's called the 10 Moves to Make More Sales. And that link will be in the show notes or on the page here for you. And it's literally 10 things that you can do that don't require you to be a sales expert, but help you make more sales, because you show up as a more powerful, clear, compelling leader. Okay. And that's everything from truth telling to understanding what's at stake, to really to understanding the importance of partnerships and relationships in sales, and all the things that I do that help people show up already predisposed to buying, instead of me showing up having to be some kind of super influential badass, because who the hell needs to do that all the time? Right.
Right.
So that's the first one. And then the other is the sales team readiness assessment that we talked about. So it's actually something we're literally just now building. And so you'll be the first ones to get access to it. And it's a red light, yellow light, green light type process. You're going to see, where am I with traffic? Where am I with my messaging? How dialed in is my offer? Where is my team and where they look at? What is my community that I'm drawing from? How well structured is my offer? So it's just going to help you put everything together all the things that we do with our clients, so that you can become sales team ready. Again, with the metric that the ultimate sales metric is, how many qualified booked appointments can I get? Whether you're selling your own stuff or you have a sales team in place, the more of those you get, the more you're going to rock and roll with your business, and everybody's going to win. And that's what we want for everybody. Because when that's happening, businesses scale, businesses grow, clients get served, movements happen, the world changes. And I'll tell you right now, more than any time in history, we need you entrepreneurs stepping up. You got to take the responsibility, the duty, the obligation, the ownership to fine tune your skill set and do the things necessary, because our government clearly is never going to save the day. Corporate America is not here to save the day. You are. America's going to turn around. The world is going to change on the backs of entrepreneurs. The changes we make, the problems we solve, the more clear we are about it, the more ownership we take and saying, yes, we got the cure for what ails you. Follow me to the mountaintop, because we're going, right? When you can do that, the world is your oyster, and you are now at choice. If you can't do that, you will always be at the mercy of somebody else who can. And that's no way to run your business or change lives for people. So we're here to help make that happen.
I love it. I love it. And this is the best example of, my tagline that, creating the McKinsey Network is that every connection creates an impact. So today we got to see what that means. And really, thank you for showing up and bringing your energy and bringing your goodie bag with you. And we definitely, please go to the McKinsey Network site and you can rewatch this video and set up a time to talk with Jim. You are going to be very happy. And thank you for offering us some specials and letting folks even start out with, I guess it's kind of like your pilot. I'm sure you are piloting it with a few people, but be on the cutting cutting edge, the cutting edge of this. So, Jim, I just want to thank you so much for your time today. I know you are a very busy man, and just to get a few minutes with you, and thank you for when I asked, hey, would you please be on my show? You didn't hesitate. You came right on. So thank you again for coming on, and we'll see you guys next time on our next show for this mini series.
Hello and welcome. Welcome to Careers from Home, your home. And tonight, this afternoon, today, wherever you are, I'm going to share with you the best job careers from home for retirees. Why? Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. My name is Joy Ruffin, and I'm coming to you from the Sunshine State, Florida, where almost all happy retirees go, right? Here or a couple of others, but there are a lot of retirees here, including myself, hubby and I. Yet it has lots of possibilities. You are now invested and involved and absolutely part of the community of Careers from Home. So what are the best jobs for you if you're retired? If you're still active and want to be more engaged, involved with the community that you had decided to reside in, there are so many opportunities for you. And I want to share with you a little bit about me so that you can understand why I'm coming to you with the best jobs and careers from home for retirees. As I said, basically, you already know my name is Joy. I'm going to be putting across here a few things that I want you to take a snapshot or a screenshot of or camera shot so that we can stay in touch, because my mission, my assignment is to get to know you. If you are thinking or considering working from home, whether you're a retiree or not, there's lots of information that I can share with you that will benefit you on your journey. Hubby and I retired here to Florida, it seems 100,000 years ago, and yet also it seems like yesterday. And he had to really tap dance around me to get me to come here, because I didn't want to be there where all of the people retired to and they're this, that, and they're playing golf or doing about nothing. I had too much energy, too much drive, and too much passion for the work that I was doing and what I wanted to continue to do. And then we came here to Florida, the Sunshine State, and it is. And so what I decided to do, I put my website up there, which you can peruse at any time and look through. And what I ought to have said from the very beginning is, if you're here and here for the first time to this site, Careers from Home, welcome to yours, because it's your home that you're going to be residing in and that you're going to be doing some type of work from your home. Why? Because 99.9% of the time, like me, you still have tons and tons of energy and you have hobbies and things that you want to do. Or maybe now is the time that you want to decide to do something that for whatever reason, back in the day, and the reasons are never ending, that you could not do maybe what you really wanted to do. Maybe you had a family. Maybe you were raising your children to be the best that they could be. And maybe you were doing something that you liked, and you maybe, and these are all possibilities and maybes, big maybes, for the salary and the paycheck. And even though it wasn't something that you just absolutely disliked, there was something more that you wanted, but because of family and responsibilities and all those other variables, you decided, I'm going to stick and stay here with what I'm doing. Understood. You know, today you are lucky. Why? Because today this age factor, being a happy senior, it doesn't carry the negative weight that it did many, many years ago. Why? Because people are living longer. They're in better health, taking care of themselves. Much more health enthusiasts are out and about today than ever before. Back way before my time, but a name that I can remember when I began to get interested in health and being the best that I could be in the health arena, taking care of me, someone by the name of Jack LaLanne. No matter what generation you're in, you probably have heard that name somewhere. Well, I don't know if he necessarily started it, but he began to put on the map, so to speak, this thing about taking care of your body, your vessel, your temple. I use those three words interchangeably for taking care of you. Your health is the best wealth you're ever going to have, no matter how much money you have in the bank. It really is important. So if you're deciding that you want to work from home, there's something you want to do, then now is a time to be thinking about all the options that are available to you. Now, you have probably heard this over and over and over. I happen to be repetitive, but for a good reason. I'm going to ask you to do something that maybe you already know how to do and you've been told 100,000 times to do. But now that you're retired and you are home and you are going to be working from home, and you want to really get to your passion, you want to get to the heart and the soul of you of what you really want to do. Because even though money might still be a major component of your careers from home and working from home, maybe it's more than that. Because once you get to the passion of what you want to do, you might decide the money will come, but it won't be right away, because you have to do your groundwork, have your goals and your plans and the focus in alignment. So what are you going to do? Well, how about doing what most of us have done at some point in time, right? And that is to comprise a list of everything that you absolutely love to do, that it brings a smile to your face. And maybe it's something that you did in your younger days that maybe you're not using an example as dancing. Maybe you're not as agile as you were back then, but yet you still love to dance. I'm just using this as an example because the list that you're going to make is going to have everything imaginable there. And maybe like me, I'll give you an example, a story about me. My upbringing back in the day, I'm old-fashioned, old school, and back in the day, and happy to be. But here's the caveat. Here's the exception to that. I happen to love, beyond love, technology, because I think international, I think global. And can we have that now? Yes, we can, and we do. Our community now is so much larger than it was back in my day, and that's a blessing. There are other parts of technology that is pure, and I use this word lovingly. It isn't a lovingly word, but it's pure dreck. But your assignment, because you are in that retirement mode, is to be a sterling example of what not to do in that arena. Bad, no good, who needs it? But I tell you that to say that technology for me, as much as I love it, it's still an exploration for me because of a lot of issues. It doesn't come easy, but yet I love it and I stay the course. And so the reason that I started to share this with you is because as a young girl, I was always very talkative and also became a keen observer because I've had kinds of learning disabilities and processing deficits, which I was so ashamed of as a young lady. And now I don't take pride in it, but I don't have a hard time relaying that in conversation to anyone because it's part of my journey and the journey never ends. But my mother, not my dad so much because I was a spoiled daddy's little girl. My mother used to always say, Joy, leave them alone. Stop yapping, stop chapping, stop chatting, blah, 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 constantly. My mother was just one of those that was very much into manners and decorum and being a proper young lady. And I attempt to be that now. Yet, I do still love, as much as I love to have a conversation and talk, I also like to listen, a good listener. And that's why I love to do what I'm doing here. And maybe if that's part of your story, and now you think, I'd like to work online. I'd like to have my own TV show, radio show, internet show, live streaming show, whatever. I'd like to interview people and chat with people. Well, here's your opportunity. But in conjunction with that, let me also say to you, I want to put up here, I did put up my website because the whole intent is that you will connect with me at some point in time when you're ready. And I want to share something else with you towards the end. And this is my calendar link where I love to Zoom. And you can take a screenshot, you can take a snapshot, you can take a photograph of it, however you want to do it. Take however it works for you, and then a snippet, and then we can connect and chat, because there's much I want to share with you. And if you're thinking about seriously making that investment in you to work online and to have a career from home, a second career, maybe a third, then I have lots of information I can share with you. And one of the excitements for me is this new software that I found, which I'm going to share with you a wee bit later. But for now, I just want you just to remember, what was that? Cheers, I think, remember my name. Yes, I want you to remember my name. But I also want you to know that you're welcome here, always, that this community, this Careers from Home platform is going to be where you're going to meet not only me, but so many other men and women in this community who are only here to support you and to help you fulfill that dream, second or third dream that you might have now that you are retired. So what are some of the things that you can do after you make that list of things that you absolutely love, that you never tire of, that you really enjoy, and it brings you joy and pleasure? My tagline when I open both of my 2 live streaming broadcasts every week is that you have entered the world of joy. Your joy. Your joy. It happens to be my name, but it's your joy. And your Careers from Home, hopefully, as my momsy would say, my prayer is that it will fulfill for you that prayer, that it's right for you and it's going to work for you in time. And you will meet many mentors, coaches, consultants who will support you. And your assignment is to align with those who have the same or as close to your values as possible. Their integrity, their ethics, their character, their principles, the honor, and the sense of self-respect that they have for themselves, you can buy into, because it's what you are all about. So let's talk about some jobs and some opportunities for you. You might have heard them, but it's always good to have things resounding from another ear, another mouth, another whatever, so that it can resonate, as one of my friends says, to the marrow of your bones. So how about, and here's something that as a young girl, I did a lot of. And everywhere that I went to do this work they would always praise me. And luckily, my healthy sense of self was there. I didn't get a big head. But customer service, where you're talking on the phone and now via and through the computer to the people that you're going to serve. And that customer service arena, nobody can do it better than you can. And why do I say that? Because your sense of etiquette, manners, decorum, and all that entails, no one knows and can deliver it better than you can. You know what it is to get on the phone with this technology today, much of it, and get these robotic machines, and how relieved you are when you get a human. And then what can happen is this: you become that human. And because you've been there and you know what it's like, your ability to connect and to deliver sterling, stellar, the best service possible, they're going to remember you and rave about you. Because sad to say, and I don't blame them, I'm not throwing dispersions that way. I'm not in any way being judgmental in a negative, critical way, because the younger generation, so many of them, they didn't get the memo. They didn't have anybody around them, many of them, to give them the basic foundation about what manners and etiquette is all about. And it's not only about good morning, madam, good morning, sir, good evening, thank you. It's so much more than that. And because their parents were so busy and so invested in all the reasons we don't go there, we're not psychologists, we're not psychiatrists. We just know what good customer service is all about. Yes, we do. So that's a number one arena that you can start with. And you can do that no matter what branch of your passion and love might be in. It can be financial, it can be real estate, it can be insurance, it can be retail, it can be the arts, it can be anything. But when you get on that phone or in that computer, no one is going to be able to deliver like you, because you know what it's like to be on the other end with somebody who has no regard and no understanding of what you're asking for and what you seek and the support that you need. And the thing is that you have developed at this stage, you have developed confidence in knowing who you are. That's the beauty of your work from home now, regardless to what you're doing in the customer service arena. Here's what someone said to me, and maybe you've heard it, and if you have, chuckle right along with me. One of my favorite friends, and I belong to a group that's called the Toastmasters. I've been with them now for about 5 years, love them, and hope to stay there until I drop from this planet this time around, because I'm one of those, whether you believe or not, it's okay, who really buys into reincarnation and are coming back again and again until we get it right. But this group, one of my co-Toastmaster members said one night in a speech of his, the speech is not important, but this quote, this comment that he made was powerful, and you'll get it. He said, too many people grow old and they never grow up. Well, that went to the marrow of my bones. It just resonated to the core. Because as a young girl, I used to think, until I became and got out here, until I stepped into the real world, so to speak, reality check. And I began to see that a lot of mature people, older people, elder people, they didn't get the memo either. So it's up to you, me, all of us together who have an appreciation for life skills and what that entails, social skills, knowing when, where, and how to respond and react to others. We are open-minded and ready to embrace the next opportunity because we've been there and done that, and yet we remain and we keep and open everything because we are fascinated with the possibilities of what can be. We've seen a lot over the years, no matter what generation you were in. And we know that there's a lot more to come. And those who are wanting to retire and maybe have a career from home, they are more open-minded than those who just want to retire. And there's nothing wrong with this. I'm not throwing shade. If they just want to retire because they've worked all their life and 9 to 5 and beyond, and they have a good retiring plan and money and the finance, they don't want to work. They just want to golf, play mahjong, shop, whatever. That's okay. That's not you. That's not me. No disdain for those who want to do that. They paid their dues. They're at that level of whatever level that is for them. And that's where we leave them. When they're ready, they will step into what you want to do. Work from home because you have this seed, this kernel of wanting to bud in you that wants more. And working from home, whatever level that is for you, you'll find it. And so when you want to work, when you make that list, will it be the financial industry? Will it be the insurance industry? Because these are the ones, and by the way, all of the retail chains, not that you necessarily want to do that, but you could do the customer service from home. That would be all of the stores that maybe some people disdain and they look down upon them and they have contempt as far as working there, you know, like the Walmart greeter. Hello there, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. You don't want that, maybe, but if you do, fine. But what you can do is consider the customer service departments there, Walmart and Target and BJ's and Costco's and JCPenney and all the retail stores. So many options. If you have your resume together and you know the skills and the confidence and the knowledge, all one and the same tied together in a bundle that you bring to the table, then they're waiting for you. Now, salary, a whole different ballgame. It's contingent upon what you need and what you're seeking, and if you really need it. Most people, and this is most, many, and some, it's certainly not all, money is not the first item on their list of why they want to work from home. It could be so many other variables. It could be the medical insurance. It could be a lot of other things. These are the things you have to list and you have to know. The fashion and the beauty business, which is my background, fashion, which I love, is great because you can always go in there and do all kinds of things. But your list of where your top 3 to 5 skills are, those are the departments, the companies that you want to edge into boldly. As one of my many coaches and mentors says, be loud, proud, and bold with all the knowledge and the wisdom that you have acquired. So working from home, your careers from home ought to be really received in a way that elevates you, because you have over these years that you've been out and about working and now retired, you have mastered yourself. Your sense of self-worth and self-awareness and self-esteem and the self-respect and the honor that you hold for yourself, you can relay that on to others. And you and I know that there's so many out here who need, whether they know it or not, your wisdom and your knowing. And the customer service work that you do, and I'm staying with customer service because this is one of the largest categories. There's so many others, but your assignment is to find out what they are. And they might be connected to and tied and related to in some way to customer service. But the love and the gratitude that you give in the service that you are offering and the work that you're doing will be so valued. Because if anything, what do we know now because of this pandemic? This pivot, which was the buzzword that came about when the pandemic first hit, it's hard to believe. Was it this year or last year? It's hard to remember. But pivot, change, transform, they're all words for transformation and changing from one something to the other. And what you have to do, myself included, all of us who are about acquiring wisdom and being active, involved and engaged in our communities and being an instrumental part of our communities, because it's all about family, relationships, and community, no matter what you're doing, where you are, where you reside. It doesn't matter. What you want to do is be able to offer the best of you and master who you are and pass that wisdom that you have on to others so that they can mirror and be their own example of what they're seeing that stands in the best regard. And for me, the fashion industry, which I love, I stepped away from because I began to realize, especially for women, and if you're a woman out there, all well and good. And if not, a male, you have a significant other that you value. So the comment that I'm about to make here is relevant regardless. It's not about fashion. It's about developing, knowing and discovering who you are and being the best of you that you can be so that you are a stellar, sterling example for others. I want to put up this link here, which I put up before, my calendar link. But for now, because we're ending, and this is not, please, this is a free gift that I'm offering you. Just take a snapshot of that if you're coming here for the first time. I'm not doing this workshop with you as a promotional type of workshop. This is an introduction to share with you a little bit about careers from home and working from home if you happen to be a retiree, or for that matter, anyone. I'm just gearing it towards retirement, because it could be someone who's just right out of school, college. It could be the same thing, except that maybe their awareness and their knowledge isn't as extensive as yours might be if you are a retiree. And if you are, and you're thinking about how you show up, because it still matters, even today with no rules, this is a free booklet that I'm offering to you. And I hope you'll take a snapshot and get this book. No attachments, no ties, but it's a great little booklet, and I feel that you'll enjoy it. And then you might want to connect with me after the fact. But here's what I really wanted to put up for you. If you're thinking about working from home, and maybe you've started, and maybe you're dabbling a little bit here and a little bit there, and you have every type of software imaginable to get you up and running to be all that you're here to be, I want to introduce you to a software. I've been out here futzing around, that's my keyword, buzzing around for quite a while, turning a hobby into a business. And that's why I'm here with you, Careers from Home. This is what I do. I work from home. And I have had a little bit of every type of platform software imaginable. And I'm not knocking any of them because they were all good and they served me well. Except of late, I found this one through a very good friend of mine. And it is stellar. It is the smartest software and sterling in so many ways. But I want you to find out for you. If you're working from home and you have several different all things coming together, a paying out here and a paying out there and a paying out there, then look into this because we do a 14-day trial. I'm not promoting to sell you here, but I'm offering you something that if you're serious, and you are, or you wouldn't be here, about working from home, this is a software that will offer you zillions of benefits that you're not going to get anyplace else. And that's the reason. So you can take a snapshot. This will be scrolling across. Well, it won't be scrolling because I made the title, but you can just take a snapshot, or this will be up and about everywhere. And then you can make sure that you go there and you check this out. The 14-day trial will give you enough that you will know whether or not it's something that you want to do or have as part of your platform. But what can I say? I can say this. I'm hoping that you'll get to my website and see a little bit more and learn a little bit more about me. And let me also say, not only me, but everyone here in this community, everyone in this community has been here for quite a while, adore and edify the brilliant trailblazer who put this all together. And if you have any questions or concerns, not only Raven, the talk show maven, but everyone here is more than willing to guide, to support, and to help you in the discovery of what for you is the best careers from home. If you've not already decided, and if you're not absolute and concrete about it. And if you're not, that's good. Explore. This platform we're still in beta, but you are welcome to come in at any time. And all of the benefits here are never ending. This is not the time to share them with you. But when that time comes, or if you have questions, the platform and the people who are here in this community are going to always be available to you. I cannot tell you, I've only been here for a couple of years, and this is the first time that she's put this platform out here, Careers from Home. But I can tell you this, everyone here wants your success and wants to support you in every way possible to align with you so that you can get the best of the best for you. And once you do that, you're on the way. The people here, it's an extended family. Everybody wants everyone to be successful and will do and support you in every way possible to do that. So your assignment, if you don't know, you're going to know now. I love homework. I'm a perennial student, which some of my coaches have said to me, Joy, you're always getting ready to get ready to get ready. Well, that's over for me, but I do love learning. And so I say that to say, you explore and be about, if you're not already here, discovering and coming aboard to ask questions, to find out what's the best career from home for you. And then once you are able to align and find out, everyone here is more than happy to engage with you, to support you, to be all that you're here to be. And today, it's not about age. It's about your knowledge and your wisdom and the service and the gratitude that you have for being here and the love that you share and bring to the table for others. Your purpose is to be the master of you and to share the love and the greatness and the power of you with all of those who need you and the services that you're offering. So that said, I'm wanting you to connect with me. I do, because I know that there's so many ways that I can benefit you on your journey. And it is a journey, and it's a never-ending journey, but it's a great journey. I love putting other people in the spotlight, highlighting and showcasing their talents, their gifts, and their wisdom out into the stratosphere. And I would love, if you're here for the first time and thinking, maybe consider this and join me. I'm easy to find. I'm everywhere. It's Ruffin with an E, not an I. And it's on every platform. I'm there. And I can't wait to meet you, to connect with you. And I'm sending your way always the very, very best. And I'm happy that you're here and that you're engaged and you want more of a discovery of what's going to work best for you if you've not found it. And if you found that, then welcome. Welcome to the family. Great to have you here. So until the next time, be and stay well. I think the next time I'm going to talk about careers from home and traveling. That's a biggie on my calendar, and I can't wait to join you. So be and stay well. Sending you much love and all the best. And I can't wait to have you connect with me so that I.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay, a few technical glitches, but it's time for the Super Bold Monday show. It's time for you to consider finally unleashing the boldness within. A great woman by the name of Eleanor Roosevelt once said that the future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. There's only one thing standing in between you and your dreams, really, if you think about it. And that one thing, my friend, is basically you letting go of the things that have kept you stuck in the past and be willing to step into not just being bold, but being super bold. Follow the strategies and the challenges that we give you on this show, and it will surely happen. I'm Raven Blair Glover, and in a minute, we're about ready to start the show. Sit back, relax, and go ahead and share it with a friend. We're about to start now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Super Bowl Monday show. I'm Raven Blair Glover, and I'm so excited that you're here. Sorry we had a little bit of technical glitches, but we're going to go ahead and make this show work. So help us get the word out, because we're going to be really talking to you today about stepping into your boldness again. And it's an exciting time for us to do it because it's the beginning of the new year. My guest today is Bruce Langford, and he is a mindfulness life coach and host of the Mindfulness Mode podcast. Bruce has experienced high levels of anxiety in the past, but since he transitioned his career to focus on the field of mindfulness, has discovered a new level of courage. I'm so thrilled to have Bruce here with us today. And without further ado, if you stand and sit down, and if you sit and stand up, because Bruce and I are ready to give you some winning success strategies to help you into your mindfulness, to help you, get centered and get everything that you need in alignment so that you can start achieving your goals, not tomorrow, but starting today. So without further ado, I'm so excited. Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Raven. It's awesome to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say hi to Anna. I know we have her out there, and we had Nikki Muhammad out there, and whoever else is watching us live. Thank you for being patient, and I know you had to wait for a few minutes, but listen, he's going to bring on the goods. We're excited to have him on, and we are always excited each and every Monday to talk to you about stepping into your boldness. Let me ask you this, because, I know you worked with people bullying. I got to ask you, did you ever experience that as a child, or if any of your clients ever talked about how that kept them from reaching their goal, from being bold? Maybe they went from being an extrovert to being an introvert because of, being bullied or low confidence. Share a little bit about how you have actually experienced things like that.
Yes, Raven, that has happened to a lot of my clients, and it's happened to people that I've interviewed. But in my personal life, when I was a teenager, I did experience that. And even though I was confident and I was a person that really was like an extrovert, I loved to talk with people. Sometimes I just felt as though it stopped me in my tracks when I experienced some of that meanness. You know what I mean? Like one time a kid sort of got me cornered in a situation, and I was standing there, and he looked right in my eye, and he said these 4 nasty, vicious, mean, cruel words. And you know, they say words can never hurt you. Well, you know, it's not easy when somebody looks right at you and they just they just hit you with this nasty, mean thing, you know, and that's what happened to me. And it wasn't easy. Yeah, I have to admit, it slowed me down. It stopped me in my tracks until later I was able to confront my anxiety and put it behind me. And that's what I teach my clients to do as well, Raven, is just to deal with it. Like, don't try to push it down. Don't try to pretend it didn't happen. Deal with it, deal with those emotions, and then you can move forward.
Yeah, deal with it and move forward. And that's exactly what we want to spend the 15 minutes or so that we have with everyone today, and talk to them about being centered and mindful, and give them some strategies, some winning strategies to help break out the bold you. So if you're tuning in live to us, I know we have Anna, we know we have Sandra here on the Talk Show Maven channel. And if you're watching somewhere else, come on over to facebook.com/Talk Show Maven, because then you can engage with us like Sandra and Anna did. Thank you so much, ladies, for being here. And please share us with a friend and help us spread the word of, you know, finally letting go of, you know, the low self-esteem. You know, maybe it's from being bullied, maybe it's from, you know, just life happenings, right, Bruce? And really getting centered with your mindfulness and the strategies you need to move forward so that you can accomplish your dreams. Because the time to accomplish your dreams is now. I mean, never have we been in a better time to where, you know, our color, our age, all that stuff, you know, we can push aside. That's the way the old world, right, Bruce? Sure, there's other issues and stuff, but now it's hey, here's the saying I love to think about this. Learned this in grade school. I can't even believe I can remember, Bruce. If it's meant to be, it's up to me. You.
Yes.
So let's get rid of the excuses. What you got to say about that, Bruce?
I agree completely. And you know what? One of the things is take action, get active, get off the couch, get off your butt and get moving. And, you know, sometimes that's not easy to do. I realize that, you know, you just feel like something's pushing you down. And what you have to do is you have to just jump up and take action. Now that might mean go for a walk. It might mean get out there and take a little bit of a jog or go swimming. Get active in one way or another. And once you start to do that, the endorphins in your body take over. And that's the feel-good chemicals in your body will be created, and you will start to gain momentum. And you'll start to think, hey man, I can do this thing. I can do that. And you start to get motivated, but it has to start with you. It has to start from here.
Yeah.
You have to get moving. And once you do, things are going to happen in your life that are positive. Would you agree with that, Maven?
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely would. And, you know, get moving and get motivated, right? Get moving and get motivated, you know. And I say get moving first.
Yeah, I do too. That's why I brought it up right away.
Sometimes we're waiting to get motivated, and we need to get moving. Just get out there and get the doggone thing done. Time to stop and smell the roses. Suck in that fresh air and just feel blessed.
Exactly.
For everything that you've gone through, the good, the bad, and downright ugly. Because when we start looking at that as lessons, right, Bruce, that we've learned, lessons that is going to help us move forward, it's so much better because we start flipping the way we looked at it. And I think, that probably has a lot to do with the mindfulness, right, Bruce?
Yes,
that
it
once
does.
we switch our mindset on it, then things begin to turn the other way. The universe opens up and says, they
Yeah.
do want it.
Yeah, and Raven,
You want to talk more
I'd
about
love
that?
to bring up the topic of habits, because once you get moving, if you can make it a habit right away, then that is going to help you immensely. You know, habits in my life, I mean, we all have bad habits sometimes, and we can turn those around, but make good habits, you know, out of those activities. And once you do that, you are going to move forward a lot faster.
I'm going to step out for a moment. You're probably going to lose me. Let's see if we do or not. Let's see if we can. I think I'm back here. Let's see. Okay, good. I'm back, because I was going to say, I want you to talk to the listeners about how you were able to go from bullying to being actually a advocate for them now. And I'm going to bring you up nice and close in front so they don't see me. They just see you. And because we're short on time, I just want you to speak from the heart, because there's other people facing that. I know people that are adults that are still letting that time, it was so devastating them, hold them back. And again, you know, our topic today, if you're just joining us, is centered and mindful strategies to help break out the bold you. So I'm going to let Bruce talk to you for a couple minutes. And Bruce, give them 3 strategies that they can take right now. Okay.
Right. And one strategy we've already talked about is activity. Get active, get moving, get your body up and moving. And the second one is make a habit out of it. Make a habit out of an active strategy that you're using. So whether you're out there walking every day, or you're climbing mountains, or you're surfing, or you're skiing, whatever activity it is, make it into a habit. And once you do that, you can start to make other good habits in your life that will help you. And one of the things, Raven, that you already talked about was about nature. And nature can help to motivate us. If we get out into nature, we get near the ocean or near a river, or we, you know, set ourselves underneath some trees. We just get out there into nature and start enjoying that. It's going to feed our bodies. And one of the things that I want to mention too is also giving your brain a break, because in our society, we have so much coming at us. We have social media, we have a busy life, we have all of these things happening, and our brain needs a break. And you probably know what's coming, Raven, and that is that I love to advocate some form of meditation in your life. And whether that means for you to just take 5 minutes and just quietly sit down and focus on one thing, then it gives your brain the space to operate, and you start to feel more calm, and you start to feel more focused, and things start falling into place. So those are some strategies that will make a difference in your life. So that's activities, make them into habits, and get out there into nature and use meditation. And, you know, scientists have done a lot of study on this. And even in the last 5 years, they've realized that 5 minutes of meditation every day for 3 weeks, it starts to change the neural pathways in your brain. Things actually start to change up there, and you start to become more calm. Things start to make more sense. You can start to put things together the way they belong, instead of feeling like you're overwhelmed, feeling like you have all this anxiety and this stress. So let it happen. Take 5 minutes or even 10 minutes. But if you've never meditated before, do it for 2 minutes. Don't try to take on too much. And you will find, if you stick with it, that you start to feel more calm, more relaxed, and you start to achieve more. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that, Raven? That have you used meditation in your life?
Oh my goodness. Yes, I have. And let me tell you, let me just bring us back on the screen together. Let me tell you what I ended up doing, to be honest, is when I was at the hospital, my mother was ill. This is when I first learned to meditate. And I was trying to figure out, okay, what can I do? What can I do to change my financial situation? Because at that time, I was 55 years old, making $10 an hour, working 20 hours a week. And I hadn't gotten a radio yet. And then by me being in the chapel and sitting still, meditating, relaxing, and even in the ICU unit, instead of letting the noise bother me, I just meditated. Okay, what can I do to step up and show up in a big way? And that's when I heard the voice inside me guide me and say, use the power of your voice. You got all these years of sales and listening skills and all this stuff. Now you're ready to take your message to help baby boomer women like you who are in their 40s and 50s, and they're, they haven't planned for their future, and they're trying to figure out what to do, and they feel lost, and they're coming from self-esteem, low self-esteem and abuse. And use your voice. Go out there and interview the experts and let them bring the message to your audience. And that's how I started my show, Bruce. So yes, I really believe in meditation because we're so busy out there. We're not letting the voice inside us guide us. And I'm talking about that quiet voice that you know in your heart, gut, and soul, it is right. Anna Scheller says meditation is so key to becoming calm. Yes, I want to give a shout out to Robert Stern and Pia, Sandra, and Anna who are watching us live. And for those of you that are watching the replay, go ahead and engage with us and type replay in there. And, we're going to give you a way to get in contact with Bruce. We're going to bring him back when we're not having technical difficulties on another show of ours. So you'll be seeing him a lot more. But I know you got a challenge for our listeners today. And you gave us some great strategies, and one of the things that both of us agree is get moving and then get motivated. Don't wait to get motivated to get moving. That's one of the best things, you guys. Stop getting ready to get ready and putting all the but. I would do this, but I would do that, but, what's the biggest challenge that you find most of the people that you coach have in, being able to get to the point where they're centered and mindful?
Well, the biggest challenge is that so many are planning and they're thinking, yes, I'll do this, I'll do that. I just have to learn a little bit more. I just have to learn some more. I have to read some more books. I have to learn some more. And the fact is, no, you probably don't have to learn more. You just have to take action like we've been talking about. Just jump in, even if you don't feel that confident, even if you're not sure exactly how you're going to do it, jump in and take action and start doing it. And that's true for meditation. And that's my challenge to you listeners, is to jump in and start meditating. And it doesn't matter. You might say, well, I don't know how to do that. I've never done that before. You know what? Just take 1 minute and close your eyes and focus on your breath. Don't think about anything else. And if you do, if other thoughts come into your mind, let them. Don't beat yourself up. Don't say, oh, well, that means I can't meditate. My mind's too busy. No, all of our minds are busy. I get that. But my challenge to you is make it a habit. Do it every day. Do it every day. Do it every day. And do it for 1 minute. That's my challenge. And then let yourself increase it when you're comfortable. Increase it to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. But start with 1 minute and make it a habit every day. Focus on your breath. Don't worry about other thoughts that pop into your brain. Just focus on your breath. Set a timer. Set a timer for like 1 minute, and whatever happens, just let it happen. If you think about 10,000 things in that minute, don't worry about it. Don't say to yourself, well, that means I can't meditate. Just take that minute, focus on your breath, and then next day, do it again. And the next day, do it again. And before long, it will be a habit. They say 21 days, and then habits will start to set in. So do it for a month or so, and then you will start to be used to it. And then by that time, you will have increased that meditation 2, 3, 5, 7, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever you're comfortable with. But know that in the long term, this is going to make a positive difference for you. And when I say positive difference, you are going to start to earn more income. You are going to start to feel more successful. You are going to feel more calm. And I can say that confidently because that's happened to me and it's happened to my clients. And you just have to
awesome
and move forward and just do it.
Move forward. Yeah. Yes, just do it. Do it. I'm just curious. You always sound so powerful and positive when I talk to you, Bruce. Who's been the most influential person in your life, or whether it's a person or a book? I'm just kind of curious about that.
You know what? I have an aunt who was a very special person. And when I was a young kid, she would play the piano and I was inspired by that. And she was upbeat. She was bubbly. She was full of life. And she was a tremendous inspiration to me. And her name, she was my Aunt Peg, P-E-G. That was her nickname, Aunt Peg. And interestingly enough, she just passed away, and we had the celebration of life on Saturday, and she was a wonderful, wonderful, upbeat person. And she inspired me in my life tremendously and inspired hundreds and thousands of people through her lifetime. And we could tell that by the many messages and the many people who came by to show their respects. But she was a powerful, powerful entity in my life. So it's just interesting who can be influential in your life. It can be anyone. And just think about who are the people in my life who influence me, who give me motivation, who make me feel like getting out there and moving and making things happen.
Making it happen, moving and grooving.
Exactly. Exactly right, Raven. That's true.
Well, we're getting ready to close out, everyone. So that's your challenge. Today's Super Bowl challenge is on the screen. Meditate, set a timer, and do it for 21 days. Start today. Now, remember, these challenges are for today, not tomorrow. You take whatever time today and you do the challenge. That's what Super Bowl Monday is about. It's about giving you just more than information, but giving you the strategies and the challenges you need so you can really experience a much bolder you. It's all about stepping into our power. And the only way we can step into our power, my friend, is to step into our boldness, one Super Bowl Monday step at a time. We will get there one Super Bowl Monday step at a time. So this is what you're going to do today. And you're going to do it. And then next week, we'll have another challenge. And if you missed the other 2 shows, because this is only the other 3 shows, this is our 4th show. Thank you, Bruce. Then you can go back on Talk Show Maven Live, Facebook.com/Talk Show Maven Live TV, and listen to the other guests and the challenge they gave. Thank you so much, Bruce, for being our guest. I want you to go ahead, because I know you have like a 5-day challenge, I think, on your website. So go ahead and share that with them, and feel free to take him up and, follow him. And everyone, please, I know we got started late today, and we appreciate you whether you're listening to live or replay, but share this with someone that you know, whether it's a coworker, a family member, a loved one that you know really needs to put some of those butts aside. They really need their self-esteem raised. They really need to get past bullying or whatever life happenings that's dealing with them. And they really need to step into their boldness. Please share us with a friend. Go ahead. I'm going to let you give them that information, and then we're going to close out the show.
Yeah, just go to mindfulnessmode.com and you'll see that challenge right there at the top of the screen. And that's a free challenge for you with videos to help you get motivated, to help you get into meditation. Mindfulnessmode.com. Now, let me remind you, mindfulness only has 1 L in it. And so we want to be careful that you do spell it correctly, mindfulnessmode. mindfulnessmode.com. So visit me there. You can check out the podcast, which is what I do. I have a podcast with around 300 guests on there, but go there and check out the challenge and click on that and be part of it, because that can change your life for the better. To get involved in meditation and a way that it'll calm your brain and help you to move forward and take action. So way to go for being here. That's awesome. And thank you.
That's right. And you don't let stuff get in your way, right? Just like we didn't let anything get in our way today. You don't want to let anything get in your way. You want to unleash the boldness within, and you can do that one Super Bowl challenge at a time. Thank you so much, Bruce. I so appreciate you. We waited a long time for this. So
my pleasure. Thank you, Raven. You're awesome. Thank you for all that you do for the world. You're inspiring. You just make me feel like getting out there and taking action even more.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for showing up, everyone. We will see you next week. And you know what? Hold on one second. Go ahead and meditate. Meditate. Do what it takes. I think it was Jerry Rice that said, I will do the things that others won't so I can live my life tomorrow like others can't. And the only way you can do that, my friend, is just to go out there and meditate, do your challenges, and whatever you do, don't let anything get in your way. Get rid of the buts. That time is over. Go ahead. You deserve to achieve your dream starting this year, 2018. And I know you can do it. See you next week.
Welcome to the On Purpose Entrepreneur Show. I'm your host, Carol Ann DeSimone. This show is designed to help you align with your soul's calling, empower your mindset, and ignite your creativity. I really do want to see you unleash your inner goddess and play full out and fully expressed. Now, let's get on with the show.
Hey everyone, welcome to the inaugural episode of the On Purpose Entrepreneur Show. I am your host, Carol Ann DeSimone, and I am thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled that you're here as well. So let's talk a little bit about what this show is about. It is about helping you to live your purpose, align with your soul's calling, and really get your gifts out to the world. Now, I just want to say a couple things. Number one, this purpose thing is really, really important. So, and the fact of the matter is, right now, today, you are living your purpose. You are doing exactly what you should be doing right now for this time in your life. However, you may not be living your bigger purpose, and that's what this is about. I mean, if you have a feeling inside that there's got to be more to life, that, you know, you have so much to offer and you just don't know how to get your gifts out to the world in a bigger way, because remember, we all have gifts, but living our purpose is using those gifts for the benefit of others. So that's what this show is about. It's really about offering simple strategies. It's about featuring other entrepreneurs like you who can share how they got onto their own path and are living their own purpose, because it's never really something that's intentional and it happens so easy. It usually happens when you least expect it. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I became an entrepreneur in 2006. I left my job in 2005. Never wanted to be an entrepreneur. However, when I left my job, I really didn't know what I was going to do. I went on a few job interviews, and what was I told? I was told, you're overqualified, over and over and over again. And that's when it really hit me that I have a lot of gifts that most people don't have. You know, I had a lot of things going on in this little body that, you know, I could do a lot of good in the world, and I was giving them away to in a job, and that's okay. I was happy. I was doing what I needed to do. But when it came to getting another job, it just wasn't happening because, you know, I wasn't going to get the salary that I needed, and I had to work pretty much a year before I would even get one vacation day. That was the deal breaker. So I said, Carol Ann, you're going to try this entrepreneurship thing, and you're going to replace your income, or you're going to go get a job. Well, guess what? I tried it. I made 6 figures my very first year. Now, I started a company called Big Eye Media. I thought it was going to be I have a master's degree in public relations. I set out to be a public relations type agency because I was doing a lot of different things: graphic design, photography, video production. I was even designing web pages back then. I was doing a lot of copywriting, a lot of publishing. And a lot of public relations. I thought it would be a, you know, PR type agency, but I was getting hired to do graphic design and photography mostly. So that's really what my niche became. And that was okay. Like I said, I made 6 figures my first year. The second year we were in the economic downturn, and I didn't do as well, but guess what? I did okay because while everyone around me, I was dealing with a lot of printers, a lot of other graphic designers. They were closing shop. They were, you know, getting rid of employees. They were, you know, running their business with no lights on, basically, just to save on electricity. But it didn't faze me at all. I didn't make 6 figures, but I did okay. I still replaced my income because I was in the mindset that I was doing fine. The work was coming to me, and I didn't even let the economic downturn faze me one bit. So that's when I saw that really mindset is 90% responsible for 90% of your success, whatever that saying is. I think it's Tony Robbins says success is 90% mindset, 10% strategy, something like that. And it really is true. I really did live that. So, but what happened was around 2012, about 6 years into it, I was doing a lot of publishing. I had clients and they were basically throwing money at me, really. But what happened was I really got tired of working one-to-one, and I started to feel like a monkey. I was like a one-stop shop. I could do it all. I could, you know, my tagline was from concept to completion. I could do your marketing, you know, come up with your ideas, help you get it out there, but people didn't really want that. They didn't want to pay for it. And I got tired of feeling like a monkey. So, and, you know, I don't mean to say that to criticize anybody, but that's how I was feeling. You know, I can't not say that because it really was how I was feeling. So what I did was I crashed an eWomen Network meeting, and I saw this woman speak, and she was amazing, and she was speaking to me directly. I knew it. But she was talking about this thing called leverage. Now, here in South Jersey, and I was so busy making money doing my thing, I didn't know this whole world of coaching and leveraging existed. So I saw her speak. She was amazing. And she said something that really resonated with me. She said, most entrepreneurs get stuck at the $60,000 level. And yeah, because my income had declined because of the economic recession, it was still okay. I mean, I didn't have a lot of expenses and I was paying my bills. So I was happy. So I didn't think too much about, getting it back up. But yeah, I knew I was stuck. So I plopped down $1,000 right there to work with her. I never, on her, group program, I never invested that kind of money other than, getting my college degree, my master's degree, and my undergraduate, which I paid for myself. But I worked with her. I ended up at the last minute going to her live event. And then I plopped down $18,500 to be in her mastermind. Here's somebody who never even gave a thought to working with a coach, and I'm working with a mentor in her small mastermind. So that really did change my life. And from that point on, I started to leverage my worth because that's what she was about. And I started the Sizzle System of Personal Branding, a group program. Didn't really know what I was doing. I just knew under her guidance, I just did it. What occurred was before I hired her, I was doing some speaking, or no, let me backtrack. I did hire her. Before I started the Sizzle System, I was doing some speaking, and I realized that what I had been doing all along with graphic design, public relations, photography, and all those things fell under the umbrella of personal branding. So I started talking about personal branding and becoming a personal branding expert. And as I was rebranding my business to be a personal branding expert, I created in my mastermind retreat the Sizzle System of Personal Branding, which was a group program. So I was so excited. I didn't even know what Launchy was, but I found somebody who was going to help me do a teleseminar, and that's how I launched it. I got out and I spoke. I got people on the phone through speaking engagements, and I filled that program. There were 4 people in it, but hey, I filled it. So things were moving along. I still had my design clients, and then in 2015, excuse my language, the shit hit the fan. And without getting into details, I lost those clients. I had a whole year of just crazy things happening. I do call it my year of crazy. And it was one thing after another, but it's okay because what I realized is that was my awakening. And that was really the universe course correcting my path to lead me into my higher purpose and my what one of my clients calls my purposeful destiny. So it was rough. I have to admit, it really was. And if I could put it into a word or two, I would say I was, well, I'm not going to even go there right now, but it just wasn't pretty. And it took a toll on me psychologically, and it definitely took a toll on my business financially, but I kept going. I mean, I was really at my wit's end, but I just kept going. And as a branding expert, I was living what I was speaking, because I always say, well, when you have a brand, don't change your brand too quickly. Keep it going for 3 years before you really make any major changes. So I wanted to get to that 3-year point. And then finally, once I got there, I knew, in the meantime, I just knew I wasn't living my purpose. The universe course corrected my path for a reason. Everything that I was doing just wasn't working the way I wanted it to. It was working, don't get me wrong. I supported myself all along, And it never got to the point where I had to go get a job. I was very, very close, but thankfully I didn't have to do that. And I always found a way to, bring in income to support myself, but it wasn't where I needed to be. So what happened too was that my father passed away at that time. And that's what really put me over the edge to realize that there's something more that I am meant to do here. And I didn't know what it was. I wasn't sure. But I can tell you this. When I started my business, you would think because I was a creative, because I was doing photography, I was doing graphic design, all these cool things, creative things, copywriting and this and that, it never really was about that. That was never really my passion. I mean, yes, I was an art photographer, which you could say that maybe that was my passion at one time. But my passion was really in helping other small business owners grow their business and get seen. So that never changed. The issue was that they didn't want to invest in themselves. So I wasn't getting in front of the right people, obviously, or it just wasn't the right time. Again, we're in an economic downturn. But when I started really going deep to figure out my purpose, the funniest thing happened. I was doing branding and I was talking to people who, about branding when I would put out strategy, offer for strategy caller, that sort of thing. But I was also getting calls from women who were saying, Carol Ann, I'm doing this, but I know I have a bigger purpose. And I was able to help them. And that's where I saw my real gift. It wasn't in the branding. And I love branding. I'm not going to say that, that was a mistake or it served me at the time. I helped a lot of people with their branding, but it really was in the purpose work that I saw was my true gift. Now, me being someone who was searching for her own purpose, I am not a wishy-washy kind of person. So what I did was, I did a lot of introspection. I did a lot of meditating. I had a spiritual awakening. So I was getting a lot of downloads, a lot of messages, hearing a lot of things, seeing a lot of things. And what happened was I just decided to trace back my path all the way back to when I was young. And it all came back to the same thing. It was all about writing, and it was all about books, and it was all about publishing. And that's what I ended up doing, right? I saw it. But more important than that is I came up with a process and an assessment to help other entrepreneurs, other women find their purpose. Because the thing is, the women that I started working with were looking for their purpose, but they were a little wishy-washy. And they were just like drawing at straws, right? Or throwing spaghetti at the wall, or whatever that saying is. So I did come up with a process called the Stages, Monetize Your Brilliant Stages Assessment, where we examine 6 areas, and your story really, I'm going to tell you right now, your story reveals your purpose. But, so we go a little deep in that, but through me not being able to find my purpose, I came up with this assessment to help other women find their purpose. So that's a little bit about how I got to where I am now. And when I rebranded from the Sizzle System, and this was from a download, I created my new brand called Align, Believe, Create. Because what I realized was that I was out of alignment. The Sizzle System was out of alignment with who I am at the soul level. I had a bigger purpose. And I'm also a mindset coach. So that's where the belief comes in. Because once you align with your soul's purpose, you have to believe that you are the answer to your dream client's prayers, right? It's a confidence thing. It's really knowing that you can serve in a bigger way. And then create. I'm a creative, and I love, love, love helping people create and being that creative eye for them, creating programs, helping them write their books. I mean, that is my purpose. So that's how Align, Believe, Create came about. And I'm here in the On Purpose Entrepreneur Show to help you unleash your inner goddess to play full out and fully express, because I've been there. I know what it's like to not live your purpose, to do something that you're good at. And I was doing what I was good at, for so long. And I think it's the book, The Big Leap by Gay Hendricks, who really opened my eyes to this. I was in my zone of excellence, but not in my zone of genius. And I want every single one of you to live and work from your zone of genius, and that's your purpose. That's more aligned with your purpose. So that's it. That's what this show is about. And I hope you'll tune in again. I am here to help you. I plan to offer simple strategies because I am into simplicity now, not all these other big, strategies that funnels and this and that. And I'm not criticizing anybody. They serve their purpose, but I really am at a stage in my life where I want to keep it simple. And I really do resonate more with the woman over age 40, even over age 50 or 60, because what I say is that entrepreneurship is the new retirement. And really, if I get more specific about that, entrepreneurship on purpose is the new retirement. We're too young to retire at age 60 or 62, right? We've got so much life in us that we need to really get our gifts and experience out to the world and serve others, because that's what your purpose is about. Remember, serving others, not just yourself. So anyway, I hope you tune in next week and in weeks after, and, subscribe or like or visit my website, Align, Believe, Create, and just stay connected and stay on purpose. That's why I'm here, to support you in that. So until next time, play full out and fully expressed. See you then.
Hey everyone, we're going to have some fun on this part of the channel. If you improve your use of appropriate humor and entertainment value in your presentations, you will be the talk of the town. Well, at least the talk of the event or meeting where you're speaking. You'll get higher evaluations, promotions, and way more money if you're doing this as a profession. So let me show you some comedy routines and techniques to be funnier. And nothing I teach you as an entertaining expert speaker has anything to do with telling jokes. Trust me, if you watch, practice, and implement the things in this section, you'll see that anyone, and I mean anyone, can add humor to a presentation to make it more memorable and to help make your points. All right, let's get to it.
Okay, one more clip about using props. This is my favorite routine ever. And let's see, I'll get the last video. This is my all-time favorite clip. Has to do with props. Has to do with keeping fun people in your life. If you don't have a good humor bent, some of you are asking me how to use humor better. I want you to get somebody, a friend of mine like this, in your life. I do funny things and keep fun people in my life. A buddy of mine turned me on to this. He goes into an elevator. I tried it the other day. with this spark thing. I have another one here. Wait. And then you have this, the magicians have this little stuff you can put on your fingertips. And so what he does, he goes up and he pushes the button. Let me get this thing right. And then he goes, and then he goes with the smoke right off the top of his head. And the people there are pinned to the wall. This guy is great. And then the other thing you have to do, did you ever see one of these things? This is called a baby stinky. It's the ugliest, most hideous looking little baby you ever saw. Right? So he goes into the mall and puts this thing on. You put the one hand on your thumb. You put your pinky in the hand here. And he says if you wet the face, it really makes it look bad. And then he goes, you know how everybody likes to look at your baby. You know? So he sits there. And he lets them get real close. And he keeps it hidden until their face comes, and then he lets them see it, actually. It gives them about a second to think about it. And then he goes like this. I've already got a use for this thing. I got a buddy whose wife is expecting in about 6 months. Maybe you have some, well, I don't know if you're in this hospital or not, where they'll probably go. I'm going to bribe anybody I can to go in there with scrubs and a mask on. And when he comes up to the window,
Well, hi, folks. We're back and we're going to talk to you about delivering a punchline. A punchline got its name because you punch it out a little bit harder and you use a little different voice inflection. As in all instruction of humor, it's really not all that funny when we teach it, but the payoff comes when you're on stage, you hit the punchline right on, and you get the massive laughter and the pats on the back after the presentation. So I'm going to read a short segment out of the Wake 'em Up Presentation Skills book and emphasize the punchline. This is just an old short joke. It says, "I can't understand why you failed in business." The other guy says, "Well, too much advertising." "You never spent a cent in your life on advertising." "That's true, but my competitor did." All right, not a real knee slapper funny, but the punchline was delivered a little bit stronger with a different voice than the rest of the setup lines. "That's true, but my competitor did." Also, you pause before the punchline to give the audience a chance to catch up to where the joke is going. And then you pause after the punchline. This is one of the hardest things to do and one of the most important, because if you start talking as soon as you deliver your punchline, that's called stepping on your laughter. And you can squelch laughter immediately in the crowd. But beginners are many times thinking, well, I hope they laugh, I hope they laugh, I hope they laugh. And they start talking too soon, which guarantees that they won't laugh. So you've got to be able to hang in there just after you deliver the punchline with a pause. Pause beforehand to set the punchline apart, and then punch it out a little bit stronger. You can even lean forward a little when you're delivering the punchline. Now, to whom do you deliver the punchline? Most people just spray it out over the audience. No, no, no. You deliver the punchline to a person that you know is going to laugh. Well, why would you do that? Well, first of all, one of the big mistakes people make is they deliver to people that aren't laughing or aren't obviously with them. They might have Joe Schmo over here who's never laughed since Superman was a baby, and they feel bad about it and they try to win Joe over Now everyone else is looking at Joe and they see Joe not laughing, so then they don't laugh. They're influenced not to laugh. So you deliver the punchline to a person that you know is going to laugh. That way everyone is looking at a person that's laughing and they are influenced to laugh. Now how would you know who's going to laugh? Well, there's several ways. One is you've done pre-program research and spoken to people on the phone and you found out who the fun ones are. You met them before the program and you said, hey Sally, why don't you sit right here? I'm going to have something for you to do during the program. Well, you know Sally is a laugher. You heard it on the telephone and now you have a person in the crowd you can depend on that's going to laugh. Other people would be nodding at you and are with you during the presentation. Other people that you've schmoozed with when you're shaking hands and greeting people and joking around with them ahead of time. You seat them around the crowd so you know where they are so you can deliver to a person you know who's going to laugh. And when you do that and you deliver the punchline properly, the laughter that you've been getting from your lines and your jokes is going to dramatically increase. So punch it out and deliver.
How many of us have gotten that phone call from that client going, I need you to solve this problem right now. Oh my gosh, otherwise my world's falling apart. We all have that. We all have that sense of a client calling us and saying they need something solved now. So first, I want you to think about the fact that we all know this happens reoccurringly. It's not unusual, it's not uncommon, and really my straight up suggestion is that you plan on it. Okay, Christina, how the heck does that work? Well, really it's knowing that it happens. That's what's important. So I want you to count this into your existing systems. Now, the effect of this, how much you need to account into your existing systems, what that means, what that sounds like, has a lot to do with what your branding is. What is it that you say that what level of customer service do you say that you're promising your clients? If you're a luxury company that offers a high level of service, then you're going to have to incorporate being able to respond to your client's urgency in your systems, in your time management system and in the systems of your company. Like who answers the urgency call? Is it the account representative that answers it? Is there somebody in your office that is specifically given over to answering urgencies? Or if you're a one-man office like so many of us are, then how do you take care of an urgency? What's your protocols around it? What's your system? But it's also based upon all the other systems I've been talking about all the way along. Your systemic systems. Is your business set up to answer these type of urgencies? If it's not, you want to make space for it. Your time management system. Does your time management system, is it set up to answer these kind of emergencies? Okay, so my suggestion is that you plan on it, whether you do it or somebody else does it. So you leave time during your workday to do it, and when you're doing your daily dumps first thing in the morning and you're planning on what you're going to do, plan on having some emergencies. You might even put in there a line that says taking care of emergency 1 and emergency 2. But if you know what they are, just go ahead and label them so they're in your to-dos. They may never make it onto your actual task list on your computer, on your Outlook, on your Google account, wherever your task list is, but they probably will make it on that daily. I said every morning you come in, I want you to dump out on a little piece of paper, whether it's a Post-it note or a half a sheet of paper, whatever it is, what you think your to-dos are going to be that day. And you need to leave time for your to-dos. 50% of your time and your tasks might be given over to some sense of emergencies or things that never make it onto your task list. Now, are you going to go ahead and set this up ahead of time? You can. It's pretty easy. Once you get your systems in place, you count 50% of the time that you would have given over to a particular project, 50% of that time is given over to emergencies or things to be done. If there's no emergencies that day, which is very possible in a smaller office, there may be no particular client in an emergency that day, or nobody's hijacking your time, I call it hijacking your time, then you have actually double the amount of time to get your projects done once you get to the project part of your day. When that client calls with the emergency, how do you handle it? I mean, I have a very set system. I sit there and tell them, I actively either text them, email them, address when I think I'm going to be able to address it that day. If they need to talk to me, I give them the time slot I've set aside for emergencies. If they need me to action something, I say I will get them the email back later in the afternoon. I have a time set up specifically to be able to be responsive to my clients. It's my job. At least my job as a consultant is to be responsive to the clients. How does that work in your industry? What's your job? When you respond urgently, it's almost like we respond as if we're in trouble. When you respond to something as if you're in trouble, when you're done, do you feel like you've just done something that's really great and fantastic and important, or do you just feel relieved that you're no longer in trouble? You probably don't even necessarily recognize the importance of what you've done. Generally, urgency and that sense of relief aren't really tied to your value system. They're tied to a sense of fear. Value systems are much more intellectual. Fear is much more instinctual. So the question is, do you run your business based upon your
This is Motherhood Unplugged with your host, Christy Charles.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Motherhood Unplugged show. I am your host Christy Charles and today we have an amazing show for you. We will be talking with an amazing guest that will be teaching us some life lesson in regards to dealing with childhood trauma. But I'm very excited because I know these lessons will also be helpful for parents and of course female entrepreneurs. So I'm excited to get started. Have you ever wondered what it would be like for you to heal from your most traumatic life experience? Well, on today's show with my amazing guest, her name is Carissa Ferns. She will be helping us in regards to how to deal properly and effectively with childhood trauma or any form of trauma, really. So I want you to ponder on this question so that you can be ready to get down and get a pen and a piece of paper to write down the different tips and strategy that Carissa will be sharing with us today. The reality is almost all of us have some form of trauma that we are struggling with on a regular basis in our life. I know personally I had to deal with my own childhood trauma before I embark in this journey that is, my coaching business and me being a parent coach working with private families for the past 10 years. And if we're not careful, childhood trauma can not only poison our present relationship, but also keep us from moving forward in our lives. So I know personally, as a parent coach, I have to teach parents how important it is for them to deal with their childhood trauma and so that they can give the best version of themselves to their child and also to the most important people in their life, which is their family. So I'm excited for this conversation to happen, and I'm excited to learn something new because there's always something that we can learn in regards to dealing with the different struggle that we face as parents, as female entrepreneur, and just as individuals altogether.
You're watching Motherhood Unplugged, and we're back with your host, Christy Charles.
So before we welcome our amazing guest, Carissa Ferns, I have another question for you. What is one specific trauma that has concerned you the most for the past years? This is a very important question for you to ponder on and for you to bring a pen and a piece of paper as Carissa will share her different tips and strategies with you. Because again, what you don't know, you don't know. And it is wise for you to be aware of the different things that are happening in your life in the past also that can also affect your present. So I'm excited again for this conversation to happen. But again, I want to give you food for thought so that you can ponder on this whole episode where we're talking about facing our trauma. Carissa is an amazing guest. She herself had to face her trauma. She was homeless at one point. She didn't know where she was going in regards to direction and her career and home. So she is the living embodiment of what it is to face your trauma and to overcome your trauma, and also be ready and prepared to help other people on their life journey. So I'm very excited for this conversation to happen. But again, ponder on this question. What is one trauma that has concerned you the most for the past years, and how that has impacted every area of your life really? And if you're not careful, again, your trauma can poison any other relationship that you might have in your life. And again, we want to bring the awareness. This is why I wanted to have this show, to bring different experts to help us, women entrepreneur, moms, parent, really, in the different struggle that we face in our lives and entrepreneurship journey altogether. So again, help me welcome Carissa Ferns. All right, everyone. We are here with our amazing guest, Carissa Ferns. So let us welcome Carissa. Carissa, welcome to the Motherhood Unplugged show.
Thank you so much, Christy. I am so excited to be here. I'm absolutely honored.
Yes, I'm excited as well because you are a love and authenticity practitioner. So I am all about this, and I want to learn how you came about this. So tell us a bit more about yourself, Carissa.
Okay, so, a little bit about me, kind of in a nutshell, is I came from trauma, right? Childhood trauma. I had a baby when I was 16. I have an 18-year-old beautiful daughter. She was kind of my higher power for many years. So I never worked on healing myself from childhood wounds until I got older. When I got older and I started to study, why I was sick, I just 3 years ago, I was actually bedridden with physical ailments, mental ailments. I was spiritually sick. And the doctors were just kind of giving me pill after pill after pill, only to lead me sicker and sicker and sicker. So I went through this period of just confusion, and I felt very drawn to holistic medicine. I found Ayurvedic medicine, I found Eastern medicine. And what I did with that is I slowly decided, to wean off big pharma and then incorporate Eastern medicine, holistic medicine, allowing thy food to be thy medicine, changing around diet and really understanding the mind. That is really where I was lacking, and in my opinion, where the majority of us are lacking is our understanding of our own mind. That's really what my program is about, is just indoctrinating people on what I have now learned.
Definitely. That sounds a very challenging yet a fulfilling journey. So if you could put a date on when you start on your entrepreneurship journey, what would that date be?
Okay. So in all actuality, I actually started my first entrepreneurial business when I was 21. I'm 35 years old now. Now, I didn't know exactly, not consciously, that I was starting a business. Yeah. It was hanging Christmas lights. Have you seen the little signs that are in the ground saying, "Oh, we hang Christmas lights and Christmas light installation"? I started doing that, and just didn't really know how drawn I was to entrepreneurship, really until about 6 years ago. Then I made the conscious decision that I did not want to work for somebody else. I did not want to build somebody else's dream. I just didn't. And although it's scary embarking on entrepreneurship, it is so worth it. You know, I got to stay home and raise my daughter. I got to heal myself from mental, physical, and spiritual illness. It's just been such a blessing.
You should write a book, definitely. I would read that book, Carissa. So
I'm told that.
Yeah, definitely. So I know you briefly mentioned you had a very challenging season of your life that you were struggling, you know, with your physical health and also your mental health. So share with us how you came out of that tough time victoriously.
Well, you know, I got very, very, very sick from alcoholism, and I'm a sober woman today, and also mental illness, fibromyalgia. And so when I started to get sick, I didn't start to get depressed. I was already depressed, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I needed an actual step-by-step, day-to-day guide with how to deal with some of these major things that were affecting my life. And I wasn't getting that from physicians. My father's a physician. You know?
Wow, that's amazing.
No, you want the Eastern medicine doctors. Let's say that. But when the medication was making me sicker and sicker, I went to my doctor. This is about 4 years ago. And I said, Doc, you know, you're about to put me on my 7th prescription pill. Something isn't working here. And I actually argued with him and caused a scene. And I got a letter saying, please don't come back to our office, which was great. Well, no, it was great, Christy, because what I did was I sat down behind my computer and I started to figure out and research what was wrong and what the root cause was. Yeah. See, I have a diagram here that I like to show people in my 30-day program. Can you see this okay?
Definitely. Yeah.
So here we have the roots of a tree, and here we have the fruits. Western medicine doctors treat your roots, right? These are your symptoms: depression, anxiety, bipolar, fibromyalgia. Then they give you medication for your symptoms.
Yeah.
Not for the root problem.
I know. And if you don't take care of the root, you're still gonna become it. I get you, definitely.
Yes. And what we're finding is the root, a lot of it starts here.
Yeah.
Definitely. A lot of it starts in the mind.
Yeah. So I know, again, you just mentioned you were going to be put on your 7th prescription pill. I could not even imagine that. And so I guess my question for you is, I kind of sense where you're going to go, but I'll ask it anyway. You know, what would be the difference between, you know, Eastern and Western medication or medicine altogether?
What's the big difference?
Yeah.
The huge difference is going from synthetic medication to organic medication. And there's so many different organic medications. My personal story was I actually used very, very high amounts of CBD, very low amounts of THC through oil form. Started to help the pain. And what it did was it gave me just enough health and energy back into my body that then I could start utilizing my mind to why I was sick. Yeah. And then I started discovering and learning about thoughts and the power of our thoughts and the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. Yeah. And that education was really what kind of shaped this whole new world that I live in.
Definitely. A lot can be said about the words that we use on a regular basis with people and, you know, to ourselves as well. So that is an amazing story. The fact that you were able to, you know, kind of turn your back on the doctors and say, no, I'm going to take my life and I'm going to make my own research and decide what works best for me. Definitely, definitely. So, which leads me to ask you, you know, we have been in a pandemic for the past 18 months. Parents have to, you know, had to, you know, do school at home. They had to work at home. What would you say, based on your studies and how you work with people, how would you help people to, you know, the fastest way and the most effective way to heal, recover from this worldwide pandemic? What would that be?
Oh, that's a great question. So in my opinion, and I actually teach this in my 30-day program, but in today's society, we don't have time to waste after a worldwide pandemic. Like, we don't have time. We need to heal, and not for just ourselves, but for our children, for our grandchildren. For me, when I really started to understand, and I have another diagram that I love to give out.
Go ahead.
I just,
I love visuals, so that's great. Yeah,
exactly. We're such visual people, and this is how I learned. So when I started studying the mind, we have the conscious mind, we have the subconscious mind. Well, our thoughts are actually vibrations. So they actually send out frequencies the same way music would. So if you picture, right, this is our skull, and just like music waves, these are the frequencies that our thoughts give out. And this is all science. This is not Carissa's opinion. This is all science. You go on Google and you start, Googling vibrations and frequencies. Yeah. And so when I started to understand the vibrations, the frequencies that I'm giving out, it hit me like a ton of bricks. If I'm talking to my parents, if I'm talking to my friends about how depressed I am and how negative, my life is and how bad my life is, and oh, that bill that's due, and my daughter, she's just not listening to me. Those are the thoughts. Those are the frequencies that I am talking and communicating to the universe. Well, the universe is a Xerox. It's unbiased, right? It's not good or bad. It doesn't care if your thoughts are good or bad. It's just going to send back, like a Xerox, what you're spitting out. So if we walk around talking about all the things wrong in our life, well, all we're going to get back in our life is more things to complain about. Yeah. Hence the cycle of the depression and the cycle of the anxiety. Yeah. So when we start to understand my thoughts, one of my favorite mentors, this is a perfect saying. He says, our thoughts equal our habits. Our habits equal our behavior. Our behavior equals our personality, and our personality equals our personal reality.
Our lifestyle, how we experience. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Well said.
Yes.
Well said, definitely. So, if we want to help people to recover from this, worldwide pandemic, we start with the root, which is our thoughts, right? And I would say that, and I'm sure you would agree that the media doesn't help in regards to the thought that we need to be nurturing. And, so it's hard, because if you wake up every day in a pandemic worldwide and all you hear is, everything is bad, everything's horrible. So it's hard, It's hard to coach people to rewire their mind when they'll be bombarded on a regular basis with the negative.
I actually won't work with people who actually watch the news. I won't. I can't. Yeah. I just can't. It's what they're feeding us is not. It's not real. Yeah. And so if you're sitting there watching the news all day, there's not a whole lot of rewiring of the brain that I think I'll be able to serve those people. Yeah. I just won't. So I actually have a shirt that says "Defund the Media."
Yeah, I know. That's very courageous and bold of us, because you know what you do, and the most effective way to help them recover is to detach from the source of the negative that's coming in. Yes. So definitely, that's amazing. So I know you have a motto that says heal yourself, heal others, and heal the world. Could you tell our audience a little bit more about this motto, where it came from, and how they can themselves practice it in their life on a regular basis?
Absolutely. And I can kind of tie this into the question, before even the comment about the media. So if I'm watching the news and then I turn the news off and I go to my husband and I tell him what's on the news, and then my husband goes to work and tells his employees about the news, all of a sudden the negativity started with me. It started with me, started with my thoughts. I spread the sickness and the evil and the negativity to my husband. My husband took it and he spread it to his employees. Well, if we turned that news off, or if we stopped engaging in that gossip, or if we got off the phone with that negative family member or that negative friend, and we focused on healing ourselves, if we meditated, if we journaled, if we focused on love and what can I do for another human today? Maybe it's just buy the person in Starbucks a free coffee, without recognition. If I stop all negativity in my life and choose positivity and choose love and choose growth, well, then I'm going to my husband and I'm saying, good morning, and I hope you have a wonderful day, and do something kind for somebody else. Well, then he spreads that love. He pays that forward. And then the next person and the next person and the next person. Then if everybody's doing it and nobody's watching the news and nobody's participating in negativity, oh my God, we would be living in such a different world. It would be beautiful. And it all starts with us. It starts with me. It starts with you. It starts with ourselves before we can truly help anybody else.
Definitely, that is so true. As you were, talking about with you, and then you share it with your husband, and then your husband go to work, I was thinking of, the whole domino effect. So it's like continuous. We're creating a chain of negativity and just poisoning our mind with things that are really not helping us. When you watch, how does that help? So definitely you are on a great journey and on a great mission, Carissa. And, let our audience know how they can find you and, and really work with you in helping them, putting emphasis on the thought, which is pretty much the root, if I'm not mistaken, as you were showing the tree picture.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you can find me on my own website, CarissaFerns.com. Also Facebook, Instagram. That's actually Carissa Love are both my handle names. And then I've actually created a 30-day life-changing healing program that's designed to teach you. It's designed to teach others how to heal from trauma. Because what I want to do is I want to eliminate myself. I want you to heal and not have to keep coming back to me, not have to see me weekly, not have to see me monthly. I want to show you how to heal effectively, rapidly, and turn around and go out and do it for others. And so on my website, it actually talks about that 30-day program and how to get in. And usually there's a wait list, but I work with everybody. It's Mark Twain said that the two most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. I have found out why. And this is it. It's to serve others. And I want other people to turn around and serve others as well and just spread that love frequency.
Definitely. Well, we are coming to an end. I'm so sorry. I feel like I can listen to over and over again. So if you could leave our audience with one thing that they can start implementing right now in their life, what would that one thing be, Carissa?
Be gentle with yourself. Speak to yourself. Let that inner voice speak to yourself the way you would a child that you love. Talk to yourself the same way.
Yeah, we tend to be very harsh on ourselves.
So hard. And then those thoughts come out, those thoughts vibrate, and then they manifest in our life. So if we're gentle, we practice loving thoughts, our reality gets a lot better.
All right. Thank you so much, Carissa, for being
You're welcome.
Here and, being our amazing guest here on the Motherhood Unplugged. So you heard it here first, everyone. Be gentle with yourself and, give yourself some grace, really.
Yes.
And, as a woman of faith, I talk a lot about, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So definitely all the roots problem that Carissa shared. So we have to be gentle with ourselves. So thank you so much again, Carissa, for being our guest today. And
you're so welcome.
I cannot wait to see more of you. Definitely. All right.
Thank you. And it was an honor. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Carissa Ferns is an amazing coach. In the few short sessions I had with her, she made such an impact. She gave me advice that absolutely changed the game for me. I'm a business owner and an entrepreneur. I'm also a family man. And she left a very safe and open container for me to be vulnerable. And I talked to her about things that I didn't really want to talk to other people about. I just felt comfortable. And she gave me really solid advice. She helped me understand how to manifest. She helped me understand how all my past programming is just thoughts and emotions that I have that a lot of times aren't even mine. So I'm super grateful. I think she's an amazing coach. I highly, highly recommend Carissa Ferns as a coach, whether business or personal. I think she can add a lot of value to your life in all those other places. She definitely has to mine.
All right. Wasn't this a great interview? I sure did learn a lot in regards to practicing positivity and having love in the forehead of our mind when we deal with everyday struggle, and also as well the concept of, dealing with your childhood trauma, because sincerely, it is a hard thing to do, going back in the past and having to face your demon, quote unquote, because if you do not deal with your past, it's going to, hinder you. It's going to become a stumbling block even in your present. So I love when Teresa was talking about, how spreading negativity can be so contagious. We hear it from someone else and then we share it, we pass it across and across. The next thing you know, it has become a whole chain of negativity and just things that don't really serve us really. What does it do for us, for our mental well-being, for emotional well-being, and also for our spiritual well-being? When we watch the news constantly, when we feed the negativity, and when we really do not address the main issue, which is, our sanity really. And of course, when we have these things going on in our lives mentally and emotionally, it does not serve. And it also add to the childhood trauma that we have to face as well in our regular day. So I was very, very, very fortunate to be able to interview Carissa, this amazing female entrepreneur, in my show. So I hope this was helpful, and I hope that you can take great tips from this interview and then go with your life, practice it, share it with other female entrepreneurs in your life, share it with your family, share it with your friend, and actually take actions, because knowledge doesn't necessarily mean behavior change. Until you start taking the action, nothing will change. And it starts with you, cutting the time that you spend on social media. It starts with you taking a break to address the situation that are happening internally, because you can repress the childhood trauma, but at the end of the day, it will come back. And if you do not deal with it, it's going to continue to cause you to be crippled, whether that's mentally, emotionally, and even sometimes spiritually. So start today. Do not allow your childhood trauma to, win this war. But also do not allow negativity to creep into your life, because yes, it's easy. You just turn the TV on, and the news is on constantly. You turn Instagram on, Facebook, whatever social media platform that is out there. It's easy for us to get entangled in just negativity, in just bombarded with different information for no apparent reason. It doesn't serve us. It attacks our sanity. It definitely attacks our sense of tranquility, serenity, and peace. So I would suggest that you go back and watch that video again, share it with someone that that can benefit from it, but also take action now, because again, what is it? What good does it do if we just, get information after information, knowledge after knowledge after knowledge, and at the end of the day, we don't really take action? So this was a great pleasure for me to bring Carissa to the show and interview her in regards to practicing love. I mean, that's a whole other episode I feel like we can talk about in regards to, giving ourselves time to love ourselves, to take self-care. Shut the TV, turn the TV off, turn the radio off, turn all social media off, have a detox of social media, and really love on yourself, forgive yourself. And when you're dealing with your childhood trauma, there will be that time where you need to pause and allow yourself some grace, because we're not perfect, and the people that God has put in our life, they're not perfect either. And we have to learn to let go. We have to learn to attack the childhood trauma, because it will come between us and the destiny and the plan that God has for us. So I hope, again and again, I cannot say this enough, I hope this was helpful, and I hope that you actually take action today. Share it with anyone that that can actually benefit from all the insight that Carissa shared with us today. And again, do not hesitate to watch this one more time, again and again, because it's going to take time to change the unhealthy habit. It takes time. So I hope this was helpful. I sure did benefit from it. All right, everyone, that's it for today's show, and I hope this was beneficial. Remember to share this with your friends and family member. Tell them to go get on Roku right now and share this show with them. That way they can benefit from it as well. And I want you also to remember this. You are more than just a wife. You are more than just a parent. You are more than just a businesswoman. You were created with a purpose for a reason. So choose to thrive today. Until next time.
Welcome to the Living the Dream podcast with Curveball. If you believe, you can achieve. It's in New York City. She is also a social media manager who does freelance work. She blogs and creates content on the side. So we're going to be talking to her about how she got started and let her spread her knowledge about social media, because as podcasters, we use social media a lot as well as other content creators. So we're going to let her spread her knowledge. Caitlin, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me.
Why don't you start off by telling everybody a little bit of background about yourself and how you got started?
Oh yeah, so I am living in New York City right now. Currently, I'm a beauty editor for the website All Things Hair, which is Unilever's branded content website that focuses on giving like hair tutorials, advice, and different tips for all different hair types using all of Unilever's hair care brands like TRESemmé, Dove, Suave, Love Beauty Planet, She Moisture. And I got started actually in college. I went to school for fashion merchandising and communications. And then I moved to New York after I graduated. And I just knew when I was a junior in college, I realized that I wanted to go into the journalism, social media route for my career. And after I graduated, like I said, I moved to New York, and I just kept going after that goal and applied to jobs and ended up at All Things Hair.
So All Things Hair, when you say hair tutorials, do they kind of give you tutorials on how to apply products and how to do different things with hair? And also the magazine that you're at with the hair, did you do this because you do hair, or are you a beautician on the side, or is it just something that you like to do?
Yeah, so All Things Hair, we have our articles on the website at allthingshair.com, and then also on YouTube and Instagram. There are tutorials for all different hair types, from natural hair to fine and straight hair and wavy hair. And yeah, we show things like how to achieve certain trendy hairstyles, but also how to use products and how to make hair care routines that work for your hair type. And I got into hair actually. I've always had an interest in beauty. Ever since I was in high school, I was always interested in different learning different makeup looks and trying different hairstyles. And I was interested in fashion too. So I knew that beauty industry, the beauty route, was something I really did want to pursue. And yeah, I've always liked hair. I love learning more about it, learning new hairstyles, and just the way different products work, and seeing how products have changed over the years.
Well, in your bio, it says not only do you have a passion for beauty and fashion, also Disney. So tell us about that Disney passion.
Yeah, so I'm a big Disney fan. I actually did the Disney college program the year after I graduated college. So back in 2017, 2018, it feels so long ago now. Yeah, I did the Disney College program where I got to work at Disney World for about a year. I worked in like merchandise retail there, and it was a really fun experience getting to meet so many people from around the world and work with like so many different kinds of people. And it made me really like the company there a lot, to see like how everything worked. And yeah, I just think it's so interesting. I've always liked Disney ever since I was a kid. So getting to work there was really fun experience. And it's always fun too, just to see like what new stuff they have planned. I'm actually going back in November, and they have like the new Star Wars and a new ride in Epcot opening. So I'm excited to see what that's all like.
So it's one thing to be into writing for a magazine and being an editor, but how did you get started into social media?
I got started into social media when I was like a sophomore, junior in college. I've always like, ever since like high school, I was just like on it for fun, playing around like on the different apps. And then I think like when I was in college, it started becoming like an actual job that people did. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. People are like actually, like I never realized until college that was actually like something you could do as your job. And then when I started learning more about it from like the marketing perspective, it was really interesting to see, just learning about different ways that, like different strategies for social media and like everything that goes in on like the behind the scenes that I feel like a lot of people don't really realize when you're just like scrolling through an Instagram page. So yeah, I got an internship in college at a website called New York Girl Style. And I was able to help out with their Instagram and Facebook there and learn more about what actually goes into it. And then also I did another internship in college at like a boutique in my college town. And I got to help out with like their marketing and social media too. Yeah, so just getting experience in college, I think, was really beneficial for me, learning more about like the behind the scenes and getting like the hands-on experience. So then I was able to actually like apply that and learn more while doing it at All Things Hair.
Well, tell us about some of the behind the scenes in social media that people don't see. Give us content creators some tips and behind the scenes so we can be more visible on social media.
I feel that some behind the scenes things, I feel like a lot of people don't really realize how much editing, how long like it can actually take sometimes. I know now with like TikTok being so popular and like reels and like their short little like 30-second videos that people watch, and you're like, oh, that must take like no time to make. But I made some where it could easily take you like over an hour to edit this 30-second video. And just filming the different clips and putting them together, I feel like people don't always realize how long that can take. And also to just on like a brand perspective, and even like certain content creators too, knowing like the strategics of like, oh, I'm posting, like there's always like an intent behind the post for a lot of brands. They're always like, there's always like a strategy behind it. It's never like just randomly like, oh, I'm going to post this photo today. There's always like a why, and whether it's like from a certain trend or just based on your demographic and your market, knowing that it's like something they would like.
Tell us some of the best strategies, social media strategies that you found for content creators.
I found that posting consistently is really beneficial. I know sometimes depending on what everyone does for work and like how serious they actually are with their social media, it can be a little challenging to keep up with it consistently. But I think making sure to post like at least once a day, and even like multiple times a day is great when you're newer, trying to like make your account more discoverable. That's really important. And utilizing hashtags too. I feel like for a while when social media first got big, like Instagram especially, everyone was doing hashtags, and then I think they kind of like died off a little bit. But I'd say over like the last year, there's kind of been like a more resurgence of people realizing like how important and how much of an impact they can have on your post. So using hashtags, and I've found that I think they're saying it's like 8 to 15 hashtags now is like ideal for your post, because you don't want too many, but then you want to make sure you have enough where you're like hitting those niche topics. You want like your hashtags to go with whatever niche your account is about. And I've noticed too with social media, I feel like there's been a big trend of just being more like relaxed and not so like put together. And I think TikTok has had a big role in that, where people just want to see like real people. They don't want to see someone that looks like perfect 24/7 and is like super highly edited. I think just like being able to connect with real people and relate to other people, whether it's like other girls your age or just other creators in your niche, I think that's also something that has been really important.
Well, let's talk about those hashtags. How can a content creator make sure that they're doing the right hashtags for what they're trying to do? Like, for example, my podcast, if I'm posting on Instagram, how do I do the research to make sure that I get the right hashtags?
A lot of times what I do for hashtag research is going on Instagram, and when you're in the search bar, you go to like the hashtag option, and then you can just type in different hashtags that are about your topic. So say I'm doing a post about like a hairstyle. I'm doing a post about like a French braided hairstyle. I would type in maybe like French braid into the search bar, and then it will come up showing the different hashtags that use that word. And then it will actually give you like how many posts are in that category. And I'd say it's good to use around 3 to 5 that have numbers in like the millions or even like billions, because that will make your posts, like you'll be in like a lot of posts and like a lot more people are usually using that hashtag. But then it's also good to use some hashtags that have more like the 10,000 to 15,000 range for posts, because that way your post won't disappear as quickly. If someone's looking through that hashtag, you're more likely to stay at the top longer and pop up longer than having like a hashtag where your post becomes like pushed down in like seconds. And I also look to see what people in my like field and like niche are hashtagging too. I found that's really helpful for connecting with people. If there's like a certain community you want to reach out to, or a certain community you want to like become more involved in on Instagram, looking to see what hashtags those creators are using, and also using those too. I found are good.
Well, I know I heard yesterday that the owner of Instagram was saying that photos are not really as relevant as videos when you're posting on Instagram. What have you found out about that? Is it still good to post photos, or should you do more like video clips?
Yeah, no, I was surprised when I heard that, because like Instagram started as a photo app, and I feel like so many people still think of it as sharing photos. But yeah, I definitely think if you're like if you have an account that you're working on growing, I think it's so important definitely to utilize Reels and IGTV. I've definitely seen that video has been making a really big impact on various accounts. I've heard the Instagram algorithm. I know that Instagram has I think they have at least 3 different algorithms. It's not like one set in stone one that they have, but I did hear at one point that they were kind of favoring accounts that were posting reels, kind of making those accounts more discoverable on the explore page. And I think reels too is just a fun way. It hooks your audience in more. People are more likely to watch a 15-second video now than just it's so easy to scroll through a photo post in your feed. So I think videos are definitely very important to use. But I think it also still is really important to use photos. I know especially it kind of depends on what your account is about, but I think they're still really great. You can show your audience different, whether you're doing a hair tutorial or showing off a certain makeup look. Photos are really important, and they're also a good way to connect with your audience. And I've heard recently that since photos it's been harder, a lot of people have been losing engagement when posting just photos on their account. Doing carousel posts is really good for raising that engagement on your post, because when you have multiple slides in the post, people are going to stay on it longer and swipe through, which will make your engagement higher versus if they just look at your photo for 2 seconds real quick and scroll by.
The tips that you're giving for Instagram, do they apply for all of the other social medias, or do you have any other different tips for any other social media platforms?
I would say those are pretty much just for Instagram. I think you can apply them to a lot. I know especially with TikTok, I find myself on that app probably the most out of all social media apps right now. And I know that's been one of the most popular ones lately. And I think with TikTok, it's really important, honestly, just to be yourself on the app. I think that people just want, what I said before, to connect with real people. You don't have to worry about being too perfect and put together. And I think that's what has made TikTok so big. And I think it's really good. You want to try to hook your viewer in to your TikTok or Reel, or even if it's a video on Facebook that you post. You want to try to hook them within 3 seconds, because they're more likely to watch the rest of the video when you do that. And I've noticed too on Twitter that it's so important to stay up to date on the current trends. I've seen a big trend of different companies are really kind of on Twitter too, being more relaxed and showing more of a sense of humor and kind of making it feel more personable than just oh, I'm a brand trying to sell you here's an ad for this product. They're trying to make it more personable and stay on top of those trends, whether it's a meme that they twist to fit their account, or just interacting with followers and replying back with little funny or witty tweets.
Well, tell us about the freelance content that you create and any ongoing projects or upcoming projects that you're working on that people need to know about.
Oh yeah, so I freelance for this website called WDW Magazine. I write articles on their blog every so often, and that's a website that's all about Disney World. It's not run directly by Disney, but it's you have a kind of a partnership with them. And I write about Disney style, more fashion, and then I also write about like a wide variety. I've written about how to achieve different Disney like recipes at home. I did that like during quarantine, which was fun. And yeah, also like listicle articles about hotels, like a big variety of stuff. And then I'm doing a collaboration with this beauty brand on Instagram called C'est Moi. I have a video with some of their products coming up, which I'm excited about.
Go ahead and throw out that contact information. Give out your social media links, any websites. That way people can stay connected with you and learn about all things social media.
Oh, yeah. My Instagram is Caitlin, CAITLIN_and13. My TikTok is Caitlin Reddington. And yeah, those are the two platforms I'm the most active on. And then also, if you want to check out any of like my articles on all things hair, you can go to allthingshair.com.
You got any final thoughts before we close it out on social media, SEO, any advice that you can give content creators that we haven't discussed yet?
I'd say the biggest advice would just to be make sure whatever you choose to post about, you're passionate about it and you truly enjoy creating the content that you are doing, because I feel like your audience can definitely tell when you truly like enjoy what you're talking about and what you're showing versus if you're doing it just to get views or hoping to make money someday. I'd say, yeah, just stick to what really makes you happy and just stay true to yourself. I think they're a little cliche, but I think that's definitely really important when when working as a content creator.
Since I am a content creator, I would like to ask you to follow, rate, review, share this all over your social media. Android listeners, go to the Google Play Store and download the Living the Dream with Curveball podcast app. Caitlin, I want to thank you so much for joining me and sharing your knowledge to help out content creators. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Go to the Google Play Store and download the Living the Dream with Curveball podcast app. Caitlin, I want to thank you so much for joining me and sharing your knowledge to help out content creators. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
For more information on the Living the Dream podcast, visit www.djcurveball.com. Until next time, stay focused on living the dream.
Your office that is specifically given over to answering urgencies, or if you're a one-man office like so many of us are, then how do you take care of an urgency? What's your protocols around it? What's your system? But it's also based upon all the other systems I've been talking about all the way along. Your systemic systems. Is your business set up to answer these type of urgencies? If it's not, you want to make space for it. Your time management system. Does your time management system, is it set up to answer these kind of emergencies? Okay, so my suggestion is that you plan on it, whether you do it or somebody else does it. So you leave time during your workday to do it, and when you're doing your daily dumps first thing in the morning and you're planning on what you're going to do, plan on having some emergencies. You might even put in there a line that says taking care of emergency 1 and emergency 2. But if you know what they are, just go ahead and label them so they're in your to-dos. They may never make it onto your actual task list on your computer, on your Outlook, on your Google account, wherever your task list is, but they probably will make it on that daily. I said every morning you come in, I want you to dump out on a little piece of paper, whether it's a Post-it note or a half a sheet of paper, whatever it is, what you think your to-dos are going to be that day. And you need to leave time for your to-dos. 50% of your time and your tasks might be given over to some sense of emergencies or things that never make it onto your task list. Now, are you going to go ahead and set this up ahead of time? You can. It's pretty easy. Once you get your systems in place, you count 50% of the time that you would have given over to a particular project. 50% of that time is given over to emergencies or things to be done. If there's no emergencies that day, which is very possible in a smaller office, there may be no particular client in an emergency that day, or nobody's hijacking your time. I call it hijacking your time. Then you have actually double the amount of time to get your projects done once you get to the project part of your day. When that client calls with the emergency, how do you handle it? I mean, I have a very set system. I sit there and tell them, I actively either text them, email them, address when I think I'm going to be able to address it that day. If they need to talk to me, I give them the time slot I've set aside for emergencies. If they need me to action something, I say I will get them the email back later in the afternoon. I have a time set up specifically to be able to be responsive to my clients. It's my job. At least my job as a consultant is to be responsive to the clients. How does that work in your industry? What's your job? When you respond urgently, it's almost like we respond as if we're in trouble. When you respond to something as if you're in trouble, when you're done, do you feel like you've just done something that's really great and fantastic and important, or do you just feel relieved that you're no longer in trouble? You probably don't even necessarily recognize the importance of what you've done. Generally, urgency and that sense of relief aren't really tied to your value system. They're tied to a sense of fear. Value systems are much more intellectual. Fear is much more instinctual. So the question is, do you...
And here's what I can tell you. Whether you realize it or not, you have something to offer. You have something to offer. Something unique, something that only you can offer, that you are literally made for. And this series is about opening your mind so that you can open your mouth and make that irresistible offer and help people and make the difference and enjoy the abundance that you were put here to make. So this is my invitation to dig in, enjoy, give this gift to yourself and to everyone who needs what you have to offer.
To have the proper level of PSI in your business so that you can ultimately become that shining diamond that shines so bright that at the top of a hilltop, you can become a beacon of light to attract everything that was meant to you and then some. So let's get started. So let's talk about, what does the P stand for in PSI? When it comes to your business, it is imperative that you know why you do what you do. Being a business owner and an entrepreneur is no joke. It is hard work. But where does that commitment come from? It comes from your purpose. Tapping into why you do what you do. Let me just share that if you decide to go into business to make a lot of money, you're ultimately going to have a leak in your PSI. You are not going to be able to maintain the level of perseverance, the level of constant pressure and overcoming obstacles that you need to have if you don't tap into a deeper, more meaningful purpose in why you do what you do. So tap into it. What ultimately is going to make you happy and what ultimately is your driving force beyond money to do the business that you're setting out to do or that you're currently doing? If you are able to tap into your purpose on a regular basis, then passion is going to come into play. Passion is like a lighter fluid on a barbecue. If you have passion, you are unstoppable. If you combine passion with purpose, you are completely unstoppable, and you are going to ultimately make severe impact in the world. So tapping into your purpose with passion will give you the perseverance that you need to make the long haul. So that is what the P stands for in your business PSI.
Being able to do business online is crucial for survival, especially during times of social distancing. So how do you survive and thrive in the sea of digital noise? It's a lot like fishing. You need to know who your perfect customer is so that you can use the right kind of lure to attract them. We help you catch your perfect customer and retain them for future sales through highly converting websites, influencer mobile apps, getting you featured in the news and on TV. Hi, my name is Jerry Bowden, U.S. Army veteran and president of Revealio Software Solutions. Our goal is to help you rise above the competition, be seen as an expert authority in your industry, and embrace technology to stay competitive for long-term success. It's more affordable than you may think. So reach out to us at Revealio.com, and together we will make your business come alive.
Now, the S stands for showing up. Just showing up and sharing your story, and your story should tap back into your purpose. Your story needs to be heard. You probably are doing what you're doing because something happened to you, or somehow you saw a need and you had the ability to step into and create a solution. And that story of that problem-solving solution and experience needs to be shared, because people will love what you're doing if they understand why you do what you do. So if you know what your purpose and your passion is, share that with others through story, through speaking on stages. Create your own stage, because if you don't, if you really want to drive, more people to you and influence, then you want to create your own stage. And that's very easy to do these days through technology such as live broadcasting. You can get yourself, you're starting your own TV show these days. It's just so much easier than ever before to create your own stage. So share your story, show up regularly. These are the S's. And then once you are speaking more often, you are going to want to get a system, which is another S for this S, PSI, system creating around your scheduling, because you're going to want to get booked on other people's stages. You're going to want to potentially bring other people onto your stage to continue to elevate your main message through other people's insights, discussions. So schedule, get organized with your scheduling through systems, but show up regularly and share your story. So those are the S words in the PSI. These are all such valuable things to do to continually keep a very healthy level of pressure in your business. Because if you start lacking pressure, you're going to start sluggishly slowing down, and then things are going to start getting off balance, and you're going to start feeling more frazzled, more overwhelmed, and ultimately you're not going to be serving your purpose or serving other people well. You'll be forgetting things. So you want to maintain that consistent level of pressure, tapping into your purpose with the P, and showing up regularly. Get yourself a system to organize your schedule so you're not feeling overwhelmed. So that's the P and the S. Now let's talk about the I. The I is impact. Ultimately, most of us step into business because we have a solution to a problem, or we come from a place where we have had an experience, and now we want to help others either avoid having that experience themselves, or how to grow quicker. Maybe if you're a business coach, you've learned what not to do. So now you want to step up and you want to provide impact in other people's lives by shortening that distance between A to B. So that is a great way to have impact. But ultimately also you want to have influence over them through the words that you're using when you're sharing your story, and that's tapping into your purpose. Because if people understand, again, why you do what you're doing, you're sharing your story and you're sharing it well, you're going to ultimately have more influence over them. And you want to do it in an innovative way that sets you apart from everybody else. Let's just say you have had a story where you've overcome the obstacle of A, B, and C. Well, there might be about 10,000 or maybe even 10 million other people that are out there claiming that they know how to overcome A, B, and C. So what is going to set you apart? So this is where innovation comes into play. What can you do innovatively that's going to help you have more of an impression? These are all I words. You want to impress somebody so much when they meet you that you literally have had impact on them before they even have had a chance to get to know you. So think innovatively. What can you do? In the tech world, this is where Gamification can really come into play. Reward systems, sending them something back through the mail is innovative these days because people aren't receiving enough physical objects. Everything is being done all online. So people are not feeling that human touch. They're not feeling that physical presence. So what is it something that you can send as far as a gift to provide impact and influence over those whom you're hoping to connect with and deepen that and relationship with? Being innovative in your approach to, providing more value to those that you've met, those that you've already met and are doing business with, or those that you're hoping to partner with. Think innovatively, and that'll provide you with far more impact and influence, which is the big win, because you need to have all of these ingredients in the PSI, or you think in the tech world algorithm. You want to have all of these aspects of the ingredients to make the perfect balance of PSI and pressure, so that you're growing, you're stepping outside of your comfort zone on a regular basis by showing up more, being willing to be on camera more, doing more video content. These are all like part of sharing your story and being innovative in how you go about sharing your story. So the right level of pressure is ultimately going to refine you to become such a bright, shining diamond, so that you shine like the star that you are. And then we can elevate that through different technology platforms like television and broadcasting your message live over internet radio or podcast radio, or just hosting your own summits online or offline. You can do combinations. These are great ways to take that diamond that you formed and help it to shine so bright, like a beacon of light that cuts through all the digital noise and shines so that you attract everything to you that you're meant to have, and provide even more impact for those that come to you for what it is that you have that they need. So that is my overarching recipe and algorithm for maintaining the proper PSI balance in your business under pressure, so that you can shine really bright and have long-term success. If you would like to learn more about how you can stay relevant and competitive in a rapidly changing digital era, please reach out to us and join our heart-centered, forward-thinking community at techwithheartnetwork.com. If you would like to start shining brighter and speak on our stage, we would love to host you on our Tech with Heart show. If you have something to offer that would give value back to our heart-centered entrepreneurial audience, go to techwithheartnetwork.com and join our membership there, and reach out to me and let's have a chat. I'm here to elevate you and support you in
your women entrepreneurs, and really just loving my passion with helping other women. And that's kind of where the basis is.
Great. So, Jacqueline, tell us what drew you to meditation.
Meditation has always been something that I've been interested in, and would try here and there, but never really settled down and made a practice out of it until about 4 years ago. I've had my business, the salon, for 9 years now, so I was well into the salon, and I was feeling kind of lost. There was just lots of things happening, different obstacles and different ways that I could take the business. And in my personal life, I just kind of felt lost. So I decided to just hunker down and do my practice of meditation, but really be consistent. So I did a daily practice of it, even if it was only 1 minute a day. I focused on my breathing, and I did a lot of guided meditations. And that is when I saw the big difference. Before, when I would do it a day or two here, or maybe do a week and then stop, I didn't see the benefit. So I really didn't continue. But once I did 30 days in a row, it was like this light turned on. And it was amazing. Because when you quiet your mind, you start listening. And hear your own intuition, and it guides you to so many wonderful things. So with a daily practice, that is where I really stepped into what I feel is my higher self and where I'm supposed to be. Like I love doing hair, but I knew that I wanted to do something more because I felt like I have a gift that can help more women, not just with hair, but globally. Like I can't do your hair, but I can help you in other ways. So that was my biggest moment of clarity. And meditation has guided me to so many other things and really guided me to where my business is now. Meditation correlates with energy work. And anytime that you are quieting your mind, and no, it doesn't mean that I can just sit in silence for an hour and nothing pops into my head. That's not what meditation is. Meditation really is being able to quiet your mind enough, and when thoughts come in, because they do, like, especially as women, we tend to have like thousands of thoughts every second, and it kind of spirals you down into the rabbit hole. So being able to meditate, you learn how to allow a thought to come in, but not let it derail you.
Yes.
So when you are in that state, you can have a thought like, oh, I got to take the kids to practice. And it can go through one ear and out the other without it derailing you. And you start to learn how to navigate, and your intuition will start popping up and giving you ideas for business and ideas on which way you want to go, or even throughout the day, you start to learn how to listen to your intuition. So at no point do I feel lost anymore. If I ever feel like I have a ton of, options, I really will just center myself, listen, and then it's very clear to me where I'm supposed to go and what I'm supposed to do. And now that I've gotten really good at meditating, that has opened up the doors to energy work and something called the Akashic Records. And I don't know if you've heard of that.
No.
So that has been a practice that I've been doing for a little while and getting it done for myself through somebody else. And then I got certified in it. And your Akashic Records are basically, in meditation, you can tap into your guides and to your soul book. Your soul book is your past, your present, and your future. And through meditation, I can tap into your energy, to your guides, and ask very detailed questions to find out what path you're supposed to be on. I even use it to plan my week out. Like, what is in the highest good of myself and my business, and what should I be focusing on? So just the simple act of meditation has cleared up my mind that I can start listening to those types of, answers and guidance.
So where would you say your journey started? Because, obviously, like you said, first you said you did it on and off, some days, not doing it some days, and then you did a 30-day stint. Yeah. So when you did that 30-day stint, what did you start off with? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? How much did you start off with?
I actually did the Deepak Chopra and Oprah.
That one, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they had ones, and I want to say they were anywhere from 10 minutes to 20 minutes. And they would do a little bit of, talking in the beginning, explaining what you're going to be doing. And then you would go into the meditation. So it was maybe a 15-minute full length. And that's really where I started, because I kept thinking to myself, there's no way I can quiet my mind. I can't sit here and think, I can barely have anything, just one thought going through. So I didn't think I could do it on my own. And that's when I started with the Deepak Chopra. That's when I got really serious. And I made a promise to myself that I would do their full 30 days. And that's what I did.
Brilliant. That's great. Okay, so and then where did that lead you to after that then?
Well, after 30 days, I was hooked. I craved that time for myself. So I just started looking into other things. I was, you search meditations and you can find all kinds of things.
Oh.
Yes, yeah. And I actually went back through. I purchased the Oprah one and I went back through the 30 days, like a few months later, and I found some other people that I was able to start following and get meditations, and I just started craving it. So I found it wherever I could. And then if I didn't do a guided, I would just center myself, and even breathing, just focusing on breathing is meditation. So you can do that. There's so many different forms. Even if you're like driving, you can just focus on certain things and clear your mind. Focus on what you're being present in. So I just made sure every single day after that I was doing some form of meditation.
And how do you think that helped in your business? How do you think the quiet in your mind helped your business? What were the key things that you saw change?
Clarity. All of a sudden, I didn't feel like I was, distracted by shiny objects, because I definitely got distracted before. I would be working on one project, come to like a stopping point or maybe a hard point, and something else would pop up and I'm like, oh, let me go try this real quick, and then lose focus, right?
Yeah.
So the biggest thing truly was clarity and peacefulness. I felt at peace. I could control my feelings a lot more. So those would be the key things that I think meditation has given me in my life and in my business.
Good. Brilliant. And so I know you touched on a little bit saying that you help it with your clients. So how do you do that how do you do it in, how do they implement it as part of your programs?
Yes. So I have a few different ways. When I'm working with clients behind the chair, I do very focused clients. Like, I don't have people in and out of my chair. It's one person. We sit down and talk. And while I'm doing their hair, I talk to them about meditation. I create my own meditations, and I've given them or, have them for my clients. But with the coaching, it's a whole new thought on business coaching. And I really walk the person, like my client, through getting over those barriers, committing to meditation, giving them certain ways to meditate and certain things to think about and meditate on, and really having them focus and dedicate that time as well. Because I find that is the first step to getting the business you really want. So I guide them through meditation, and then I also walk each one of, like, my one-to-one coaching program. That would be the one where you get the full meditation and you get Akashic record readings with me. So we go through and we're really tapping into your higher self and what your needs are. And that's how I bring it in. So I teach my clients, how to tap into that so that they can really listen to their own intuition and find that clarity and the peacefulness and not feel so like just they're floating through business.
Yeah, sure.
And then I give them action steps, on how to actually grow your business. But the first thing is that peace, that getting your mindset right and being able to find that peace and clarity.
Okay. And so from I know that you've started to build more in since you've done your, what did you call it? Akasha?
Yes, it's the Akashic records.
How do you spell that? Akasha?
It is, and I have to write it down to spell it.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay. AKASHIC. Akashic records.
Okay, Akashic Records.
Yeah.
Okay, so meditation led you to that. You trained in that. You build that into your business. What other energy work have you started to bring in?
So I am now also certified with Reiki, and that's energy healing. And I am so excited about that because in the Akashic Records, when I have your records open and I'm asking your guides questions, we can actually do energy healing, and we can heal things from past lives that may be affecting you now. We may be able to heal, core wounds that you've had that is holding you back. Because sometimes, like, we're so close. I know my personal experience is I was so close in business. I felt like I was just this far away from really finding the perfect business for myself and feeling fulfilled. But I just find it. And when I started doing this energy work and I had someone doing it on me, I was able to break through that core wound. And then all of a sudden it just took off because I was able to get out of my own way. So in your records, I'm able to heal with your guides as well as use Reiki in your records. And, with Reiki, you don't have to be right in front of each other because energy can be from anywhere. As long as I have your permission and I can tap your energy, that's...
No, that's brilliant. That just sounds like a really good combination to have both those things so that you can support your clients. And it's totally different, isn't it? I mean, doing the Akasha and blending in that Reiki, that's amazing.
It is amazing. It's super powerful because it is things that we don't even know that's holding us back.
Yes.
We can start fixing. Because once you find that and you heal it, we heal it for lifetimes. Like, it's not just healing at the moment. We heal it from the source and from the root of the cause. So, you can't get that anywhere else. It's amazing and it's really transformational.
Brilliant. I love it, Jackie. I love it. I just called you Jacqueline. Sorry.
Well,
so Jacqueline, tell us what final thoughts would you have to let our audience know about, your journey in getting meditation in your life and helping it to build your business and build your clarity and direction. So what more things would you like to say?
I think just believe in yourself. Take the time to think maybe outside of the box. This is not something that everyone knows about or even feels comfortable with. This is kind of that unknown. But really, you have to think about the universe and what is offered. And if you just believe and you let it happen and get some guidance, you'd be amazed. You have nothing to lose, because if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if it does, it can transform your life and your thoughts and your daily, things. I mean, it's just so powerful.
Brilliant. That's great. Well, thank you, Jacqueline. Have you got any freebies or any way that anyone can work with you in some kind of way for our audience?
Oh, yes, definitely. If you go to my website, which is untetheredcoaching.com, I have some daily affirmations, a PDF that you can download, as well as a free meditation of meeting your intuition. So I walk you through the process of meeting your intuition and also getting rid of your ego and your inner critic, because those people we don't need. We need to let them, take a hike, and I walk you through that.
Brilliant. That's great. Well, thank you for being on. It's been really interesting talking to you. It's been really good insight in, in the energy work and also the meditation and how you can take that forward in your life to build, not just your business, but you as an individual. So, yeah, thank you very much for being on.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right?
I said thank you so much for having me.
Okay. So guys, thank you for watching, and please, get in touch with Jacqueline and find out more about what she does to help you to build your business and help you with you.
In other words, you want to entice whomever is reading or listening to your message to want to know more, to capture their interest, right? So I will be talking with that because it's my specialty. For the last 17 plus years, I've actually ghost written messages for others. They're called inspired heart letters, and it's for any type of occasion. I've also written copy for commercial enterprises and all kinds of invitational copy that is intriguing and very successful. So it may be that many of us, when we set out to win our audience or attract more clients or customers, we want to make sure they really get us and they really understand. When actually, more intrigue, something splashy, something that stands out above the predictable or the mundane copy is much more rewarding in every way. So, so yes, we know now that you have the integrity, you have the wisdom, you have the insights, you have that passion and desire to do what you do, offer what you do. And now we want to attract people that you can actually provide for or work with. Anyhow, as I said, the more allure you can offer, the better numbers you will attract. Having said that, everyone you attract may not be your tribe. So we spoke about that before. So making sure that the needs that you are fulfilling or supporting are truly met with your clients. Because after all, this is about building your business. It's not flash in the pan unless, of course, you want it to be, which I doubt you do. So building your business is based on, we've already discussed your integrity and your desires, what your platform is all about, and your reliability. And now we're going to start looking at attraction. What I thought I would do to make it more clear is to give you some examples on the more interpersonal level. That way we're not comparing products and professional services, but on an interpersonal level, I want to give you some great examples so that you can look at creating your own catchy headline or compelling message. This is not the body content. This is the tease, the capturing. So going straight to my book, which is entitled Relation Shift, How to Write the Words You Really Want to Say. I'm going to start off with first one story, and that has to do with online dating. Because wouldn't you say that online dating is the perfect analogy for capturing someone's interest, compelling them to want to get to know you or get to know more about you. And it is so fun for me to help people in this realm. Often a client or someone that's not having success with their profile, it's because they have decided what it is they want and what it is that their potential paramour or the person they may end up on a date with, what they're looking for. Okay, that does have its place. However, I want to remind you that the flavor, the allure, and the quote tease factor are much more intriguing and compelling. So I'm going to start off by sharing, where is it? Yes. Okay. So one lady, she was divorced, her kids were raised, and she was really looking to find love again in a lasting relationship. So she had this whole laundry list of must-be's and I ams. And she also started many of her sentences in her profile with, you are, you have, I am. And she went into such minutia around her cooking and her pets. And I was like, okay, then. So what are you going to talk about on your first date? So anyway, so instead of going through this laundry list, which she was having no success with whatsoever, this is how I'll just do the starting out of her dating profile. So her headline, are you my BFF, boyfriend forever? Mind you, this was a very spunky little redhead. She had a lot of gusto to her personality. So I try to reflect that. Again, we want to be authentic in such a fun way. So it starts out, are you ready to meet a fun-loving redhead with a kind heart and plenty of sex appeal? Wow. Who says that? Would that catch the average interest of a man reading? I would venture to say so. I am a lover, not a fighter. My life has been blessed by my 3 amazing grown children. So she's letting them know that her kids are grown. Endearing friendships. She has friends. A loving family and enriching life experiences. That's all you have to say in the beginning. And then we went into a little bit below that if someone wants to keep reading about what her talents are and her joie de vivre. Well, I did attend her wedding, so I think it kind of worked out for her. So changing the demeanor is super, super important. I'm going to give you another one. This one really cracks me up. Okay. So this man, very nice looking guy, I might add, an educator. He never did have children. He was divorced, but well-traveled, intelligent, and very much in good shape. I mean, he had a lot going on. So this is his original profile. And I just took excerpts from it so you can get the flavor of it. I have a high threshold for boredom. I will go shopping with you. And I can carry heavy items as well as twist tight caps off of jars. Truly, these elements were included in his profile. So he, I think, thought he was being kind of cute, and it was coming across as, shall we say, nerdy? Not at all who he was, not at all a reflection of who he really was. So I spoke with him and I found out more about his talents and his interests and his hobbies and how he enjoyed life. And it turned out that he was this like really, really good ballroom dancer. And for many women, they may find there's a shortage of handsome men that are also ballroom dancers. I don't know. But it was something that made him perhaps stand out and at least connect with his tribe of women, or the special one, I should say. Anyhow, so this is how we started his dating profile. I would love to waltz into the life of my most perfect partner. Actually, I prefer swing dancing, but do enjoy any style of dance, including West Coast, salsa, and even the two-step. Life is what we make it. And while I'm quite active for fun on the dance floor, I also enjoy spending time hiking in nature, exploring local cultural events, meeting new people, fine dining. And then it goes into, some of the other aspects of him. His catch line was dance fever. So if someone saw that, like, what is this guy, right? So it's catching. It's a catchy phrase. And anyway, he went from like practically 0 to 30 women. And he actually wrote a beautiful testimony saying that he met his soulmate and was actually loved being in her arms, including on the dance floor. So that was really sweet. And then there was another woman who was so beautiful and gorgeous and sexy, and she had no trouble whatsoever attracting tons of suitors on online dating. The problem was she exuded such femme fatalism, if that is a phrase, that she did not meet the right quality or caliber of potential partner that she really wanted from her heart. So her message started out originally as being alluring on such a I don't know how to put this on a video, but anyway, it was very, very teasy and very, very sexy, which has its place, but it was overkill. So there needs to be, you need to arrive at a balance, again, dialing into just who do you want to be your customer, your client. So, so with her profile, I made it bold. She was sort of like a sweet little kitten and, kind of fluffy and shy, but really, really, really sexy. And so this way we let who she really was, because I got to know her. And that was someone much more powerful is the only word I can come up with. Stunningly gorgeous, very kind-hearted, very feminine. And I think would be, well, she's another one that is married, and she ended up meeting the man of her dreams, who was also just a perfect match for her, from Europe, and they're living in a lovely home and have a beautiful, beautiful life. That's all I'm going to say. But her dating profile, the new, more evolved style, the one that was catchier, was called Woman of Your Dreams. Okay, Woman of My Dreams. That sounds almost nervy. What do you got? And we started out with, I believe dreams do come true. Now that sentence is going to detract from the narcissistic male, the one that's just after, a quick encounter and move on, and perhaps touch into someone that is really looking for something deeper. Second line, what if I am the one you've been waiting for? Now that doesn't sound cheesy. It sounds real. It's genuine. And it evokes the notion that it comes from sincerity. So here's somebody looking to find the love of her life. Okay, and then I'll just start with a little bit of her content so you can see how the honesty and the vulnerability factor come in. Writing about myself is not so easy for me. However, I am willing to give it a shot. If you're looking for a real woman and are sincere about finding romance, partnership, and an enduring connection, then I encourage you to read on. So right there, she's defining who she wants to attract in. After she started airing this online dating profile, she called me to say that her potential interest partners of interest, that sounds weird. Anyway, she said that it had dropped off considerably. So she was literally going from like 60, 70 men wanting to meet her originally with her initial quote advertisement online, to it dropping considerably to like 10, 12. And for her, I mean, she's just so beautiful inside and out. But she said the difference was she wasn't so exhausted because she was meeting quality men, the kind of men she wanted to attract. And as I said, now she is happily remarried. So, and then I'm going to share one other cute story. This also will dial into the notion of allure. So I went on a vacation with a group of people, men and women from Europe and all over. And we were on kind of a little spiritual trek up to Mount Shasta. And one of the profound vortexes on the planet. At any rate, on the way back, we had a great time. We were up there for about 5 or 6 days. On the way back, as we drove, I live in San Diego, so it's a 12-hour trek. As we approached Los Angeles, I asked to take over and drive. And so I'm driving the minivan, and this woman says, Christine, I really need your advice. And I said, what's going on? And she said, well, I have a boyfriend here in Los Angeles. Now, she lived in San Diego near where I live. And she said, he is, he really wants, okay, we're going to cut there at, where are we at? I don't even know. Shoot. Okay, starting over. Another interesting story is once coming back from a vacation with several friends and people meeting for the first time it was an international group, and we were driving a distance from the mountains down to Southern California, about a 12-hour trek. When we approached Los Angeles, I decided to help out and drive. While I'm driving, the woman sitting next to me asked for my help, for my advice. Well, what's going on? She said, well, I have a boyfriend. We've been dating seriously for nearly a year, and he happens to live in Los Angeles. And she lived in San Diego, about 2-hour drive difference. At any rate, she said, I messaged him and said, honey, we're in Los Angeles and we're driving in a minivan. Why don't we just stop by your house? You can pop in and be the chauffeur. You see, he had a business in San Diego, so he was in San Diego regularly. And he wrote, I said, that was sort of interesting. Why would you do that? What did he say? And she said, well, he wrote back, I'm sure you were very weary from your long journey. And I think it's probably best. Yes, I am going to San Diego tomorrow, but I am busy. And maybe we could have dinner on Wednesday or Thursday. She was really very disappointed. And my response was, well, that does sound like a pretty limp text message. So I said, well, why don't you? And she said, and I even had a dream about him last night. I said, okay, great. Why don't you text message back that you really are sorry he can't join us right now because you had this amazing, sensuous dream that you really wanted to share with him last night? Well, then in record time, she started receiving numerous texts and phone calls. I need to talk to you. Pick up the phone. Answer me. And so I said to her, give it 10 or 15 minutes. See, if we shove information, we shove offers, we shove things down people's throats or in their face, we are not as valued. The human nature enjoys seeing if they qualify, if it's special, if it's exclusive. Not for everything you're going to sell, I get it, but for many things, they want to know that it's special for them, and they don't want to risk missing out. So by giving the time frame, so by giving a time lapse, what happened was she gave him a moment to reflect on, maybe she's not as eager to see me after all. So after 10 or 15 minutes, because I said in his mind, he may consider that you are noticing a handsome guy in a Lamborghini drive by, who knows? I said, okay, now you will text him. How can we possibly have a conversation right now? I'm in a van with all these people. I can't share the intimacy and the specialness of my dream. Not now. Immediately he texts back, I can hop in my car in 10 seconds and see you in 2 hours. Wow, that was really quite a change of attitude. Interesting. So is it that we want what we think we might lose? In the psychology of selling, and if we're, quote, selling ourselves and our value? Okay, then. So then I suggested that she send him the following message, which went something like, you are the sweetest. You are so thoughtful, and you're right. I am tired from my long journey, and I actually can't wait to get home, and I'm going to take a hot bubble bath and jump into my fluffy bed after camping out all week. Oh, it's going to feel so good. And I'm just hoping that I have another amazing dream about you. You'll be in San Diego or open for dinner on Wednesday or Thursday. Probably Thursday's best for me. Wow. I ran into her a couple weeks later in town, perchance, and she couldn't get over it. The next day she had flowers at her door, and he had already invited her to meet his family, his folks and whatnot. So yeah, enticement works. Being catchy with your opening lines. Don't dictate to anyone. Why don't we do this so you can jump in the car and you can be our chauffeur, is way too needy, too available when we want to promote the specialness and the intrigue and the allure of whatever it is that we are sharing with our tribe. Thanks so much for joining me. We'll see you next time.
Then I can help more people. But here's how it actually works. There comes a point where you assume the throne. You own that you are the expert in the area of your expertise, because you know what? You know more than the people that you're going to help, right? You may not be the world's top expert in that area, but there's a lot of people that you can help with what you already know. So if you draw a line of demarcation right there, you assume the throne, you say, you know what? I'm the queen of sales conversion, or at least that's what I said. You probably shouldn't say that. If you draw a line right there, then what it allows you to do is shift your focus, and instead of thinking that more training in your area of expertise is going to help you make a difference in the world, you shift your focus and you realize that it's actually now owning what I have, assuming the throne, and getting out there with my work is what's going to make a difference in the world. And to get out there with your work, the biggest service you can offer to the world is to learn to make your irresistible offer. And the thing that will help you is to know that you are the expert, you've done the heavy lifting, and that learning and practicing and doing what you're doing here. This is exactly the area of study you want to be in. So good for you for watching this today and being here in this learning today. That you'll know that extra piece, it's not that big, right? You've done the heavy lifting with becoming the expert that you are. There's this 10% nuance over here called, learning to make my irresistible offer. Maybe you need to learn how to have a one-on-one conversation that can take someone who's interested in your work all the way to invested in your work. We have structures for that. Maybe it's time to learn how to have what we call a one-to-many conversation. You might be on a live stage, or maybe on a webinar or teleseminar where it's you and lots of people listening and learning from you all over the world, right? Those are skills that all exist in what I call that 10% nuance. Learning to create your sales conversion machine so that this 10% can support the 90% that you already own. So I hope this is making sense. It's a tiny little mindset shift that has a huge result. In summary, it's not more letters after your name that are going to have you make the difference you want to make, right? I trust that if you found your way here, you've got enough on this side of the equation to help a lot of people right now. You have something to offer. Time to focus over here, which is why I'm proud of you for being here today. And really to start to become interested, fascinating, and get good at making that irresistible offer in any situation. And I want you to know I'm happy to be the person helping you with that.
7 life sabotaging patterns we all have, and 5 universal fears that we each get to confront through our emotional development. And once you know them, you can change the way your mind looks at them and success. And as we look deeper into step 2, how to circumvent your mind's death stare at fear. Because it's trying to keep us safe. So it's really time for you to understand that not only are you in charge of your life choices, and only you can look deeper into your heart of what is it that you really, really want. What is it that is going to make your heart sing? Only then can you get on the path to achieve it. And I was going through in video 1, you really have this little acorn of your gift codes inside of you. That is unique to you. That is there, whether you know it or not, or whether you activate it or not. But they are there waiting to show you and to be activated when you're ready. And I'm going to ask kind of a crazy question. Can your sister or your mother or boss activate your true purpose? It's kind of preposterous, isn't it? But I want you to confirm that no, it's you. You are the only one that can do this. Take out your notebook or your journal, or the Success Now workbook, and you have handwritten in on page 2 and 3 what you want and what success looks like. And you've been keep doing the mirror exercise for how are you saying things to yourself? How do you start your day? With nice positive things or not? Because as we look at these 7 sabotaging beliefs and patterns, and this is from page 4 in the workbook, that we all have these collectively that do affect our identity. And you're going to notice you have one of them, major ones, or all of them right now. This is part of everybody's journey to discover your gift to share with the world. Otherwise, they just wait patiently for you until you're ready to overcome them. So I'm going to go through these 7. And you may want to write them down or just jot down, oh, this is the one that really gets me, or all of them, or look in the workbook later if you don't have it. I am not worthy. Number 1. Number 2, I'm not good enough. Number 3, I don't belong. This isn't right for me. Number 4, it must be perfect, or don't do it. Or do it until it is perfect before you present it. Or number 5, I am invisible or powerless. Number 6, I can't trust myself or others, and others do not trust me. Number 7, I don't know how, or I don't have the capacity to even learn this or do this. I can't do it. So circle in your workbook which ones affect you. They may be all of them, and you may have to work on just one at a time. You may even want to do it from the hierarchy, the most that affects you down to the least, and start with whichever ones you want. But these are really ingrained and part of your identity. In each of these, though, there's a gift for you of awareness that you are unconsciously projecting out into the world. And we'll go into more detail later about this, or in my Life Mastery course, because you can hear these are biggies. Remembering your outer world is reflecting out from your inner world. Looking at these can help you separate out your own thoughts that you think about yourself that become beliefs. And remember, beliefs are just thoughts that are thought over and over again until you believe them. So they can be changed and updated. I say they need to be changed and updated as we grow. And I hope you're going to take some time with these and update those thoughts from ones that were developed or instilled from your family, school, religions, and start to choose what you want for your life, for your thoughts to redefine, to think over and over again until you create some new beliefs about your purpose, about what is creating your success. And I'm going to ask you, do you think social media is a success killer for you? Is social media a saboteur of your success by comparing to others, or does it enhance your sense of self and success? Is social media hurting or helping your self-image? And if you look at the 7 saboteurs and the beliefs, again, look in your workbook, which one of these does social media elicit for you? What does it bring up for you? Maybe it's even 1 through 5. I'm not worthy. I'm not good enough. I don't belong. I must be perfect. Or don't do anything until it is. Or I am invisible or powerless. You choose. You think about it. Bruce Lee, one of the most famous martial artists of our time, said, "Our lack of self-awareness makes us look to others to tell us who we are." Lack of self-awareness. Isn't that what we talked about in show 1? We are what other people say we are. Who knows ourselves? We know ourselves chiefly, he says, by hearsay. We have more faith in what we imitate than what we originate. I think those are some powerful words. I hope you listen to that over again, because I think this is a pause in the video. And this is his phrase, as he was one of the best ever teaching himself what success really is. But he describes human impulse for conformity as how seductive the illusionary substitutes for self-esteem become in its absence. It's an illusion. It's seductive to look at others to substitute it for our own self-esteem. And studies are showing how social media is literally killing young women at an alarming rate. Comparison to others can create low self-esteem and low self-worth. The new Instagram study that Facebook Kids shows that looking at Instagram makes women feel worse about themselves. Has this become an addiction to obsessively look at and compare your life to others' imagined lives? Remember, what you see there is an illusion of what they're putting out there. That's what I was thinking about pictures. Everybody's always smiling so perfectly. And then you hear, oh my God, that guy murdered her. All of a sudden, there's one in the news right now. And it's like how they show this whole trip through the country and everybody's happy until, oh my gosh, she's missing. We show something, we show an illusion out there. But what we find in psychology, anything over 1 hour per day can be doing something for more than exercise even, can be looked at as an obsession. Why do we do things that aren't good for us and are leading young people to literally kill themselves because they don't add up to others? Talk about success killer, just plain killer. I think the social media really goes to number 6 and number 7 saboteurs. Number 6, I can't trust myself or others don't trust me. And number 7, I just don't know what to do. I don't have the capacity to figure out what to do. And I think the bigger issue I see parents is that until a girl or boy is 25 years old, they do not have the full cognitive abilities or capacity to figure out how to deal with these pressures on their own. Their brains are not matured yet to figure it out, emotional issues about this comparison. They are using most of their emotions and not their logic, because they don't have it, to figure it out. So this is like leading lambs to slaughter. Our children need our guidance. And this is a lifelong self-abuse pattern in the making that are being instilled from the outside images of perfection that they can't tell the difference between real and imagined. And many adults can't either. So there's an obvious parenting responsibility here that we're not going to go into, but please hear it, parents. Our children need us. And this becomes the same kind of adult disruptive patterns lurking in your lower awareness that needs to be exposed so you can help your child by helping yourself to not fall victim to these same saboteurs. It's the big deal. Now let's go into the 5 core fears. This is by Dr. Todd Pressman, and I'm going to go through these first and then kind of circle back to them. And you're going to recognize these as well. So circle what you hear here. What do you feel like is your biggest fear? Abandonment, not feeling loved, lovable, or loss of love, the heartbreak of a breakup, rejection, or the fear of not getting approval from somebody. A lot of times this is our, looking for, even still from our parents, loss of identity. Fear the way others see you. Fear I will never really know who I am or my authentic self, or measuring up in relation to others. Number 3, fear of not finding your inner meaning of life. That's kind of what we're talking about, isn't it? My inner and outer worth represented by money or lack of it, success. How do others see my worth or my contribution? Is it enough? Number 4, fear of not finding my purpose, the way I express myself, who I am, to feel I'm adding meaning. Do I leave this place feeling better or seeing it better or worse off in a better state than when I found it? What is my lot in life? I'm afraid I'll never find it. Fear of death, including dying, but also fearing disease or suffering and pain. And if we look at number 1 and 5, those are pretty clear. Fear of not being loved, of being rejected, or of dying. Those are pretty clear cut, right? But number 2, 3, and 4 may sound familiar and kind of come all together. But in the workbook, I want you to look at that, the 5 fears. I think it's about page 7. But they are what we're really talking about here that shows up in the workbook and come up in the Life Mastery course, because there's a lot more to this that I will be creating. These are deeper, really deeper inner needs that we must nourish, that we will continue to cover in this course. But I think as you look at them, it is in relation to Maslow's hierarchy of need. He was the greatest psychologist. And I'm going to insert here a picture for you of this hierarchy as a pyramid of need, as I describe it. If you look at this pyramid of your needs, it's an ascending to self-actualization at the top, of finding your true purpose to become the most you can be. Then you will need to, that you must fulfill all below it first to get to self-actualization. Like your physical needs, your food and shelter, before you can go to physical safety, and remembering that 50% of the population don't even make 50,000 or more. So they're still working on their physical needs, which is you are making this at that level. That's fine. But realize before you can really go on to some of this belonging, these other things, that's where you're starting. And there's no judgment. But once you have your physical and safety, then you can go into loving and belonging. Then you can go into what we're talking about here: self-respect, self-esteem, recognition of your contributions, to feel more in control of your life. Then the top is the highlight I call the whole enchilada, the feeling of achievement, fulfillment, success. And I think that we're really sold a bill of goods a lot of times, that we can feel success if we just get that college degree, do what your parents did, or some wacky way that, you're going to get 1 million hits on TikTok, become a star. That does not guarantee that you're going to feel inside successful or feel rich. That is what the imposter syndrome a lot of times really is. Because there is a natural progression of what is needed to build that inner foundation to stand on forever. Once this is built brick by brick, thought by thought, belief by belief, saying to yourself the story, you can count on that. It holds up. Does this make sense? I hope so. And you need to pick where you're going to start from, and just know it's a process. And it is what it is. Then you can use some of the skills that we will be building to permanently build this inner structure, that you can continue this journey to success with a blueprint to follow. So kind of don't worry about this. And workbook on the 7 saboteurs and the 5 fears, I want you to just circle, notice where you're at, and write out, where does this show up in your life? How do these behaviors support the success killers or fear, and not your success? The basic way to change any of these is to do the opposite of them in the moment to change it. So I'm giving you a little hint here. If you're lonely and fearful and feel rejection and need approval, what's the opposite? Change it. Look for ways to look for doing things that you feel accepted about, or that you are not lonely. It means you need to connect. Change the way you look at rejection even. Don't take it personally. talk to a salesperson. If they took that personally and stay and dwelled on it, their families would starve to death. You can look at these things differently and look for approval from the inside instead of the outside. Stop looking at yourself in a way that is putting pressure. Ask, what do I need to do to feel self-approval? How do I prove it to myself? It's a feeling. I get it that some of these may feel too big to do by yourself, or that you can't see them yet. I'm telling you, this is a journey. And where you are on the Maslow's hierarchy of need on page 8, you are on a path that leads to a highway that will take you there faster with what I'm saying to you. But if you can't add, you can't get into algebra yet. So accept that. This is step by step. So just cool your jets. You will get there. Once you've learned, you will automatically continue. There is never an ending anyways. If your old saboteur patterns don't reemerge, and that's what we'll be talking about later, how you got to focus on what you want instead of on the fears. If they do go back, then we're going to address them on later pages and do the opposite. That's the easy answer to these to establish some new patterns. So enjoy the ride and the view and stop and smell the roses. Those are all beautiful metaphors. And if you need some help, that is what professional counselors are for, or contact me. Ask me some question. I'm glad to guide you. You can go to anxietysimplified.net and you can put in comments or anything there to contact me. This is really your job and not even a counselor's job to make the changes needed. And I hear that one all the time. Well, like it's my job as a counselor to make you change or to create the change in your life. Like you're blaming me for counseling. Counseling didn't work for me. Counseling does not make you change. That is your job, to ask good questions, to ask what you need and listen and find out what works for you. My job is to guide you like a coach on the sidelines, offering advice and skills. And if you're finding that social media is a problem for you and is affecting you in a negative way, take a social media detox for 21 days. No social media. And journal your reactions, internal reaction, external, your friends, and look for how your mind gives you insights of what you do need to look at differently. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm relying on them to give me self-esteem. Or if you do obsess about these things over this too much, maybe you need to abstain, disconnect, no social media ever. No, to replace any habit, you must replace it with a new, healthier habit. And this can be used for the many unhealthy self-debasing habits or things you say to yourself or that you expose yourself to. Use this as you go through the program. Replace something, old habit with a new, better one. And in page 8 of the journal, what you are finding you can't live without that is not healthy for you, start to think about it and then replace them with healthier choices that will support your success, whether it's your thoughts, your feelings, your behaviors. Keep this page open in your journal as you move through this series, that you'll find solutions for each that will be practiced to overlay on this with new actions over this old, underperforming, or destructive patterns. You will want to be redefine what your success is. Then you're going to change the way that you're looking at things, where you are in this journey. So as you journal it, you'll know. But the journey will feel more like stepping stones on a pathway that cements feelings of accomplishment and success. Like being true to yourself just in a moment, being truthful with somebody, having a knowingness inside that is guiding you. Life is continually expansion of your infinite consciousness that just continue with no beginning and end. You will need to have some patience with yourself and give yourself some time to develop these inner emotional skills to propel you forward. This is why your inner doubts are success killers. That starts a parade down a very dark and deep path of self-destruction that we all have, that needs to be nurtured instead and turned around with the opposite. And so that you're nurturing and you feel respected, self-respect, as it shows up in yourself as you change them of what is needed. You could do this. Deep down, many of us feel unworthy of our dreams. So start to face it and go down the 7 saboteurs and journal each one of them. And journal your doubts about your abilities, if that's what's holding you back, or your sense of unworthiness. Face it and lovingly do the opposite. This is where mental health issues can get footholds and become a way of life, and it continues unchecked. If continued unchecked, if not confronted, it causes a deep dive into darkness, depression, or whatever bad things, abuse. It goes into substance abuse as well. Choose to feel happy as you do these things. You can ask to address those inner doubts. Reach for happiness. Even if I'm doing this, I don't know how, but I'm going to feel happy as I do it because I know I'll figure this out. There's people out there to help me, or reach out to a professional. A mindset shift is what we're talking about. You don't know for sure that any of these dreams are coming true anyways, but think about it. You also don't know for sure that these lack of success and abilities and doubts that you're talking about are going to come true either. So which one is going to make you feel better about yourself? Imagining success and focus, or on these deep, dark doubts? Is that going to make you feel better? So just imagine the good side of it. Support the thoughts that make you feel better about yourself. That is the path you want to go down. Each of these paths are a choice. If you are aware, that you can do something about. Continue to do the mirror exercise. It's going to really show you what you're seeing and saying to yourself until you can say nice things to yourself every day. I know this is a lot, and you have this show that you can rewatch to show your own growth. Have some love and patience with yourself. You can do your own self-discovery here. In show 3, we will share more of the skills to find more peace and contentment in yourself, to really calm your nervous system. I know I'm kind of activating it here. So watch for next week and next time, and I'm going to give you a tool just to calm that down immediately. Bye for now. And I really thank you for being here. And I know you can do this. If not, contact us at anxietysimplified.net. And there's a lot more podcasts and videos there and other ways to calm your anxiety with podcasts. There's a course there for how to conquer your fear anxiety attacks.
You're excited when you wake up in the morning. By listening to some of our guests, I think you'll find some extra added bonuses that you may want to incorporate into your day to just give you some pep and vigor and some enthusiasm. As the episodes progress, you'll be able to see a variety of people, a variety of guests that come on and share. And I think that you'll enjoy it. So again, this is Michelle Piskel with Amplify Your Message. And be sure to join us for a next.
And has decided and chosen to be intentional about making everything for me, every part of my life, so I can live loud and love big. And impact. So that's the who I really am. There's a lot of things I do. So I'm an insurance Aphrodite. I help protect people's dreams through insurance benefits. I am a Proverbs 31 wife. I'm a hot mom. I got 4 kids. And I'm a glammy. I have 5 glam kids. Yes, glam kids.
Wow.
I'm an overcomer, and I could go on and on about all the things that I do and I am. And I'm just excited to be here to share some of God's glitter that He's placed in me to explode into the world to help, level you up and love you up. So
thank you for that. And I love that you said, live loud. I wrote it down, live loud and love big. I love, live loud and love big. Was there a time when you didn't live loud?
Oh, girl back there, Becoming with Beth. So we all have a story, and I'm 53. I turned 53 this week. Yay. Happy birthday to me. And I'm very thankful for the breath I have. I'm very thankful I have another day on this side of heaven to love, to be the love. Because yeah, back there, I did not live loud. I did not love big, especially myself. You know, our stories are very interesting. As you go through life, this is what I believe. I believe that God, because I'm a God girl, created us, right? He created us and threw us down here. And when he threw us down here, I just see notebooks, right? Notebooks for every season in our life. And on those notebooks he breathed life into us. We're already like purposed, and there's greatness in us. And however, when we get thrown on this side of heaven, all of a sudden we're in the world, and you know, other people's voices will be put on you. Your voice will be put on you, your environment. And then that's when life gets kind of muddy. And that's what happened with me. Yeah, I'm so sorry. My phone's ringing. Gotta call him. I'm gonna turn this off.
Always answer that call.
So yeah, behind me, I mean, to just go over a little bit of my story, for 40 years, I didn't really live loud. I was always insecure, and I don't know why. I mean, as a young girl, I was always scared of everything. I was scared to talk to people. I was scared to talk on the phone. And that was probably all of my childhood. And then when I was like a teenager, because of all those feeling worthless and ugly, I'd look at myself in the mirror, and I wouldn't see anything. And so because when I, you know, felt ugly, unheard, ashamed, yucky, all the things, right? The voices in my head, I started to walk down a path that wasn't beautiful, and made some choices that led to some darkness, you know, during that time. So I could go into some of that darkness, but I don't know if you had some questions.
Yes. Oh, you know, it's so funny. I literally came to you right after I just did the introduction. I talked about how my life segued, and how I used to have this checklist of a life. And suddenly I was put in a position where, okay, you get to choose the path. And why that word path was chosen so intentionally instead of road to pave, you know, because roads they're so paved, and you can't even see the tire marks, you know. Paths, you can tell the footprints that I've traveled, and you can tell when somebody took a different direction, and you get to choose your own. So thank you for choosing. And I love that you said back there, you know, back there, because when you're driving, which I look at life as one big drive, the windshield is a lot larger than the side mirrors. You know, and we're told to look forward bigger and look back smaller. You know, you don't have to focus on it, but use it as your stepstone to move up. So what I want to focus on next is something you said about we are purposed. So because the first word in paid is actually purposeful. So what does purpose mean to you, and how did you find that for yourself?
You know, going back to finally realizing who I am and whose I am, you know, I truly believe that we're born with purpose. We're born with something that only we can fulfill on this side of heaven. And so to me, I'm going to define it as God's purpose. And I always hear in the world people say, hey, do what makes you happy. And I don't agree with that because to me, life is not about being happy. It's about being holy. And so my purpose really is all about God. We're here for God. That's my core belief, is that I'm here to be the love everywhere I step, to show the possibilities and the opportunities of overcoming, of living loud, of every day embracing every moment, regardless of the environment, so that, you know, to walk where the environment doesn't control you, but you control the environment by the thoughts in your head and the love in your heart and the words that you speak and the, you know, connections you make the world, we're here for community. We're here for each other. We're not meant to walk alone. And so purpose, I would define as the love of God. And my purpose is to be his love everywhere, to show the possibilities that, you know, regardless of what you've gone through, what you've chosen to do, what other people have done to you, regardless of anything that's happened, you have the power in you to live the most sexy life ever, every day, again and again and again.
I love that. I love that. So if there's a listener out there who's hearing you, they can hear the words, but they're not quite connecting because they were you. At some point they were you. They looked in the mirror and they didn't see, you know, what we see, you know, what God sees in them. They don't see it. And they probably haven't even found that path of choosing a connection back to a creator or a higher power for them. So what would you say to that individual that's listening going, I'm hearing you, but I'm not connecting?
I would ask, do you want to change? Do you want to look in the mirror and see something different? Because everything starts with a decision. And, you know, you have to, here's what I've found is you can get comfortable in your pain. It's what you know. And until that pain outweighs the pain of changing, you're going to stay there. And I just say, if there's something in you screaming, don't want this, right? Then I would say, find someone to walk with. It goes back to relationships, right? If you've become, and you're, you know, from there to here, we're all standing here. And by the way, we're all successful, even though you may not feel like it. You may look in the mirror and feel ugly. There's something beautiful. So think about the beautiful things from there to here. And then while you're here, the people that are here, there's other people back there. You are the miracle. So I'm a miracle here to help you. You know, you're a miracle. We're all miracles to help each other. And so that would be, first, you have to make a decision and be unashamed. I say real, raw, hot and naked, and ask for help. Just ask for help. I mean, there's someone standing right in front of your face right now that is there for you, assigned to you. So decision is the first thing, right? If you want anything in life, you got to decide to do it. You got to make a choice and then plan it. So that's my first steps.
That's amazing. So that's a perfect place to segue, because you said decision and then planning. Now, we both know that sometimes plans don't go our way. So if this listener is saying, you know what, absolutely, you know, I have this, we're going to talk about a little bit about success after this, but I have these audacious goals. You know, I may be working for someone, but I really would like to have my own business. You know, my children in a public school, I really want my children to be in a private school. You know, I actually want to work from home. And right now I'm having to go to the office after almost 2 years of not. So I want to do something different. So we talk about planning, and then it doesn't quite go your way. What have you done in your life when things don't quite go your way?
So it goes back to what you believe. Everything starts with your mindset. So when things don't go, quote unquote, my way, guess what? Because of my mindset, it's all for me. Romans 8:28. All things work together for good to those who love God, who are called according to his purpose. And so everything is for me. So everything is going my way. I mean, life is beautiful if you look at everything, and if you can choose and make a decision to flip the sad to sexy, the bitter to better, the words in your head from death to life, then no matter what happens, it's going your way. So even if your plans, you're walking down this path and your plans, right, get flipped up, muddied, turned around, that's still for you. It's still for you.
Yes.
So
amazing. So it's so funny you say that, because this was not part of my plan. My quote unquote plan. This was not a part of it. I don't even have videos of myself growing up. I didn't want to be on video. I fought this part of my life. But one thing I've learned is that when it's for you, even if you don't pursue it, it pursues you. It will keep chasing you, you know, especially when it's that belly, that heart, you know, purpose like that. This is what you keep asking in that silence. This is what you've been praying for. So I'm making you uncomfortable so you can. So let's go back and talk a little bit about success. I love what you said. We're all successful, although you may not know it. So what's Beth Huckabee's definition of success?
That's a great question. I'm going to say, this is crazy. I'm going to say the fact that I wake up every day and have another chance to live. The fact that I'm still breathing is a success to me. And in the world, right, if you look at Beth Huckabee today, okay, I'm just going to be real, what people like. Beth is pretty. Beth has a great marriage. Beth has, you know, amazing kids and a hot man. I mean, I think my man's hot, Mark Gray. So, however, you know, I'm very thankful and blessed for having those things and people in my life. However, to me, success is really being able to get up and have a great attitude regardless of what's happening, to walk around. I literally, it's weird, I'm really calm about a lot of things and I don't let things like rile me up. I literally have a peace that's beyond understanding. And so for me, that's success, is that I'm alive and I get to keep living and I get to keep helping people. Yeah.
I love what you said earlier about this side of heaven. You know, I say all the time, you are in heaven. You're getting to choose every single day. On the opposite side, on this side of the grass, you know, this side of heaven, as you may call it. And the flip side is it can also feel like hell. You know, feel like, oh my gosh, I'm going through this. It's painful. I don't know when I'll ever be able to get out of it. And from what you described, you said, you don't have time. I don't have time, you know, to discuss that part of my story. So I'm actually going to go there for a second to talk about, was there a time in your life where this definition of success didn't exist and you were in a place where you weren't quite sure what the next steps for you were?
That's another great question. And it's interesting because, you know, a lot of people get judged by the cover and we don't know what someone's walked through. And so just, I mean, at a young age, I started going through a lot. I didn't really remember the first 10 years of my life. And I just remembered I was scared of everything. And so at a young age, because of those feelings of unheard, unseen, unworthy, fat, ugly, I developed eating disorders. I would just stop eating and I just pop diet pills all the time. And then from that darkness, and I walked into more darkness. And so at 16, I was 14, I met the love of my life. You know, when you're a teenager and you fall in love, it's like, I love him. Well, I met that one. And yeah, and no matter what anybody said, right, the signs are there. It's just when you want something, when you're trying to fill that gap, when you know, you run to things. And mine was guys. So I ran to guys. I ended up marrying him, and it was a very abusive marriage, very abusive marriage. We had a son, Brandon, and Brandon actually passed away at 4 months old. I think I was 19 when that happened. My husband, in the abuse and his darkness, he only wanted to be a great dad because he was abused. So write the story. In your story, you have a choice to become that or turn away from that. he was the one that found Brandon when he passed away. And about 1.5 years later, my husband actually committed suicide. And so I went through a lot at a very young age. And I held on to that grief and that darkness, that desperation of just pain. And I kept that. I kept that for a while because I was when he passed away, we had a daughter. She was 2 months old the day he shot himself, the day before she was 2 months old. And so I was a single mom having to take care of her. And so I never really dealt with or walked through the steps to, heal. And yeah. And this girl stepped into another marriage later, and for 15 years. And that's actually where I found Jesus, in that second marriage. However, he ended up having multiple affairs. And I was 39 at that point. And that's the point I made that decision. So for 40 years of my life, I was not where I am today. And I remember when I made that decision, I could clearly hear God tell me, because I chose to look at God. I chose to date God. I didn't go back to the old things I ran to, right? So whatever you're running to, whether it's alcohol or shopping or sex, or we all run into something to fill this up. And I made a decision not to go back into those old patterns. And I just clung to God for 2 years when I went through my divorce. And I heard God the whole time. Wherever you go, the right or the left, you're going to be blessed. The second half of your life is going to be, more blessed than the first. And it is. And I can say this little girl who was scared of everything, didn't go to college either, by the way, went through some pretty traumatic, abuse, death of a son, death of a husband, single motherhood, figuring out how to feed her kid, working 3 jobs, and then going through a divorce that put me on the floor, in a fetal position, making ungodly sounds, to standing where I am today with literally, really, truly, but I'm not just saying all things work together for good. I truly believe it. That's what I wear. I wrap myself in Romans 8:28, and I can't even explain the joy, the love, the everything sexy I have because of that transformation, that decision, and it's possible. So whatever you're going through right now, it's possible. I'm the miracle. We're all miracles. We just have to step into our miracle. And someone's out there right now, whatever you're going through, on their knees praying for you to show up, waiting for you to overcome your thing so you can speak into their life. Because when you do, it's going to connect to them and you're going to help heal their heart. So we're puzzle pieces.
And I love the way you build community. So the listener wants to get a hold of you. How do they do that?
What?
Any listener who would like to get a hold of you, how would they do that? Where would they find you?
Oh, check me out on Instagram, Becoming with Beth. So, yeah, and you can DM me there. I think I just took off my Calendly link, because you can even calendar that. Just DM me in the back, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Beth, for coming on. And I'm really grateful that we got a chance to talk about this. What's interesting is you weren't close to me when I just did the preview recording before you came on. And I talked about a lot of the things you talked about, and we weren't even in the same space. And I probably spent more time with you than anybody else, because we got to spend time this morning journaling our intentions, prayerfully getting into through a prayer together. And so you literally have been the person I've spent the most time with today, and I'm grateful for that. So I just wanted to say thank you for coming on. Becoming with Beth is how you get a hold of Beth Huckabee. We didn't get into what she does, but on Instagram she'll tell you exactly what she does. And she's built her own path to pay. She's built her own empire. She has retreats. She does beautiful things. So this is a woman you do want to connect with. She builds community, and she talked about impact earlier and influencing. So I'm pretty sure she'll be a guest again. So thank you all for listening. My name is Wanja on Air, and this
Your Irresistible Offer. And of course, I know you've got to figure out what it is and learn how to articulate it, and we can help you with all those things. But when you don't do that work, you are ripping the world off from that which you were really uniquely made for. Now, there's another way that it's a disservice when you don't make your offer. And that is that, a lot of times you're going out there and you want to make a difference, so you're helping people. Maybe you're already in a structure where you're helping people in a paid way, right? You have a business. Maybe you're still at the stage where you're helping people. People come to you for the same thing all the time, and it's still a hobby. It's still something you're doing out of the goodness of your heart. So you're out there helping people, you're giving information, you're being a fabulous resource. People are picking your brain. Does this sound familiar? Because they want your help, right? When you do that and you don't offer that person who's looking for your help the chance to step forward and really get it in a structured and committed way by making an investment, you are actually doing the heavy lifting for your competition. Now, in real life, really none of us have competition. We're all so unique. But let's just say for that other person or that other business in your same category, you're doing the heavy lifting because you're out there doing the education, having the long, drawn-out conversations, helping open people's mind that they need help in a particular area. But when you don't end it with making an irresistible offer so they can actually have an opportunity to work with you in a more formalized way, guess what? You open them up, and then somebody else who comes in with their irresistible offer and offers that formal structure for that person you want to help to get what they need, bam, they end up getting the business, being able to help that person on a higher level, the thing that you were meant to do. So this is why you could be the 20-year veteran in your field, and yet here's this person with 6 months they've had their real estate license and they're starting to show up as a top producer, right? Maybe you're out there helping everybody, which is a great thing to do, but the old model would say give it all away and hand them a business card. Today's model says make that offer. People are busy. They've got a lot of things coming at them. If you open the possibility, the time to make that irresistible offer is at the same time. It's right now. So this should open your mind and open your heart to being able to step forward and make that offer knowing that it's your moral obligation. It's coming from service, not from sales, to take someone who's leaning forward and ready and give them a chance to step forward. This has been your Invisible Close Mindset Behind the Money action tip for today. And here's what I can tell you. Whether you realize it or not, you have something to offer. You have something to offer, something unique, something that only you can offer, that you are literally made for. And this series is about opening your mind so that you can open your mouth and make that irresistible offer and help people and make the difference and enjoy the abundance that you were put here to make. So this is my invitation to dig in, enjoy, give this gift to yourself and to everyone who needs what you have to offer.
Not a business, right? It's just taken the form of a business, and I've had to learn business to bring it to reality. But for me, Connect is a calling. And I see 3 levels when it comes to your profession. Number 1 is a job. Number 2 is a career. And then number 3 is a calling, right? So majority of the world works a job, right? They don't have the opportunity to go beyond that, right? People who are blessed, they get to have a career, right? But there are a select few who are very blessed who get to have a calling. So I consider myself very lucky and fortunate to have a calling. And I got that calling by following my curiosity. And now I've been on it for 8 years. So to answer your question, Lisa, for me, it wasn't that I was getting to an age where I've got to figure this out. I was 28 years old when I became curious about it and this journey started. And then it was just learning to be obedient to the calling, being obedient to the mission, right? Giving everything to the mission. And so that's kind of what it is for me. So, and how I look at it is, so this is a 25-year commitment for me. Many people I talk to, they say, you've been at this for 8 years. How do you have so much grit and perseverance? And for me, it's a 25-year commitment I made. So 8 years, meaning I'm not even a third of the way there, right? I feel like I'm just getting the engine running, right? So you have to give yourself the length to be able to execute and produce something. So it's a long-term commitment. So
that's beautiful, beautiful.
How do you incorporate family into this? As my cat jumps on my lap and she wants to be part of the show. How do you incorporate family into your business and your lifestyle and everything that's going on, your manifestation, your work, and your festivities?
Yeah. So, my parents live in another country, and so do my siblings. And so, but thanks to technology, we have FaceTime and WhatsApp, right? And so we have no borders. So I speak to them frequently via FaceTime. I don't get to hug them as frequently, but I get to see them face to face and connect with them very frequently. So they're very often part of my festivities segment. Just yesterday, I was reading at the pool, and after a couple hours of reading, I caught up with my parents as well. So that was kind of my festivities yesterday, hanging out with my parents on WhatsApp. So,
have you found that working from home and meeting once again, we're speaking to the fact that now you no longer have the water cooler experience, right? Do you miss that type of thing, or how have you been able to satisfy that kind of socialization?
Yeah, so that was, as I was telling Dr. Monica earlier, that was one of the biggest pieces of adjustment I had to make. So one was structure, and then the other was the social aspect, right? Because when you work, one of the best things you get from work is a community, right? You're suddenly around people, right? And so when COVID happened, the reason loneliness and depression went so high is because we are social creatures. People didn't have that access. Everyone was sitting, they weren't used to being alone all this time, right? But how I've designed my day, so part of my design is being around those spaces, right? So once a week, so every day part of my festivities is around people. Even if I'm working out, I'm at a gym, which is very social, and I know lots of people there who work out. I spend evenings by the pool, in the apartments I live in. So I live in an apartment, there are lots of other young professionals who live. So they're kind of similar age group, and there are always a lot of things happening. So I'm around that energy, so I'm kind of reading. I read at coffee shops. So there's always something I'm doing. There's movie screenings that happen here as well. So I just go hang out, have dinner while watching. So I may not know someone there personally, but just being around that energy is important for mental health. So
okay. So then the amount of hours that you actually focus on your job that is your income.
Yes.
And then how did you used to break that up and still meet your own needs, but get focused work done? Do you find yourself at home having a harder time doing that, or easier?
So, there's an app that I would recommend everyone to check out, and I have no association to this app. I just found it on the App Store. It's called A Tracker Pro, and it's an app for time tracking. If I look at my life over the last 5 years, and I'm sure there are plenty of them, but this is the one I use. Time tracking has been one of the most important things I did. And it's not time tracking to be too stringent on yourself. It's just, you get awareness of time. So you get awareness of how long you're spending in things. So that's what I use. And so that's how I know how much time I need to invest in my day job to serve my customers there. I know how much time I need to invest in Connect to elevate users there. And I know how much time I'm investing in other aspects of my day. So it would be the time tracking.
Okay, and so then that way you also make sure your productivity and commitment to your employer is fully satisfied that way, right?
For sure. I always remind, by the way, I love my day job, right? It's not like, so some people have a day job just because. For me, I love it. I've worked there for, it's going to be 9 years in December. I haven't felt like I've worked a single day in my life. I feel like I work with my friends, right? It's one of the best companies to work for. And I feel very fortunate to have that job. And so for me, I always, from day one, because I've had such a great experience there and they take such great care of us, my number one priority is to make sure I over-deliver on my responsibilities every single day. So I make sure I'm doing everything I can to be one of the highest performers there. Because of that job, I'm able to live the amazing life I do.
And I have to say that the little bit of time I've been able to be a part of your life, that you are an amazing friend as well, because you deliver that everywhere. I've seen you do that, just everything you do. So we've been very graced having you on this show.
Thank you, Lisa. Right back at you.
Thank you. I'm honored. So how would people connect with your Connect, and how is it spelled?
So it's Connect with a K, so Konnect, and it's on the iOS App Store. So it's an orange icon, and the name is Connect, Make Local Friends.
Connect, make local friends. That is so awesome. That is so you. And I'm blushing from your compliment still. So thank you. You're an amazing person. And so if anyone has any other questions, you can also get a hold of either Dr. Monica or I at twosistersbychoice@gmail.com. So please feel free to reach out to us, because we wouldn't want you to miss out on getting to
and sex and money, and allow it to feel more centered instead of the regular space of, oh my gosh, I don't want to hear that. And so that's from Lucas Roy Lehman. Let me share with you Teresa Campos. This woman is on fire. Tonight, she's speaking about the different planets. She's really stepping in as a spiritual advisor. Welcome into the show. Enjoy the speakers tonight, because they're here truly as superstars, not with the ego, but the love and the centeredness. Welcome in. Hi, my name is Rhonda Liebig, and I'm an energy revitalizer. And guess what? Mindset mentor too. When I started writing my first book, I was very shy. I didn't spend much time really understanding how important it was to be an author. I'm loving on this space of being on a tour, that I get to share my books, but do it in a new mindset. And so the FIT Solution was my first book. Focus, integrate, transform, and thrive. And I think we so forget about the celebration, about celebrating ourselves. And sometimes it gets a little uncomfortable because we weren't raised to do that. So in this book, you're going to find that fourth step that's really important in every chapter. And I love on this. So I'm gonna tell you a story. And I'm gonna tell you a story in the lightest way, because I want to connect it with how we stop ourselves from saying yes to ourselves, from being able to receive. And this is all the theme of what we're talking about tonight. It really, really is. It's the theme of day-to-day life. So I was talking as if we're all entrepreneurs, but think about, even if you're working for somebody and you come and you just don't feel good about yourself, how you show up makes such a big difference. So I want to put that out there. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. This whole night is about how'd you walk into the door. And I think of it as like a threshold. As you're walking through that door, how do you feel? Dealt with traffic, any limiting space that you may have had today, maybe stressful. What stuff did you bring upon yourself? Maybe you don't know yet, or maybe you do and you're like, I had a crappy day.
I am Teresa Campos, author of Braving the Self, The Journey of a Spiritual Warrior. I was driven to write this book to help people awaken to their spiritual warrior and brave the social and cultural conditionings that keep them from understanding and knowing who they really are. My book contains the keys that will help you unlock your spiritual warrior and help you to find your passion and purpose in your life. I moved through my life, and when I got to be about age 31, my mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. And at that time in my life, I had been married and I was working as a cosmetologist. I had a successful business. Life was good. I was partying. I was 31 at the time, like I said. And, you know, everything seemed just like it was going really well. And this all happened with my mom. And what happened for me during that time is that it totally like cracked my universe. Because I knew whatever was going on with my mom was potentially not going to be okay. I could just feel it. And so I began to ask myself questions that I had never even knew that were inside of me. Because I pretty much was living a pretty unconscious life up to that point. And the questions I started to ask were like, number one, is this going to happen to me? Number two, is there a God? And I remember saying to myself, 12 years of Catholic school and I still don't know if there's a God, you know? I said, what is the meaning of my life? What is the purpose of my life? Why are we here? And as some of you may know, when we began to declare and invoke questions like that the universe begins to answer, right? It's like we open it up. And so during the course of that 6-month time that my mother was alive, it was pretty quick that you know, this whole thing happened for her and for our family. Different information started to come in from different people, and I started to read books, Deepak Chopra, Louise Hay, and that started to change my life. And so that became my spiritual awakening for me.
Hello, my name is Nicole Diavola, and I'm a trailblazer. I'm a pioneer in several fields, mostly relating around health. So even being the trailblazer with parent education, it's really all about the health of our children and their well-being. As a yoga therapist, bringing in new ways of being able to really deal with modern life. Modern life is busy, modern life is full. Modern life can also be isolating. And so we need to have techniques and tools and support and community to help us be able to thrive and take full advantage of everything that the modern world brings to us. I do slightly different things. They all connect. The dots all connect for me and they connect for my clients. Sometimes when I'm, you know, just meeting somebody, they're like, wait, what, you do this? I thought you did that. I had a very close relative read this part of the book, my chapter 7 in here, and he said, now I get it. Now I know why you do what you do. Which a lot of people wonder, why am I continuing to come and drive this direction, that direction, meet with groups, see people one-on-one, have more coaching clients, teach internationally, write another book. And this book really helped me apparently connect with that in a way I hadn't before. So it's one of the things that I do with my clients is help them connect with who they are and what they're about. So whether they're coming to me because of their hurt back, their bum knee, their frozen shoulder, or if they're coming to me as a social media client. That's one of the other things. That's how this book became the bestseller and the subsequent ones. I said, well, why do you want, what's your mission? Because they're saying, okay, what's the technique? You know, this book is the technique book, 2-Minute Yoga.
It's a little different than your ordinary technique book, though, I'll tell you. There's over 30 years of experience of living the lifestyle in here. So they're like, ready for what's the technique? I said, but somebody else's cookie cutter technique is not going to work for you. If you're exactly like the person giving it to you, then yes, maybe you'll see a little bump in results. But you have to know really with clarity why you want to use social media as part of your business model. And when you decide why you want to use it, what are your very specific goals? So I spend a lot of time with that with people in the beginning. And they're like, well, just tell me how to get more followers. And it's like, I can get you a gazillion followers. You can buy followers, for heaven's sakes. Please don't do that. But you want people you can connect with, people you can engage with, people who become part of your tribe. And there will be select people from that tribe then who will follow you and buy your services, your products, and stay with you for life.
Along the way, between there and now, I've had lots of adventures, I've had lots of intimacies, lots of relationships to explore sexuality and intimacy. I've studied with amazing teachers and produced my rock musical, ran entrepreneurial businesses. And the thing that's clear from a physics perspective is we're energy beings, and if you want more of anything out there, whether it's money, sex, or power, it takes more energy. Well, where does that energy come from? We only have a finite amount of energy. So how am I going to get more out there to come to me? So basically, I can either work myself harder, so that'll work for a little while, right? People will work 70 hours a week and burn themselves out. So that's one option. Or I can focus my energy, or I can uncover places where I'm losing my energy. And so that's really kind of the premise of my book, of looking at 7 kind of key places in our lives where we can focus energy and reclaim lost energy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Diana Nash. I'm the CEO and founder of Talk It Out Relationship Education Services. I am promoting my new book this evening. It's called A Piece of Man is Better Than No Man at All the things my mama didn't tell me. It talks about a little bit of me and all my unhealthy relationships, but then guess what? I share a lot of healthy tips for you moving forward. So anyway, I would like for you to go to Amazon.com/Arthur/Diana Nash, and you will find my book there. I look forward to seeing your name and making a purchase. I am a life and joy coach. I'm located in Sacramento, California. I have an office out there in Roseville. I see couples. I also see one-on-ones, and I'm also promoting my women's group coaching session. So I look forward to you coming out and joining me. Thank you. From 19 to 40 something years old, I'm trying to make this relationship stuff work for myself. What did I do wrong? I love love. I'm romantic. I did everything you required of me to do. I had the babies, I gave the sex, I cleaned the house, I cooked the food. I look pretty every day. Now, cancer strikes, I lose my hair, lose my breasts, gain some weight, and for the first time in my life, I know what love is. I really found love. I know now I have to love myself first in order to love someone else. So I'm forced to retire. Oh, okay. Disability, okay. Retire, sell the house. You got so many weeks and months to live. go on this extensive road trip, see family members I never met come back, get a cancer-free diagnosis. What the heck? Now I have no job, I have no home, I'm staying with my kids. It's like, oh God, my daughter said, Mom, you talk too loud, you gotta go in the garage and talk. What the hell? I lost a master bedroom and I gotta go talk in the garage. But now I got all this time on my hands. So I wrote a book. And the book is, A Piece of Man is Better Than No Man at All. All the things my mama didn't tell me. Because all those years, when I went to Mommy and said, Mommy, I'm feeling depressed. Mommy, I'm not happy. She would say, girl, you got everything that you ever need in life. You got a home, car, kids. You don't have to work. You got money in the bank. You're traveling up and down the road. What's your problem? Suck it up. So what did I do? I go suck it up. But Mom, thank God she's gone, because I don't know what she would do with me right now, but I know what healthy is now. So when I was writing that book, I said, oh, I can share all my victimization stuff. I can just say how bad he was and how hurt I was. But as I was writing it, you know what happened? I learned something. I learned that I want to share with others, regardless of your age, if you're looking for relationships or not, if you're even looking to have a relationship with yourself, you need to have trust. Trust that someone's going to be there for you through thick and thin, cancer, everything. So now when he comes, he got to be lacking a little something, okay? So we can feel comfortable with one another.
I welcome you into having conversation with the people that you heard from tonight. I talked about taking medicine and the strategies that I've done along the way to really learn how to step into every day. When I'm not showing up, I really know when it affects my health. If you're taking some medicine or you're noticing on the Western medicine side that your numbers are getting a little off kilter a bit, I work in that wellness area that helps you really see where you're showing up, where you're not. And so we talked about food, we talked about mindset, and those strategies are, where's the kid following you that you are gonna do what I do, which is, Rhonda, grow up. And it's such a loving and endearing thing. They're things that you get to learn about yourself through this journey. And my question for you is, where are you ready? What's your next step? Where are you ready to go for the next level? Because I know that we are all doing pretty darn good. And like what we're doing and what we're experiencing, and we're ready for some new things. But what's that next level? Where is that going to take you? If your health was better than what it is now,
And here's what I can tell you. Whether you realize it or not, you have something to offer. You have something to offer, something unique, something that only you can offer, that you are literally made for. And this series is about opening your mind so that you can open your mouth and make that irresistible offer and help people and make the difference and enjoy the abundance that you were put here to make. So this is my invitation to dig in, enjoy, give this gift to yourself.
But something told me to just put it down and read it in a few days, which is what I did. It might have been a week, it might even been longer. Honestly, I don't remember. But when I read it, all of a sudden I realized I need answers. How do I get out of the situation that I was in? What could I do? And ideas started popping in my head. And of course, I wrote those down as well. And then finally, after looking at it, it dawned on me that this could be a book. And maybe, just maybe, somebody else was experiencing the same thing that I was. So I put it in a book form after I got my answer and left some space for people to write their own comments in once they read it. And the result is this book here. Now, I know I'm not supposed to be blocking my face, but with Zoom, in order for you to see it, you got to put it where it'll show through. This is my book, and it's entitled Courage to Live My Dream, because I was having a problem. You can find it on Amazon.com if you care to get a copy of it. That's what came out of my journaling. Do you know what else happened after that? Because I have to tell you, it took me about 3 months or more before I told anybody I had published this book. I was at a networking event when we were still meeting in person, and I stood up when it was my turn to introduce myself. And I shared with everyone that I had written a book and that it was on Amazon.com. 4 people came over and asked if I had a copy with me. They would like to buy it. I sold 4 books that night, and 2 other people asked me to speak at their events. That's what came of publishing that book. That's how important it is to share your story. It doesn't have to be anything traumatic, because sometimes I felt a little guilty because I didn't have really big traumatic things happen in my life. And I thought, how could I be talking to somebody when I haven't experienced the things that they have? But there are other people who need to know about some of the things that I've gone through. And I'm sorry here, for some reason, my glasses are picking up something. I don't know what it is, because it's not the book. Okay. I didn't have the book where it was shown, but it's picking up something somewhere. Maybe it's the screen background that's showing. I don't know. Anyway, sharing your story, no matter what it is, there's someone who needs it. It could be just a book of poetry. Maybe you've written things that you've been afraid to share with anyone because you think they might laugh at it. Some will, but others won't. The ones that laugh at it, the book's not meant for them. The ones who read it and it makes sense to them, that's who you are writing for. So if writing is your thing, then do it. Don't let anything stop you, all right? Now, this week, I thought I'd talk a little bit about how to get started in journaling. Now, these same principles can also be used for if you just want to write a book. You're not interested in journaling, you just want to write a book. You can use these same principles. One is to begin, let's say for instance here, I want to write, but I don't know what to write about. I don't know how to write. I don't know how to get started. I don't know what to do. And you're pondering. But did you know that you could go and pull out your picture album? That is, if you keep one. If you don't, that's okay. You must have some pictures around the house that you can pull out and look at them and write about what's happening in those pictures. That's an excellent way to get started. You don't have to use that, what you've written, as something that you want to put in your book or even interested in leaving in your journal. It's just a way to get started writing. And you'll be amazed that once you start, all these ideas start popping in your head that you can do. It's a wonderful how just a few words on paper can make such a difference. It always puts a smile on my face. And I have to tell you, when I write something and I go back and I read it later, I think, really? Did I write that? Are those my words? Because what comes out is far better than I thought I was capable of doing. And I'm sure the same is with you. Now, you're probably wondering, well, there must be other businesses that I could do. I'm not really interested in journaling. Well, journaling is my thing. Okay. So that's why we are talking about journaling, because that's my thing. That's what I do. And that's what I'm studying more about. And as I told you last week, there's so many benefits from just journaling. And there's so many ways that you can use your journal. And I'll tell you about some of those ways in our next episode. For this one, I just want to concentrate on how you can get started. If you don't know how to write, or you don't know what to write, or maybe you just don't like writing, but you see other people writing books and you think, I believe I could do that too. And you want to try, but that fear that you don't really like putting pen to paper or fingers to the keyboard, still can't think of anything. Well, I just shared with you about using pictures, family pictures, pictures you've taken of friends and things. Those are some ways that you can get started. Because even if you hate writing, the memories that come to mind, you can start writing those. That will be such a great help for you. Now, that's one way. How about using a prompt? I keep lots of prompts around for me, okay? And if you don't have any prompts, that's okay. The internet is filled with them. Just go on there and put in writing prompts or journal prompts, and you'd be surprised at the number of lists that will pop up. You can even go over to Pinterest and you'll find a list for that, and it'll give you something that you can write about. Prompts can be anything, absolutely anything. For example, there was one that I thought was kind of cute, and maybe I'll take it and maybe write a story behind it. I don't know. But here's the thing. If the prompt was how they do it is they say man, woman, so you have a choice who you want to be your character. Opens the door and puts her hand to her mouth. But his or her hand to their mouth. They don't say anything else. Now, it's up to me to fill that out. Why did she put her hand to her mouth? Who was at the door? Was there a surprise for her? Or was it someone that she didn't want to see? Whatever it is, I could take it and go in all kinds of directions. It becomes my story. And you know what? It doesn't matter if 100,000 people see that same prompt and write about it, because we'll each write our own story of what comes to our mind. That's the wonderful thing about writing. There's as many stories as there are people, and that even includes the ones that were here before us. I get giddy about writing, and many people know that I have a very strong passion for reading romances. I absolutely love reading romance stories. And I have several authors who are among my favorites. And in fact, if novel writing is something that you're interested in, again, another way to make money, I was just reading about a young woman who has become, wow, I'm going to say it, my number one author right now. I absolutely love her stories. I don't know how she does it, but she was sharing with us in a book she's written, because so many people were asking her questions about how she got started, what she did, how can she come up with all her stories. And so she started a book about what she did. And in there, I was surprised to find that in the beginning, she had all kinds of troubles. She had rejection after rejection, and eventually she got tired of the rejection and she started self-publishing her own stories. And the stories started taking off. The very first one that she wrote that took off, that surprised her, because she really didn't think it was going to do anything. It was just going to sit there. And it surprised her. It took off. And in 1 month, she sold over 10,000 copies of a story that she thought was not going to make it. And then another story that she thought was going to make it didn't do so well. So she had to analyze why this one and not this one. And that brought her to a system that she felt was her success. Now I'm sharing you that because maybe there's something that you've thought of that you wanted to do or that you've been failing at. And one time and another time it's a success. Maybe you should analyze and find out why one worked and the other didn't. And come up with your own system that you can either write about, or you could create a course about and sell that course and have people sit in, because people are always wanting to learn. And it's so easy today. You can do your own virtual classroom and teach people things that you know and charge them to come. And you know what else? You can reach people that they don't have to be in your city where you live. They can be anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. And I can say that from experience. I did a couple of journal classes. One I had a young lady from the UK, and another I had a young man from Singapore. The thing about doing programs on Zoom is that you can reach anyone. Now, because of Zoom, I've had the opportunity to become an international speaker. I spoke at a function in Canada, and another one, a friend, well, she became a friend who's in the Philippines, and she has her own show. So I've had an opportunity to speak in the Philippines. How about that stuff? And if I want to get technical, I could say, well, I've also spoken in the UK and in Singapore because I had people in my class that were from those two areas. Okay, I'm bragging now. I just want you to know that there is nothing that you can't do. It doesn't matter what it is that you have a passion for. What matters is that you have a passion for it. Now, you need to do is sit down and figure out how you can turn that into cash. I like to say, I turned my pain into my passion. And I say it that way because I really was in pain. I mean, I was devastated where I was at. When I start questioning why I'm here, I'm in a bad place. That pain, because I put it on paper, well, the computer, okay, let's get real, it was the computer. But I took it out of my head and put it there, and it became a book. And that book led me to selling books and speaking at other people's events. That book also caused me to realize just how important journaling is. I don't always like to talk about it because it really shakes me up. But my son, my firstborn son, when he started kindergarten, I gave him a book called School Days. And honestly, you know, I gave it to him and I never really thought about it again because word and other things that you have to take care of in life. So I never thought about that book again. What I didn't realize was that over the years, my son was putting little things in there, like a picture here, a report card, maybe a little thought that he had, nothing fancy, because you know how boys are. He kept that book up till he graduated out of high school. And he enlisted in the Army, and he took that book with him. Unfortunately, I lost my son in a car accident. And when the military returned his effects, that book was in there. That book that I had given him all those years ago. So now for me, that's my prized possession, because even though I get upset and, remembering things, but still I have those pictures and the little things that he put in there. So I get to see him grow up all over again. When I gave him that, I had no idea of how important that would become for me. That's another reason why I want you to start journaling. Leave your family something. Tell them things that you maybe wouldn't talk about otherwise, but you feel they need to know. One of my biggest regrets is that both my parents are gone. But I don't know a whole lot about them. I didn't ask a lot of questions when I was growing up. My parents separated when I was about 9, if I remember right. And when my dad left, it was probably another 2 years before I saw him again. The thing that I do know about my dad was that my dad loved me. I never had any doubts about that after I saw my dad after those 2 years. And he made sure that I knew that he loved me and my sisters and my brother. But I didn't ask him a lot of questions about what he was like as a boy growing up. And the same with my mom. I just have bits and pieces of things that they share. So if for no other reason, family needs to know where they came from. My grandfather was a big success in Louisiana in a time when prejudice was running rapid. And he lived in Shreveport, Louisiana, where it's black and white. But it was still a very prejudicial town in those years. So how did he succeed? How did he not give up when probably things were going terribly bad for him? But he didn't give up. I'm very proud to say that when my grandfather died, he owed no one anything. He left his family of 6 some money, not a whole lot, but he left them money. And he left them 320 acres of land that was completely paid for. He paid all his wife's medical expenses because my grandmother died of cancer. And I'm convinced that my grandfather loved my grandmother so much that when she died, he just didn't want to live any longer. Because I don't even think he made a year before he was gone too. But I missed knowing about him. And, so we shouldn't let that happen to our children. All right, so now I've gotten off in another direction, but I wanted you to understand the importance of letting your family know who you are and maybe sharing some other things about other family members that they don't know, especially someone who's accomplished a great deal. They need to know the ups and downs that they might have gone through, because maybe they're putting things off because they are afraid that they won't succeed. Maybe they think things went so smooth for a relative without realizing that they had ups and downs too. So let's write our story. Let's leave something behind for the next generation. I told you about the prompts and the pictures. That's just a couple of things. There are many ways of getting started, but this is 2 ways that you can use to get started writing. And writing can lead you anywhere. I am so grateful to the fact that my grandfather, one of the things that I do remember about him was that he told me he wanted me to learn to read, write, and do arithmetic. I'm dating myself now. He said if I could read, I could teach myself anything. If I could write, I could sign my own name, not to put an X down there. And if I did arithmetic, I could count my own money and take care of it without having to depend on someone else. But the one that stuck with me was the reading. I fell in love with reading, and I have been reading ever since. Oh, I guess I started when I was about 8, reading books, and I've never stopped. And I have been to so many places in the world and outer space and even underwater. So I always encourage people to read. But out of reading came the love for wanting to write my own books, put my own words on paper. So that's it for today. And next week, now that I've shared how you can get started and why you should get started, next week we'll talk about some of the benefits that come from journaling and why you really should get into it. Because aside from leaving something behind for your family, there are some benefits that you can use right now, the different types of journals that maybe you never even thought about. So we'll talk about that the next time. And in case you were wondering about my background, that's the other thing that came out of me stepping out of my comfort zone and leaving behind that devil who was trying to tell me not to do this. I had participated in a program, and the wonderful woman who asked me to be part of it had these beautiful virtual backgrounds made for us. And she gifted me a couple of them, actually more than a couple. I got several of them. So from time to time, I would use one of them, but she gifted me those, and I'm so thankful to her for that. And the first was to let you know who I am. But now that you know I am in business, I do blog. If you need someone to write some blogs for you sometime, just get in touch with me. My information is behind me. And of course, it will be associated with this video. So you'll see me from now on with a different, I'll probably use the same one, kind of like this one. It lights things up. Anyway, as I always say to everyone,
then I can help more people. But here's how it actually works. There comes a point where you assume the throne. You own that you are the expert in the area of your expertise because you know what? You know more than the people that you're going to help, right? You may not be the world's top expert in that area, but there's a lot of people that you can help with what you already know. So if you draw a line of demarcation right there, you assume the throne, you say, you know what? I'm the queen of sales conversion, or at least that's what I said. You probably shouldn't say that. If you draw a line right there, then what it allows you to do is shift your focus, and instead of thinking that more training in your area of expertise is going to help you make a difference in the world, you shift your focus and you realize that it's actually now owning what I have, assuming the throne, and getting out there with my work is what's going to make a difference in the world. And to get out there with your work, the biggest service you can offer to the world is to learn to make your irresistible offer. And the thing that will help you is to know that you are the expert, you've done the heavy lifting, and that learning and practicing and doing what you're doing here, this is exactly the area of study you want to be in. So good for you for watching this today and being here in this learning today. That you'll know that extra piece, it's not that big, right? You've done the heavy lifting with becoming the expert that you are. There's this 10% nuance over here called, learning to make my irresistible offer. Maybe you need to learn how to have a one-on-one conversation that can take someone who's interested in your work all the way to invested in your work. We have structures for that. maybe it's time to learn how to have what we call a one-to-many conversation. You might be on a live stage, or maybe on a webinar or teleseminar where it's you and lots of people listening and learning from you all over the world, right? Those are skills that all exist in what I call that 10% nuance. Learning to create your sales conversion machine so that this 10% can support the 90% that you already own. So I hope this is making sense. It's a tiny little mindset shift that has a huge result. You know, in summary, it's not more letters after your name that are going to have you make the difference you want to make, right? I trust that if you found your way here, you've got enough on this side of the equation to help a lot of people right now. You have something to offer. Time to focus over here, which is why I'm proud of you for being here today. And really to start to become interested, fascinating, and get good at making that irresistible offer in any situation. And I want you to know I'm happy to be the person helping you with that.
Like this Morse code, it was like, oh my God, you're gonna hit Eddie. No, you can't hit Eddie. No way, don't hit Eddie. You know, like he should not be hit. And I hit my dad instead in that moment. And that was the first moment when I pivoted from someone who was behaving like a victim. Things happened to me. And I felt like I was a child. So in a way I was, but we all have those moments in our lives as entrepreneurs where we feel like things happen to us, you know, good things too, but also like crappy things, and feels like people are throwing stuff like tomatoes at us. In that moment, I pivoted, my power came online, and I felt what it was like to have extreme power and in the form of an aggressive act in that moment, which is not, I'm not advocating for that, but I'm using my story as an example of a breakthrough in my awareness that there is a spectrum between being a victim and being an aggressor. And our power, our good power, our right power lives in the middle of that. Now that I had learned what those two extremes were, I could discover for myself where my full good power would flow. And that's the rest of the story. That's the exploration. And as an entrepreneur now, the days that go the very best, the launches that go the very best, the projects that succeed and earn the most money, the partnerships, right, Maribel, that go the best, are all sourced from that middle powerful place between being a victim and being an aggressor.
Nice. Now you make me want to ask for more because
Sure.
I'm like, oh my gosh, of course it's really powerful. Now, can you give an example of, because it was so palpable with your brother and in business, being in that place, like what would it look like? And I know you weren't probably prepared for this question, but are you open to sharing?
I'm always prepared.
Okay. I'm not surprised. I just don't, well, I'm
No
like,
worries.
tell me when, you know, because this is, I think that would be the next question, someone listening, like, well, what's an example of that so they could really see where they can get into that middle and not be a victim, where it's, I think, common to find yourself like, man, everything's happening to me. I think that's more common than the aggressor side, at least from my experience with entrepreneurs. So what would it look like in the middle? I'm just curious.
So a great example has to do with team building. Anybody who, as you know, Maribel, is going from 6 to 7 figures has to really look in the mirror about what kind of a leader they're being for the team that they're building. I often say the size of the business only grows the size of the leadership of the owner of the business. So, you know, I've had clients where, you know, it's a big giant business, and then they personally had a breakdown. The business kept breaking down to the size of their ability to lead. So an example is when I was building my former business, I had a person on my team who was not performing. She was in the sales department, and she, for some reason, could not see her way to providing the reports that I expected and had clearly communicated. I am an HR specialist. I help people build teams. I know you do as well, especially with regards to launches. I said it very clearly one more time. I need these reports. If you cannot do these reports, then this isn't the right fit. This is not the right job for you. And this company isn't the right, you're not right for this company. So that's an example of the middle. Being a victim would be to just like suffer. Oh, well, she's doing most of her job right. She's making sales, but I should put up with it. And the other extreme would be to be like furious and not communicate one more time, say you have one more chance. If you know, so, and just blow your lid, get really angry, perhaps be verbally abusive, and then like fire them on the spot.
Oh my gosh, what a great example.
So yeah, that's an example.
It's a beautiful example. So thank you for being so clear, because I can see, more examples of just where I've worked with clients, and I know you're a very powerful coach. So yeah, beautiful. Well, let's go into some tools. And, I know you shared your breakthrough story from that place. Obviously you're so grounded and you're in that like powerful place. So can you share a little bit about whether it's tools or processes, that found that it didn't just happen, right? There's process that supported you in staying in that like come from in a powerful place, you know what I mean? So if you went over here, what brought you back in the middle? Or you know what I mean? Yeah,
I think that it takes practice, and I know that there's so many great tools in the book that are going to come out, but the thing that I would suggest the most is to understand that your emotions are part of your toolbox. I think of this as emotional leadership. It's weird because we're super women and entrepreneurs, we're leaders for sure, but very rarely do we get talked about our emotions. But yet they're with us. Like you can't, just like your skin, you can't get rid of your emotions. So acknowledging that you have emotions, making sure you feel them fully. We can talk about a specific way to do that if you like. And don't try to repress them. Okay. And then try to, lead from your heart. What we want is a balance. Oftentimes, victimhood can really come from being too much in your heart, right? Being super aggressive can come from being too much from your heart. What we want is a balance between your heart and your head. That's where your heart starts to kind of like a powerful horse with the perfect reins on it, or like a powerful car with a giant engine, like it has both structure and organization as well as emotion. Those two things together is what makes it possible to lead emotionally from the middle.
Nice. I love the way you describe that. As you can see, I'm taking tons of notes. So say more from here about how you help people with your coaching. And I know this is part of that you support other entrepreneurs. So say more about that.
Sure. Yeah. I consider myself to be a leadership coach for anyone who's trying to change culture, shift culture. So maybe like you're trying to make sure that entrepreneurs have peace, play, and prosperity, not just one of them, but all three. Like that's a shift in culture. Or maybe you're somebody who has a social activist bent in your business. Maybe you're like me and I work a lot with emotional abuse cycles. How I work is usually privately. I do have some groups, and of course I have my books, but privately, when leaders can tell their secrets about the emotions that they've been feeling, usually they have been repressing for a long time. And because they haven't had a safe place to speak about them, where emotions can be honored as part of the toolbox, honestly, they're less powerful than they can be. They're working with like half a deck. They're trying to use their brains and their minds to drive their businesses. And Maribel, you can say like, well, launches, when it's just the brain involved, it can go really well. But when the heart comes on board and partners with the mind, that's what I do with people, is work to release the heart so we can partner with the mind and drive the success of the business or project.
Yeah, then it's limitless, right? There's so much more fuel in that part. Then it's like you can take the tactics and 10x them. Yeah, that's so powerful. So I know obviously, those that are reading or listening to the video know not everybody can access you privately. So I know you have a resource for them. Can you say more about that? Yeah.
Yes, I host, one of my favorite things is to every month gather on Zoom to do a community coaching call where I will teach something that is very much in my heart and my mind, because I like to walk my talk, something that is current, a trend in business, something very useful. So once I teach that, then I go into Q&A, and you can receive coaching in that format. It's a community coaching call that's complimentary, free each month. And anybody is welcome to sign up. You can come once, you can come 10 times. Would love to support you in those calls.
Beautiful. So we will have that link below for those that are watching the special video. If you're reading, of course, they're going to see our link that we're going to provide for you to be able to access that. So from here, I would love to have your final words. What would be the one piece of advice that you'd like to leave our listeners with in their own journey in having more peace, play, and prosperity?
I think it would be to create a practice where you develop a relationship with your emotions. So if you can really, even close your eyes for just a moment and think about your emotions and welcome them into the circle with you as friends and allies and partners, champions of your life, champions of your work. Sometimes you might have anger, and you might, anger might be on the scene and just be like, hey, anger, how's it going? Oh my God, you're really upset today. Sadness or grief would be like, hey, I really get things are down today. Come in here, come in for a hug. And this is like a pack. It's it's a team for you, your emotions. That's the practice that I lean on the most. And my wish is for everyone to have a similar, because once you have that, you're invincible. There's just an invincibility about it.
There is.
It's like a super team.
It is.
Superhero team.
Absolutely. And then you're not looking outside yourself to support yourself. You know what I mean? That's coming from within. So I totally love that. Thank you so much, Andrea, for sharing your story, the tools, how to connect with you, and of course, your beautiful advice. Thank you.
Thank you.